Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act. But people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Well, welcome to Guerrilla Cricket, and today too at the Basin Reserve in Wellington. England test matches really do seem to be played on turbo boost these days, and yesterday was yet another rocking roller coaster ride. New Zealand start day two in a spotted bother at 86 for 5, 194 runs behind England, who scored 280. But England, don't forget, had got off to a pretty rocky old start themselves, having been put in 43 for 4 they were, until Harry Brook yet again was England's superhero, powered along to a stunning 123 off 15 balls, ably supported by my ecclesiastical brother, the Bishop of Rome. Bryden Cass then carried on where he'd left off at the Hagley Oval to lead England's hunt for wickets. What a start to a test cricket career he's having. Brook now, by the way, has an average of 91.5. Only Don Bradman is higher when you look at away test matches. So England will be looking to take early wickets, of course. Tom Blundell and night watchman Will O'Rourke are at the crease. Can New Zealand mount a recovery, or is this match going to keep hurtling towards an early finish? I'm Tony Bishop. With me to set us on our way tonight are the redoubtable Jason Hiscox. Is he there, Bear?
I am.
Oh, there he is. Fantastic. Jolly good. And our Ursine technology supremo, the Bear.
What a day I've had, Tone. What a day I've had.
Well, I can imagine. I've been following with great interest your battles with EE.
I spent 3 hours on the phone to those bastards today. I wanted to say another word, but Mog would
You've
love
said
it
plenty
if
of
I did.
other words. You've
They
said most
just
of them regarding
fucking
EE.
useless. They don't
There we
know
are.
what they're
Yes, that
doing.
was one of them. Well, so, but we do have a feed from the studio now, do we?
Yeah, we have the TVs back on, but they can only put it on one of my Sky boxes apparently now, which they didn't
So
tell
you
me.
can't watch it at home?
No. Although I can get the app, but I can't activate the app for some reason, and they can't tell me why. So it's fucking annoying.
Marvellous. Well, that is really annoying. Right, anyway, Harry Brook. Yes, chaps. Shall we start with a quick chat about him? He needed lots of luck in Christchurch. He didn't need any here. He was fantastic, wasn't he?
I only saw the highlights this morning, but my word, what a slapping innings it was. No, obviously it's the highlights. You only get to see the good bits, but
no. I mean, the thing was that he came out with bristling with intent, didn't he? I mean, England were in a spot of bother. He came out. He could have gone horribly wrong, but he's got so much talent. I mean, I came back when England. He must have just come in. He was with Pope, and they were both on 1 or 2. And then the next 20 minutes, all I saw, basically ran down the wicket a couple of times, smashed their fast bowlers back over their heads for a few 6s and 4s, and he was just racing along. And Pope, weirdly, seemed to not be anywhere up with him, but didn't really get as many balls, and actually was scoring at a run and ball himself. A good portion of that.
It was, 66 off about 75 balls.
Yeah, but at one point he was on, 40 off of 39 balls, and he was actually scoring quicker than Brook at points. It was a fantastic partnership.
I mean, I looked at it and I saw them both pretty much on like 30 and 25, and then suddenly Brook is on 50 and Pope still on 25.
Yeah.
Ollie Pope. I mean, the other one, of course, who, funny enough, we're looking at right now, just having a little stretch, almost as if he's literally just got out of bed. I'm sure he hasn't. Brian Carse, who's having an unbelievable hot streak as his start to a Test career. Can he keep it going?
I think so. I mean, there are places in the world where he's going to be really useful, and you look at him here, and it's just the way he's speaking. I mean, he's South African born. He was brought up in half-fast wickets, and these kinds of wickets really suit him. He was saying today about the lengths he can bowl on these wickets, and he can bowl a hard length and stuff, and it's how he likes to bowl. Anyway, we've got one of these to start the day.
What we're doing, it's not going to be Brian Carse to open. Oh, have we already?
Yep.
Magnificent.
Muttley says, "Woof, morning primates. Guess who's now officially an OAP, retired, loving sausages." Are you really? Oh, well done.
Oh, join the club, Mutters.
Yes. Right, let's have some of these. Who's going to open the batting?
Opening the bowling is going to be
this man.
Our man Arthur Atkinson.
Atkinson, he's not one to complain. He hopes he's not like Jafra, breaking down after every game.
Batting is
Tom Blundell.
Surprise, Tom Blundell.
Scurries in. He's got 3 slips and a leg slip, and the first ball of the second morning is just comfortably defended, really, by Blundell. Back to Atkinson. Even his little walk back from having bowled to his mark is.
It's kind of the new
tiny
pigeon.
Little steps, isn't
it's kind of the new pigeon in lots of little steps.
He is pigeon-like.
and at the other end is.
He'll never make 95, probably never 50, because Will O'Rourke is about bowling and the batting, but he's good at that, good enough to get your wicket, good enough to drive
3 slips, a gully,
crazy when you get
wide and
out.
left by Blundell, taken competently by the Bishop of Rome, and there is again no run. So we've got 3 slips, a gully, there is a backward point, mid-off, a mid-on. There is a man deep. There's looks like a forward short leg, and there's a man deep on the leg side, sort of fine leg. So clearly, actually, I think it was that Ben Stokes who's down there, looking potentially for the pull from Blundell. But that one he doesn't defend. He thrusts a big old pad forward. Ball pops up a little bit on him, hitting too high. Oh, inside edge in actual fact. Big old inside edge.
Would have gone over the top in any
into
case.
the box reason. Blundell's a bit cheeky, because he's wearing Joe Root's number.
Well, he doesn't match up to Joe Root.
Well, equally, it doesn't sound right. You don't get your kicks on Blundell 66. Doesn't work, does it?
Well,
so
no.
I mean, he's cheating. But I suppose Joe Root should take it as a sort of a form of flattery. Atkinson's going to be in, right arm over. That's quick and full and straight, attacking the stumps, but well defended by Blundell. And again, there is no run. 86.45. 100 and what was it? 194 behind. Yeah, 194 behind. That's a long way back for New Zealand. Only really Bear Phillips to come, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, well, no, Nathan Smith can bat a bit.
Nathan Smith can bat. Tim Southey can slog.
Yeah.
Oh, of course he can. Of course he can. Barmy Army appear to be in excellent voice. Our man Hector will be at the ground. Our blog will be blogging away. That's turned away off his hips by Blundell, down to fine leg. And it's actually Bashir who's down there.
Will he get a bowl in his
Come back
first
for a
innings?
couple. Well, I think he will.
I'm not sure he will. If they carry on taking wickets, he won't.
Well, there's bounce in the wicket. It's windy, or it's certainly sunny and with enough of a breeze that as the pitch wears a little bit, it might well take some turn. Remember Nathan Lyon got 10 wickets for Australia the last time a test was played here, early this year. Up onto his toes goes Blundell, forces this out towards cover. Crawley is the tall figure doing the fielding. I wonder if he's stood there thinking,
I've got a point to prove.
He really must do something about his average in New Zealand and see if he can get it into double figures.
Jonathan Shawland says, good morning from Basin Reserve. I think that the sun is shining a bit more strongly than yesterday. Hendo says, hello. Steve Bruce says, he's ordered himself some doner kebab, got some iron brew, and he's ready for the cricket and gorillas. Come on, you beat that. He also says he saw the bear.
Evening.
He saw the bear at Curry's last night trying to break in. I would have said he probably would have seen it outside the EE call centre trying to beekeeper it.
Fucking yeah, they are just.
I really think we should. There really should be like the Big Brother house, a sort of a camera roaming free in Gorilla Towers. You should have seen the bear last night. Right, here is England's hero, Bryden Cast. And well, the night watchman O'Rourke stands tall as you would if you're lucky enough to be 6'4", and defends quite comfortably. Actually, should we
jingle him up? Here we go.
Batsman or bowler?
Done the batsman already.
Did we?
Well, he's bowling from the pavilion end is Bryden Cast. That big old Vance stand is looming behind the shoulder of O'Rourke, and he shoulders arms, raises the bat high, and the ball moves through to Root, and Root, well, it is ultimately to Root via Ollie Pope, because Pope just catches it, flips it towards Root at first slip, and there is.
I mean,
run.
England should be looking to bowl New Zealand out for 130, 140 here.
Wow.
Would be my bet. Well, I mean, they should be. They should be ruthless about this.
Yeah, you absolutely should. They should. But there, as we know, what has been England's weakness, their Achilles heel.
They can't knock off a
apart from
tail.
spin bowling, but seeing off tails has not been great. That one, that's through the night watchman. Beat him neck and crop. That did. Somehow it also beat the stumps. And I'm not quite sure. I'd like to have another look at that, which we're now going to be given.
He's late on that. It's gone straight under that.
Was it ever so slightly a slower ball? Seemed
No.
to drift away. No, it was just full.
Very
just
full.
full and too quick for the night watchman, really.
He was bowling.
doesn't
He
have
was
a
bowling
great
up
bowling.
over 90 yesterday. So he was bowling. I mean, I thought Will O'Rourke was the fastest bowler in the first test, but last evening Cast was bowling 147.
Very exciting prospect is Cast.
Oh no!
Inside edge.
That was an inside edge. The bear getting excited in a good way, unlike when he's dealing with EE, and but it looked like a big old inside edge to me. And again, there's no run. I'm happy to say my feed at home appears to be exactly in tune with the studio there.
Well, that's good to know.
Well, it is. It's
I should
helpful,
hope so, given that you are, 12 miles away?
Yeah, but he's on different. He's on Virgin, isn't he?
I'm
We're on
yeah,
Sky.
Not EE. I'm definitely not EE, so that's for sure. And lifts and he's past the outside edge of O'Rourke. But he did this last night. he played the ones he needed to play. He left the ones he needed to leave, and he just sort of got in the way. He never looked comfortable. He never looked like he had much in the way of aggressive intent. But he just kept protecting one end, didn't he?
It was kind of the same that he did the first innings, didn't he? First test, didn't he, Bear? He just hung around and made life hard.
Yeah, and allowed whoever got, it was Phillips, wasn't it, in the first innings, to get another 40 runs at the other end.
Indeed, right. In comes Cars over the wicket. There it was, doing exactly what we were saying. O'Rourke, he just plays that into the leg side. There's no run. It's the end of the 28th over. It's the end of Cars's first over. It's a maiden and it's 88 or 5.
Pirate Badshaw says, ahoy old salts and sea dogs. Steve Bruce says, it's lovely to see Jason with us, one of my unsung heroes on Guerrilla Cricket. The Rodri, Man City, of Guerrilla Cricket. Well, thank you very much.
What, you notice him when he's not there? Isn't it Rodri who's been out injured? The thing is one of the reasons for City
possibly
being so rubbish.
Muttley says, I say morning, I've been drinking / celebrating and I'm overtired. After your...
Oh, Mutters. So Mutters, are you 65 or are you 60? Let us know. Many happy
No,
returns.
he's given me the context. I'll tell you after the...
Oh, okay, that one is up onto his toes and guided away to point by Blundell. Because, at the risk of sounding a bit sort of smarmy, I've seen loads of pictures of you, mate. You don't look 65 to me.
He's not.
No, I didn't think so.
Clarification is, I was dismissed due to disability in 2022, and they've dragged their heels paying out my workplace pension. Got paid it in a lump sum this morning.
Got it.
Nice.
Okay, that would explain a fair bit. Blundell is blinking, staring back down the track at Atkinson, and he raises his bat, shoulders, arms, and again it's through him and into the gloves of Pope. If you were listening last night, if you weren't, where were you? But if you were listening last night, you'll have heard us chatting to Peter Svidler, who's an absolutely fascinating Russian grandmaster. 8 times, I think. Was it 8 times? 4 or 5 times? Anyway, multiple times Russian chess champion. I think he came 3rd in the World Chess Championships. Beat Kasparov a few times. Fascinating guess. That was defended into the onside. They will take a quick single. So Blundell's not worried about exposing O'Rourke too early in an over then. Why should he be? O'Rourke's there just to tie down an end, and in a way, perhaps Phillips is their best chance there of getting quick runs and attacking England. Do you think he'll sort of switch into kind of one-day mode and look to haul New Zealand closer to England's total?
I think it depends. I think if a wicket goes now, he might well try that just to do the counter-offensive thing.
I think I've got an alternate theory for you, Tony, in that they want O'Rourke to eat up balls from the opening bowlers. So
well, he's doing well. He's happy to do that with that one, because if you bowl slightly wide, there's enough lift for Atkinson, and it was taken at shoulder height by Ollie Pope. But if it's wide of his stumps, I get a feeling with Will O'Rourke, the man from Kingston upon Thames, that he's not going to bother to play it. Why would he need to? And that probably bears out your theory, Jace. He's there to eat up balls, not to
get overs into the bowlers and cash in later on if you can.
He's got his bat raised, 3 slips are down. That's beaten him. Ball ends up, but again, it's just a little too wide. He's into the gloves of the Bishop of Rome.
Oh, the bear is on walkabout.
Is he off already?
Yep. It's not too early for the woods, surely.
Well, you never know. You never know. It can depend on multiple factors. He might have just gone to have another chat with EE. He's probably missing them. I always try and whenever I have to ring people, anyone like that, I'll tell you in a minute. Atkinson barreling in ears, and that was a good lead by O'Rourke.
Didn't miss by much.
Just wide enough, didn't miss by much. There's a very short mid on, not quite. It's not quite an on Hayden. It's too wide for that. Not mid on, mid wicket. So, but it is a very short mid wicket. So they obviously think that they might get O'Rourke to one up in that direction. But it hasn't happened yet.
Matthew Cullen says, "Evening, Gorillas. I'm officially a published author as of this week.
Oh.
Happy days." Well, congratulations.
Well, don't leave it there. What have we published?
We'll find out in a minute. Christo
Yeah.
Evans says, "Evening from Bahia, lovely Gorillas. Hi to you and to my sister Ness, who's listing in
hello,
London,
Ness.
a refugee fleeing the dreaded TalkSport."
Well, welcome to you, Ness, wherever you are.
And
Oh, that one swings in, but it's driven. It's driven beautifully, actually, away through extra cover. But it's guided, I suppose, more than full-bloodedly driven. Chris Wokes has gone thundering after it, and then we'll restrict them to 2, and New Zealand will move on to 91 or 5. Good shot, but more about placement and power, and this outfield's not super quick, I don't think.
No,
Although
it's not
It had
particularly
plenty
quick.
of sun and wind on it. You will have been reading, I'm sure, or at least we hope. In comes Cast,
Bosh.
pulled beautifully down to deep backward square. It's the first boundary of the morning. It's a gorgeous shot by Blundell, just erring on the short side by Cast. Didn't quite work for him, and it's 4 runs.
Yeah, nice
Yeah,
shot. It just
Dropped it short. didn't he?
yeah, it was too short. Didn't get up high enough, and it was just helped around the corner really.
let's not forget that Blundell has opened in the one-day game in the past, so he's quite capable of being expansive and aggressive, should the situation demand.
Well, Cast was berating himself. He knows that wasn't the right ball. That's a much better one. Blundell was tall enough to get up on top of it and steer it out towards short mid-wicket, and there's no run. I was going to say, you will have been reading, I hope, our missives from the ground, catching up with Hector's interviews with just about everybody. I think Willow Rock was one of the people he had a chat with. He's asking some tough questions. He got short shrift from, I can't remember what he was asking Ben Stokes, but I think he got fairly short shrift in the answer. But he's not afraid to ask the tough questions. Oh, that's a terrific ball, and it has absolutely cleaned up Blundell. Cass is absolutely on fire at the moment. That was a fantastic delivery. It's knocked back the top of Blundell's off stump. He has to go. England have their 6, and they are all over New Zealand like a cheap suit here.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you.
That was the exact same ball that he bowled.
It is.
What's his name with? But
With
Williamson
a front foot,
with a no ball. Yeah.
probably
It's not
an inch or so
quite
further back.
Glenn McGrath, right? But can you see a little bit of Glenn McGrath about him? He is very good at just plugging away at. It's not.
He's
quite
quicker
that
than Glenn
metronomic,
McGrath, though, isn't he?
relentless.
Oh, substantially, yeah.
Yeah, but he has got. Yeah, and he's probably got that little extra bit of bounce. But he has that ball that really just plugs away a length or just marginally short of it, and can relentlessly attack the off stump. And when he does, he can do that. And Blundell's no slouch with the bat. But it's another wicket down.
Yep, I should say that, where is it? It's just moved up. There may not be a route Blundell in Paris.
Oh right.
But here in Paris is Rue Blondel, which is
Blondel.
famous for its elderly ladies of the night, whose
Ooh,
qualifying
that's
age
not
must be at
Wayne
least 66.
Elderly ladies of the night. Where is this? Not that I'm interested. I'm
in
just curious. Where?
Gay Paris.
Oh yes. I do. I won't say. I'm not going to say I know it, but yes, I know. I lived in Paris for a while.
Doris Easy says, "Hi all." Steve Bruce asked Susie Bear Towers. It's just me and the bear, so we don't get much time off, I don't think, tonight.
Yeah, sorry about that, boys. We'll wait for Cast, who's going to bowl to the new man. We'll jingle him up. It is Phillips, who immediately is off the mark by a ball down to deep backward square, and he's away with a single.
He sounds like this.
We jingle up Phillips.
By the bad, loved by the good. Glenn Phillips, Glenn Phillips, Glenn Phillips.
I wrestled with my conscience about coming in tonight, but I thought I can't do 3 straight nights all night anymore. Alas, I wish I could.
Well, neither can I, which makes me wonder. Well, I struggle to. Oh,
Cast, that's
That's
there's a
gone,
big shout
yeah.
for LBW. Gone. And the night watchman has gone. I don't think there'll be much point in reviewing that. Bear, that looked full. It looked straight.
Yeah, he wants to
I think
review.
he's been
I've
yeah, he
been
does.
told. Yeah,
been-
no,
he's
I think
been
Glenn
told-
Phillips is going, mate. You've got an average of about 4.
I'm not wasting a review on
you're
that.
the night watchman. I don't think. I
You're
think we'll save our reviews.
stone
for
cold.
Me and someone else. And that looked, as
Oh,
Jason
yeah.
quite rightly said. Well, it was his back leg. His back leg was bent. And umpire Adrian Holdstock, who has a nice, unfussy, uncomplicated way of raising his finger. But he has enough drama about it because he just sort of does a slow raise of his finger, doesn't he?
Well,
It's a bit of a
you
Steve
look-
Buckner.
You said, well.
Another one bites the dust.
Oh,
I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
well, he does.
I should get
It's a
through
long way
some.
down to bite dust if you're Willow Rock. Sorry, Jason.
I should get through some missives in the chance. Steve Bruce says, I can't understand for the life of me why Will Young, not the singer, isn't playing for New Zealand.
Yes, after he had such a great tour of India.
Yep. But the problem is the only place he could have gone in was probably at the top of the order where the people
Well, I think the
teams are
answer's
playing, and he's
Williamson.
not a top order batsman.
Well, maybe there is, maybe for the last test, one of Conway could make way, possibly.
Jay Gover says, A up. Mark Holland
Hey up.
says, blowing a gale here defence, hoping my feed doesn't crash. I'm also with the EE.
Yeah, it's not.
Well,
no, it's not that. It's just the ability. Like over here, because everything's been split off on the sports sphere. If you want your channels on Skybox, you have to get Sky permission, and your provider has to do it.
Atkinson's going to be bowling 2 Phillips. There's 3 slips. Phillips plays that nicely, but defends to point. There's no run. Sorry, Bear.
And that means that basically they have deals, and EE has to basically register my card. And of course, I was registered with BT, so changing account, you think, and BT apparently being bought by EE. So you'd think that'd be relatively simple, but no, they can't just migrate my account. So then I had to re-register my Sky cards. Then it turns out I can only register one Sky card because Sky don't do boxes anymore like I've got. It's just like, for fuck's sake, why did you sell me a
Oh,
package?
that's driven. And that's driven straight to mid-off.
They sold me a package that they knew they couldn't fulfil.
Well, it's a bit like O2 and Virgin, Bear. It's the same thing.
I know.
They are,
It's just-
they are now one company, but other than the fact that they're a tad more relentless in trying to sell me mobile services, the actual difference to my service is not that great. Not that I'm really complaining too much about my service. Most
No, it's when you switch.
Well,
This is the thing. Is what everyone tells you all these switching things are really easy, but the companies are just so bad at it.
Atkinson over the wicket, in, pulled high and down to backward square, but it's on the bounce, trickles in the end to Zach Crawley, who's down there in his England cap. They take a single. Phillips doubles his score, he moves on to 2. Smith will be on to strike, and New Zealand move on to 97 for 7. 30 overs complete. Traditionally about the point at which the Kookaburra tends to become a bit limp and blur. So England will be glad that they've got 7 wickets down. Can they actually see off the tail? We're not quite at the tail yet. Smith proves with a very solid defence back to Atkinson. And there is no run. 1 for 22 for him, for Gus. 97 for 7 New Zealand. Beautiful sunny day. You can see there's just a gentle breeze as we look in the crowd. There aren't many clouds, but in the crowd you can see a few shirts billowing, and some people have those what do you call it, visors on the back of their cloth back neck protectors, as it were. That's left by Smith, and you can see them fluttering. So there is a breeze. Hector was saying it's not really end to end, it's more of a cross breeze, so you don't have a situation like poor old Neil Wagner used to have to do, which is plough away up into the wind at
Or
Wellington.
who was the other bloke? Actually, at this ground, he used to plough it uphill into a breeze quite
Well,
well.
Ian O'Brien.
Ian O'Brien, yeah.
Used to say it used to be one of his jobs. Very much friend of the show, Ian O'Brien. In comes Atkinson, and that's part. Well, so solidly defended by Smith that it looked like he played the most perfect defensive shot. In actual fact, he'd played down one line, the ball had gone another, and ended up in the hands of Pope. It's the end of the 31st over. We're having a look at Father Christmas, who's probably a little bit early, but it is December now, so he might be warming up. And,
well, this is their last partnership, isn't it, really? These two can bat.
You would have thought so.
Jace.
Steve Bruce says, Bear gone to the fridge to get his first beer of the night out? No, that happened before play started.
I'm about to go and get my second beer of the night. Always start fast.
And Kieran Rose says, can't believe I missed the Cricket 11 yesterday. My late contribution is Dom Besant. What can I say except you're welcome?
What, the chess 11?
Yes.
Talking about the chess. Yeah, no, we had, because we had Peter in, we had all sorts of good chess names for cricketers. It was all very entertaining. Carth again in. Oh my word, he's absolutely cut Phillips in two. Half an appeal from Carth on the hope that there may just have been an inside edge. I don't think there was. He's marching back to his mark, and we'll move on. But what a delivery
absolutely
there.
Taken off.
Yes, that's the thing about genuine pace, isn't it? I mean,
that's come back like a very sharp off.
Yeah, it was. You're right. It did look very much like a sharp off cutter. Carth has a little look over his shoulder back to Phillips. Generally all good-natured stuff. I don't think there was much in it. In he comes again. Phillips steers out towards cover. They take one. They think about two. They decide it's not a good idea. And it'll bring Nathan Smith back onto strike and add one to the New Zealand score. 98 for 7 is what they'll move on to.
I've got Matthew Cullen's published work.
Oh, good. What is it?
It's not a book. It's a Chemistry Journal article, and apologies for mispronouncing any of this. Valorization of polyoxymethylene (POM) waste as a C1 synthon for industrially relevant dialloxymethanes and cyclic aminals.
Well, fuck me, if you're looking for a stocking filler for the boy or girl in your life, let me point you right in the direction of Matthew's excellent published work there. That one is driven straight. That might go all the way, you know. It has, it's pretty much a straight off drive. Not a full-blooded one, more of a push, but it's got him 4 runs. Smith's away with
wow.
If you're fed up with Barbara Taylor Bradford and who else?
Mills and Boone, yeah.
Mills and Boone is not doing it for you. That's where you got to look. That sounds absolutely fascinating, I have to say. If you know about chemistry.
Matthew Cullen says the Bear, with his vast polymer science experience, is very interested, I'm sure.
That's short. It's pulled. It's high. It might have gone all the way. It's absolutely been launched. Yes, it has. And much as we said, it's Smith, I beg your pardon, it's Nathan Smith. But these two have decided, maybe they have decided, attack is the best form of defence. It worked for England. They're having a go.
I think, to be fair, that was there to be hit.
Yeah.
It's also a pretty spectacular way to bring the 100 up for New Zealand. I think they already had with the 4 beforehand, didn't they? Yeah, they had done so. They're 108 for 7, 10 fours and a 6 so far. Then in this innings, being the first of the 6s, there may yet be more because both of these two like to attack. That's full, taken fairly high up the bat. Excellent diving stop by Bashir at mid-on. His fielding has come up in for a little bit of criticism, hasn't it? I'm sure Bashir. It's not been his strongest point, and apparently he was working a fair amount at it during England practice sessions with Jeetan Patel.
Yeah,
obviously he's the spin bowling coach, but Jeetan Patel's not just been focusing on his bowling, he's been focusing on his fielding as well. You have to be very much the all-round cricketer these days. There's nowhere to hide in the field. That's defended by Smith to get on. Maybe Wokes, I can't really tell. Behind, it's the end of, was that the end of the over?
It was.
Yeah, I hope so, because they jumped to add so quickly.
Steve Bruce has gone after you.
Sorry, Jace.
Steve Bruce has gone. Carth! Cars!
Cars.
And Muttley Eric
Spectacular.
Von Erich does good start to the morning. MOURNING. Yeah, I think for New Zealand's performance.
Well,
This game is certainly moving on apace.
Well, it is moving on apace, and it makes me fear for Sunday. I was looking forward to Sunday. There's a whole bunch of us in on Sunday night. It had the ring of a good guerrilla night in the studio, but I'm slightly
And
worried.
we
that
have
not
another
get
super chat.
Well, just hold it. Atkinson is in because it's defended by Phillips into the offside. Tell us more, Jace.
G-Man in Vancouver says he's given us $5 Canadian for a good jingle of your choice when Cast gets his fifer. Thank you very much.
I think
We had to we had to get rid of the 5 for jingle because it was 5 would get you down or whatever that crap song was by that shitty boy band in the 90s. But
it is 5.
It is by 5 exactly, but that gets dinged every time.
that's really annoying. I'm sure if our magnificent jinglers are listening, they'll rise to the challenge. That one is well played by Phillips. Cut. Backward a point. Cut for 4 runs. Excellent shot.
Yeah, they're going for it.
Well, he made 58.19, didn't he, at the Hagley Oval? And he looked in pretty tidy order. It had all been white ball stuff, I think, before then. Although, what did he do in India? He made a few in India.
He did all right in India.
48 in Pune.
Yeah.
He took some wickets too. I mean, he's more than capable. It's unfair to call him a part-time spinner, but I suppose he is. He's not a Santner or a Sodhi.
I'm surprised they don't go to what's his
Very
name?
capable spinner.
Ajaz Patel.
No.
Forced by Phillips.
Sutner.
No run.
No. Ratchin Ravindra more often. I think he's
He's not bowled in this series yet, has he?
no.
No, I don't think he
I think
has.
he's probably
No, he
better than
hasn't.
Phillips. He's a left armer, natural as well. Against a bunch of right handers.
I wonder whether he's nursing an issue that he
Maybe.
can't bowl and he's inside as a batsman only at the moment.
We're halfway through the 33rd over. New Zealand 112 for 7. They trail by 168 runs now. England really want to get into this and get that lead. That one's worked to leg. They take a sharp single. The throw comes in, but they're safely in their ground. Another good attendance today at the Basin Reserve.
I think we are round about that time where we are due a change.
We are. Be the end of this over, I think. Shall we say that? Or does this little trio have one more? I'm easy either way.
Let's have one more. Come on. I don't even know. Let me get the. I've got to get the rotor up.
Well, Nathan Smith is going to face. He defends out towards point, and there is no run. So, not the end of the over. There's one more ball left in this over. Ben Stokes is deep in conversation with Chris Wokes, who of course hasn't had a bowl yet this morning. Stokes it is who's working the shine on one side of that ball on his white jumper. So maybe it won't be long before we see Chris
I wonder
Wokes.
if they have special shining jumpers which have got nice sort of material.
That's left by Smith. Left by Phillips. No, left by Smith because it was the last ball of the over. I thought I wasn't seeing things. They changed who's facing. It's the end of the over anyway, Jace.
There's general hilarity in pun making between Muttley, Mr. Rolite and Kieran Roseblade about the ladies of the night and you, Mr. Bishop, in Paris.
It's a sort of Pigalle kind of area.
Frank Rockefeller says 270 is looking good. Dara Zizi says, has Davron Stevens been showing our bowlers how to clean up the tail?
Well, it'll be interesting. And sure enough, we weren't wrong.
Well,
See, Andy's going to join us soon. So we've got one more over here, and then I'm pretty sure he'll be with you, give you a New Zealand perspective.
well, you're still with us,
Think
Tone.
just-
It's me, you, and Andy.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
I was just toying with the idea of going up and put the feet up a bit.
And he's a Twitter fan. on the Ashes tour. Not Ben Stokes, but he'll have to do.
You're moving over to social tone.
I am, mate. That's all right. I just forgot. See, when I'm not in the studio,
Yeah, you see.
I'm already eyeing my sofa. Going, hello.
Yeah, we all know that,
You go-
Tone. We all
I
know
can
that.
go and put my feet up. 33 overs, 113 for 7. And we are going to see a bit of Birmingham's finest. It's defended off his first ball. Bridge front of middle and leg by Phillips.
Have you knocked your mic out of the way? You've gone quiet.
You keep going in and out, being
Is
noisy.
that better?
and not
Because you always put your hand in front of your mouth.
Yes,
which
yes.
is not
I
a very
should do
good
that.
thing
How's
to
that?
do.
Hopefully that's better.
Yeah, that's better.
Marvellous. I shall keep my hands away from my chops and not interfere with my mic. I was going to say Chris Wokes, possibly Aston Villa's second most famous fan. After, of course,
HRH.
in he comes. 2 slips for him. That's driven. It's driven past him. It's driven straight, and it's going to be driven for 4. That's a terrific shot by Phillips. Uncomplicated and effective. 4 runs.
A bit of a fight back here.
Yeah, and you'd like to see it.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Lovely shot.
It was a lovely shot, wasn't it? I'm glad you like that, Jason. It's not the most. It's not spectacular like a flowing cover drive.
That's the
or a
timing on
ball
those
or a-
that's so nice, though.
But yeah,
Yeah, he doesn't look
exactly
to
right.
muscle it. He just pushes it and it goes off the bat, pings off the bat.
It's an uncomplicated but effective shot, and it's good to see. In comes Wokes. That's a better ball, but it's guided backward a point. I think that's going to go for 4 as well. And much as we thought when Phillips came in, this doesn't look like either he nor Smith think that the best way to whittle
I did
away
say
this England lead is by being defensive.
Well, you know, you got to score runs. This is essentially why England play baseball. It's you might as well score runs, and in a Test match, it's quite easy to put the oppo bowling on the back foot.
Well, yeah, I'm with you, 100%. 121 for 7. And these two already have been making a dent. Just the 1 wicket, 2 wickets to small this morning. Am I right? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one's defended.
2 in 1 over. It was,
mid on.
it was all both in the same over, wasn't
They
it?
were 2 in 4 balls, I think.
Yeah.
Will O'Rourke, who was absolutely the most cast iron LBW you ever see, he wanted to review it but was advised in no uncertain terms that it wouldn't be a particularly good idea. But then the ball that got rid of Blundell from Cast was
That's
an
an
absolute
cracker.
hurler of a delivery.
It showed. Did you see the Hawkeye afterwards? Basically, he played the line perfectly. It was going to hit
In comes
the middle of his
Wokes.
bat.
Pushed out to cover.
And it seemed just enough to beat the outside edge of the bat and take the stump.
No
That
run.
was a
So we
cracker.
are going to have a change after this ball. A shuffle-a-roo. Who's coming in there?
I'm taking over from you. You're taking over from Jason, and Andy's going to come in and do some
Summarising.
summarising.
Fantastic. It's 121 for 7. Chris Wokes has 1 for 26 to his name. He's over the wicket, and that's again driven, but driven straight to mid-on this occasion. There's no run, and after 34 overs, New Zealand have moved on to 121 for 7, 159 behind.
Right. So,
Welcome, Andy.
welcome to Andy.
Yeah.
You're going to
Hi,
put your camera on?
No, it's better not to.
Okay.
No, I'm just always a bit skeptical about the connection. Back in Bali now. It seems
okay.
but there's no, there's no modem in the anywhere near the room. So
Oh, okay. Can you get Starlink out in Bali?
woken up with unbelievable fever. Well, I got it last night actually. Horrible fever.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Well, here is Atkinson's into the attack, and that's long, wide, half-ish volley, and it gets what it should get, which is bashed the boundary for 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
I mean, Atkinson's been quite outshone by Cast, really, one would say, wouldn't he? wouldn't you?
He has been so far. Yeah.
Well, Castle's been very good though. Let's not take anything from him. I mean, whether Atkinson's bowled badly is another matter, but Castle's bowled exceptionally.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, in both tests as well. He's kind of grown, hasn't he? Really enjoying it. Oh, that's come off the outside half of the bat. Smith's bat. It's gone to second slip. I mean, this partnership's over a run of ball. It's good. What have you thought of it so far? Did you, through your fever, did you see the cricket?
No, I didn't. I was kind of following it a little bit yesterday, but no, it's just hideous weather here, and horrible.
Typhoon season or something. Jesus!
Oh,
I think he's hung his bat up. I think he's periscoped that back into his stumps actually. I seem to have got Atkinson a wicket. I was just bagging him a little bit, and he's pulled one out of the bag. I think he bowled it short of a length. He got up a bit. I think Smith went to put his bat away, and I think it hit the underside of the bat and just cannoned back onto the stumps. Yeah, it did, and it's taken his middle stump. Bit unfortunate, but hey, you take them all. It was a good delivery. It was pretty sharp actually, and it got a bit of lift. And we have to say goodbye to Nathan Smith.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
So England hulked that little fight back, and they still have a lead of 165. 2 wickets to get. England could get a very handy lead. This might well be over tomorrow.
155, not 65.
Yes. Okay.
But still,
Beardoes Maths got it wrong.
Healthy.
It's healthy.
Whilst talking to EE.
Just one thing. I can't see the score on my screen.
Oh. That's a bit weird.
25 for 8.
Like I can't see bowling, can't see who's
you know what
batsman.
That's because it's because I've got it really expanded. Hold on.
Oh, I'm with you. Okay, I was going to say sometimes it's the captions can be lost, but they're okay on what I'm seeing, well, except at the moment because we're watching replays, which of course I immediately recognise as replays. It's a funny old attempted defence, really.
There you go. Is that better for you?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Sorted. Sorry, no, because we were taking it off a dodgy feed last night, and the picture was much smaller, so I had to make it much bigger. It's just carried it over. Oh,
that's gone.
That is gone as well. Atkinson. Well, I was talking bullshit earlier, wasn't I? That's a short ball first up to Matt Henry. I've got Matt Henry out to bat. And he's just
not for long.
No, not for long at all. First ball, he's just fenced that. It was a good ball, short and at him. He didn't like that. Pulled one hand off the bat and just hung it out there. It skewed off the outside half. Duckett snaffled it at gully. And 2 in 2 balls. We've got a hat trick on here, boys.
And a number 11 to face the hat trick ball.
It's Tim Soundy, though.
Well, that's true. Yeah.
Just on Southy, I was thinking about this yesterday. New Zealand's got a real dilemma with him. He doesn't take wickets, he doesn't score runs, he wants to finish in his home ground, but I think they've got to tell him this is your last game.
Yeah. I wondered that. I mean, he's been in the one-day side when Trent Bolt retired and Southey remained. I mean, he looked like pasty bowling in ODI cricket about a year and a half ago, and you just kind of think he just doesn't look on it. I mean, he's got experience and everything, but for the last couple of years I've seen him, he's got hit a lot, and you do wonder whether that is it. If they go 2-0 down, is it going to make any difference? You know.
Well, that's also true. I mean, but it's still a test match, and it's still you still want to win test matches.
Yeah, true. And they should have made that decision, or should have, maybe done what they did with Anderson, and tell him to either retire with dignity or get dropped. You got your last game.
It makes the Jimmy Anderson decision in some ways look although it was hard at the time and clearly not what he...
Well, yeah, I
it
mean,
actually worked pretty well, I think.
I think it did as well, because Jimmy's last year... Oh, no, that's out. Surely. That is a hat-trick. It is a fucking hat-trick. Oh, my word. Well, he's going to review it at Tim Southey, but I think that's plum. He bowled it full. Southey played completely down the wrong line. There was nowhere near that. Wow. Crashed into his pad. I think it's going on to hit leg stump at worst. And it looks like Atkinson from nowhere has got himself 3 in 3 balls. Got himself a test match hat-trick, would you believe
from
it?
nowhere, you were rubbishing how well he was...
No, I was just rubbishing.
Basically from there, that's where he got it from.
Exactly. It's a scrambled seam. I think it's hit the seam. It's nipped back. That's plum, mate. They ain't getting out of that. That's a test match hat-trick. That's crashing into leg stump. Ain't no doubt about it. Southey, I suppose, had to review it. Who likes getting a hat-trick against them? But that's 3 in 3 balls. And suddenly a little fight back between Nathan Smith and Glenn Phillips has just been curtailed. And then the innings has crumbled. And England are going to go in with a lead of 100 and... What did we say? 55. Jeez.
55, we did. Yeah.
You know, end of this day, they're going to be 400 ahead, probably. It's been given, and it is a hat-trick. I can't play the hat-trick jingle either. That's really annoying because it's a really good jingle. It's 3 as the magic number. But, oh no, that one says Sherwood. What's this one? 3. No, can't play that. It gets us dinged. It's really annoying because it's the obvious jingle.
As we go still, are we?
Yeah, and so, but it's a hat-trick, and it has been given out.
Wow. What a way to finish, Andy. Crikey Moses. No, I don't think we saw that coming, did we?
Well, no. I mean, a hat-trick's a rarity in most forms of the game, but particularly in Test cricket. But it was a good ball, the second ball to Henry, and just fending that one away into the gully, and then perfect delivery to Tim Southey first up. And look at that, 2 ducks. But let's actually have a look at the scorecard. I mean, it's pathetic, basically. I mean,
sound like an England supporter, circa 1990 something.
Well, I mean, the thing is, Gary Stead has this policy basically of it's harder to get out of the team than it is to get into the team, and. Conway's obviously out of form, but they're still playing. Blundell's been out of form, but they still play. And Mitchell, to a lesser extent, hasn't been in particularly good form. And this is the result. All out for 125. It's a shocker, absolute shocker.
Well, it is, but then the flip side of that is, Andy, they just won 3-0 away in India. I mean, yeah, I kind of get what you're saying. Darren Mitchell got an 80 in the last test. I actually feared their batting unit as a whole more than I feared their bowling unit. I thought, I think that. I don't see it maybe as much of them as you, but whenever we played, he's solid in their batting. And they look quite strong with the batting, to be honest. You thought they might have got weaker, and maybe they have. You're right. I mean, Conway is out of form. I think I expected more from Rachin Ravindra, but it's only been 3 innings. He could still have a blinder, but maybe the series is gone when he has a blinder.
Yeah, well, I don't have too much of a problem with Ravindra. I mean, he's been in decent form for a long time, but it's these guys who have been completely out of form for a really long time, and
well, yeah,
and the other thing too is for the paying public. To see these guys come out and just get turned over, on a regular basis, and I don't buy into the thing about because they won in India, completely different situation.
Yeah, totally different place to go. But I mean, that is a feat.
It's a very tough place to go.
It's a really tough place to go. I mean, that's an incredible feat that they actually did do, because I mean, England were the last team to win there. That was in 2011. And they only lost about 5 tests in the intervening time. Something's twinking.
Yeah, I'm not taking anything away from the achievement of winning 3-0, but what I'm saying is that the guys that won us those matches are not playing. Santner's not playing. Ajaz Patel's not playing. Will Young's not playing.
Yeah,
so
that is an odd one.
They took a gamble.
Fair enough. I suppose that is fair enough. I
can tell you one jingle you can play, Bear.
Yeah, I've been seeing that.
Chat jingle.
Yeah, I'm going to play this one.
The Super Chat. super chat from a huge YouTube hero. They're awesome and smart and they're playing their part. Super chat, super chat, super chat.
Another one as well in a minute.
Well, that's to cover them all.
Well, all right. Well, the first is Muttley. Thank you, Mutters. That deserves a super chat. He says, "Well done, Atkinson." Mark Arnold. Both of these 10 English pounds. Thank you. Biscuit money to have with your tea or coffee on these late nights. That is also very kind. Let me just catch up on a few other messages while I'm at it. Easy Ollie says, Jamar says, love what Australia did yesterday. Easy Ollie says, Bish does maths, Bear doesn't maths. Okay. Ravi Nasijan, GPL means, I'm not quite sure, Grand Parla in Hindi. Don't quite understand that.
Well, it doesn't. It means the Guerrilla Prediction League in English.
Say 3 for 13 off 8.4. Is he the 13er run total for the current spell? Not sure about that. If Zach can't get a score from here, there's no hope, says Dara Azizi. Southey needs to announce his retirement this evening, says Carl Herbert. Well, there you go, Andy. That's calling it.
Think he will. You? I think he's going to be forced to do it, just like they did with Neil Wagner. Just say, sorry, mate, you're not playing well enough. You're out.
Yeah, I mean, who would you? If you're saying who are the people to come off the ranks? I mean, I guess Will Young comes in for one of those at the top. That's an easy. I mean, I don't really. To be fair, I don't really rate Will Young myself. It's completely different because when I've seen him, he's not really done a lot for New Zealand. But anyway, you might go for him. He did have a good series in India, to be fair.
Yeah, but we've got players in domestic cricket in really good form. Like there's a guy averaging 72 from his first 11 first-class games at the moment. You know, and he's in really good form this season. I just want to try someone. I'm so tired playing. I mean, look at Bethel. Look at, Brooke. I mean, just try these guys. Give them a chance.
Yeah, we can feel your frustration at the moment, and particularly after. I understand. I take the Bears' point. It's different in India, but at the same time, just a phenomenal performance. Not many no team had won a series there since 2012 when England did it, and no team, certainly not with a clean sweep. So to go from that to this is a bit.
So I mean that's what sold, isn't it? I mean that performance in India is what sold out. Whatever it was, where the first game was, Christchurch. That was a sellout test because the home nation was proud of its side. Okay, they've been brought down a peg or two, but I mean, it certainly did something. It was an achievement.
Sure was. Plenty of other people, by the way. A Mr. D Handjob of Melbourne has joined us. He said, I picked a good time to tune in. Dara Azizi said, I did something about Darren Stevens, but Richard Peel says, me too, Mog. I turned in literally to hear the Bears screaming for the first of the hat-trick wickets. Mayank says, don't celebrate so much yet. England could be all out for 50 and lose this by stumps. That's a very negative view, but you do never know. All stranger things have happened. MK Day says, I personally hope Pope moves back to number 3 because I have a personal jingle for him, which is to the tune of Give Me Hope, Joanna. I think we've used that for someone else, haven't we?
Don't know.
I've got a feeling we have. MKD also says Ollie Pope starts batting, Ollie Pope starts batting, Ollie Pope starts batting when Zach Crawley is done. Oh, I get that. Another super chat. Do you want to do another jingle?
Go on then.
It's short and sweet.
YouTube comments were not getting a mention. Too many lonely folks needing some attention. You post your super chat and then you pay the price.
It's Richard Milgate saying, Buenas noches, gorillas. Mr. Handjob says, haven't New Zealand been on quite a bit of the decline over the past couple of years? That India series is a bit of a black swan event. That pretty much just gets us up to date on YouTube. I shall go and have a quick perusal of Blue Sky, and I think there is something going down there. Yeah, back to a chemistry and Dara's easy.
Can you grab me another beer?
Tony at CSG, giving myself a hernia, laughing at Guerrilla Cricket's viewer publishing a chemistry book, read out in the verifying, very long and technical title. Tony Bishop says, "Fuck me if you're looking for a stocking filler." Well, fair enough. Obviously, Tony's sticking together there. Mad old bat. Hello from a wet and increasingly windy Brandon village. Have moved wheelie bins, etc., to safer ground. Probably wise, Hattie, and I hope you're going to be all okay there. Watford's game's off tomorrow. In fact, all games in Wales are off tomorrow. We're expecting high winds and a battering. Back to you two. I need to
just
my feet for a minute.
One very, very interesting question here is whether they will give Tim Southey the new ball. There's been a lot of chat in various fans groups and stuff. Also with New Zealand radio commentators and that sort of thing, just saying Will O'Rourke is completely wasted bowling at second change. So
it's very true. I thought he was the pick of the bowlers in the first innings. He's quick, he's aggressive, he's got good height.
Yeah.
I mean, he goes for a few, but then fast bowlers generally do. But they also get you wickets.
Yeah,
well,
so
I'm
not expecting a change, but there's a pretty strong case to say that Southey shouldn't open the bowling.
Yeah.
And
I'd say that is true. Although, I mean, Crawley's a bit of a walking wicket at the moment. Lovely. Thank you very much, Jason.
My hometown.
I know, I ran out of nickel. I did all that last night. Say again, sorry?
My hometown's looking pretty nice today.
Your home county?
No, town.
No,
Are you from
hometown.
Wellington?
Oh,
Are you
right.
from Wellington?
Yeah.
Oh, well, there you go. It looks beautiful.
Oh, it does.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
there's an expression in New Zealand or in Wellington. You can't beat Wellington on a good day. Looks like we've got one of those today.
well, yeah. Let's have some jingles for the openers. We got this man.
Zach Crawley was a cricket player, a damn good cricket player. But he was moved from the middle order to open the batting. Now, trapped in the English professional cricket circuit, Zach Crawley must fight to survive.
Well, you got your wish, Andy.
It's only a whimsical notion to fly with Tim Southey to tonight. I probably won't fly with Tim Southey.
Maybe Southey will do for you what Gats Atkinson did just for me when I wasn't bagging him, but he'd been quite quiet. He had a game. Well, there you go. First ball, pasty. Long half volley, swing away, right into the arc. Just, that's the place to get Zach Crawley off the mark. A long half volley outside his off stump. He does like a drive, and it's
similar to the first ball of the Ashes.
Yeah. Swung a bit,
but it's just it's lack of pace.
Yeah.
Southey's just got no pace anymore.
No, exactly.
I don't know what the speed on that one was, but it was just a gift.
Yeah, that was the same with Jimmy at the end. They'd still got all the craft, but it's just too slow. That's driven, same place, same result. It's going to be 4 more runs.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
I do feel a bit sorry for Southey though. He's just really lost his way ever since he took the captaincy. Really, actually. I know he gave it up because.
Is it also partly losing his mucker in Trent Bolt? I mean, for years and years they were an item. They were Laurel and Hardy or Simon and Garfunkel.
Well, Jimmy Anderson did it
together, didn't they?
Well, Jimmy did all right for a while after Broad quit. The first couple of series, but I mean, Jimmy in the Ashes was pretty toothless, wasn't he? And I was expecting him to cause a load of trouble for the Australians in the Ashes. And what was it? Was it last year? Or was the year before? 23, wasn't it? But yeah, from that series onwards, he just looked a little bit toothless, and it was weird because he didn't quite know where it had gone. He still had it moving, and but he just didn't see the balls that used to get edges just kept missing, and it was almost like luck had turned against him. Southey is in full, driven by Crawley. Can't beat mid-on, and there is no run. I presume
8 off 4 balls is a pretty rapid start to an innings.
Yeah, I presume Matt Henry will open at the other end. Are you all right with him, Andy?
Oh, for sure. I mean, Henry's fantastic, isn't he? I mean, it's just he's world class now, isn't he? I mean, certainly in the last few years.
Yeah, he's got a very strong action. Bowls at a decent pace. That's a good leave actually from Crawley. Thought about playing it and pulled his bat over the top of it. Through the keeper, no run, one overdone. No, not one overdone. There's still one ball left.
There is, you're right.
How old is Tim Southey now? He can't be that old, surely. I mean, 34.
I think he's 34.
Yeah.
I mean, he started when he was 18. I'm pretty sure he's 34.
I mean, theoretically, if he kept himself fit, he should have a few years. He could have a couple of years left if he. It's just the pace, isn't it? And it's out there again this time.
35. He's nearly 36.
Okay.
35 going on 36.
Okay. Crawley has a drive at that, but mistimes that one. It goes to cover instead, and there is no run. It does end the first over, 8 for none. England lead by 163. Over to you, Tony.
Yes, Mr. Handjob says, haven't New Zealand been on... Oh, a bit of climb. I've read that one, haven't I? Ashley Greerton says that New Zealand performance was despicable. I think Richard Hasley just eye-rolled. Well, he's obviously with you there, Andy. Muttley says he's next Wanganui boy. Mr. Handjob is suggesting can Saudi retire mid-over. Ashley Greerton says, I miss my hometown, Wellywood. Currently living the dream in Melbourne. I wish our boys were doing better. Is it really a Wellywood? It's like Hollywood or Bollywood or Dollywood.
Nonsense Kiwi thing to do with Lord of the Rings.
Oh, right.
Just dropped into leg side by Duckett. I think he's going to get a run off of that. Did it come off of him, a glove or something? Yes, it did. And he gets himself off the mark. Just dropped on the leg side and they went through for the quick single.
They had the world premiere in Wellington, so that's where that came from.
Oh, right, okay. It was all filmed South Island. It was all filmed South Island, though, wasn't it?
A bit of everything. My brother worked on it for 9 months, actually.
But didn't everyone in New Zealand? We talked about this before, haven't we? Then pretty much everyone in New Zealand worked on it at some point. Good set of movies, you know.
Oh, hello. Oh, definitely hello.
What? Hold on. Matt Henry's here. Is that out? It is out. Oh my word. Wow. Crawley has creamed that straight at mid-wicket. It's a lovely shot, except for it was aerial. Someone has plucked it out of the air. I didn't see who quite plucked it out of the air, but Crawley's pissed off with himself. I'm not surprised. I mean, it was there to be hit. And unfortunately, he's just clipped it straight to mid-wicket. Hit it quite well as well. It's Conway. Yeah, it's Conway there. And England do lose their first wicket. Well, it's you know.
Crawley's average in New Zealand is going to stay below 10, isn't it?
Well, yeah. He's not had a great series.
The crowd says. The crowd says. The crowd says.
I don't think he can believe that. I mean, it was there to be hit really quite nicely, and he did hit it reasonably okay. Just he couldn't keep. You've got to keep it down, really. Otherwise, you are putting yourself in jeopardy. They do have a mid-wicket, and it's gone straight to him. But I see what you're saying, by the way, Tone. It's one of these.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
Thanks, our friend Dara Zizi, who's generously donated $20 US, which is very kind indeed. This is all down to great commentary. Come on, England. Well, thank you very much, Dara. Hugely appreciated.
Very much appreciated. Thank you.
What did you guys make of Bethel getting elevated to a central contract? One good knock.
I think they see a lot of promise in him. I think, remember, he was showing promise in the white ball cricket as well as Test cricket, and I think this England management team back not necessarily domestic county form, they back potential, and they feel he's got it in him, and I think I'll need to hold the thought. But I just wanted to add
well, his first ball, he's got an inside edge, and it's gone out into the leg side. I thought it was a bit scratchy there. Duckett was halfway down the track and then had to go back. Henry fielded off his own bowling.
the other thought I was just going to add, Andy,
Really run him out,
and
is
I
that
think
right?
it'll be the same for all countries, is that if you see you've got a young talent, you want to protect it and get it contracted quickly, because the demands from the various franchises around the world mean you've got to protect your ability to bring that talent on.
Indeed. Next ball, Bethel lets that through to the keeper and there's no run. It's kind of set up for him as well, isn't it? I mean, this is the perfect innings for this Bazball side. They can just come out and throw the bat, really, and get 200, and they'll be 375 ahead, which is suspect to be enough.
That means as well that, you know, your management, team management will be more pushed into backing their hunches, because if they leave it too long, having a look, then that player may... Oh, wait.
That's a nice shot, played off, standing up, upright, punches it through the offside. I think there's a half stop by the man at point, but Bethel gets himself off the mark.
That player may decide that the grass is greener, so you need to have him locked down in a way.
Oh, this is the problem, isn't it? It's franchise cricket is the killer here. So many opportunities for someone like Bethel. And you don't want, if you want him to be a test player, you've got to a certain degree, you've got to bring him into the fold. You know, I do see the argument that people are putting forward about. I think it's a kind of specific case with Brendan McCullum and Stokes, though, with England at the moment. That's prodded at by Duckett. Horrible shot outside his off stump. Fortunately, he doesn't get anything on it. Goes through the keeper and there's no run. You know, this is a very particular approach, I think, by Baz and Stokesy. They kind of make a point of playing outside the rules to a certain degree, and it probably does put the backs up of a few stalwart pros who think they got a chance in the county championship, and they're being overlooked a bit. But they want to play in a certain way. I don't know if it'll always be like this with England. I mean, I think it's kind of a template, but you've got to have the chemistry at the top between the manager and the captain to allow this to happen. And I think with Stokes and Baz, you've kind of got that. I think, can you imagine if Stokes was captain and what's his name, Silverwood was still in charge of England? It would be it would be like, I don't know if this would happen. That's played to gully and there is no run. So again, Andy.
Oh, sorry, I'm just taking over now, aren't you?
You are.
Oh, you are. Sorry. Yes, go for it.
And whoever is on social next, I can tell you, you probably want to start with Ashley Greerton. Oh no, past Ashley Greerton, and
it's Mog.
Dara's will be on the way.
All right, Mog.
Fantastic.
What up, bitches?
Yeah, what up, bro?
Here is Southey coming around the wicket this time to Bethel, and he just plays that one just behind the square leg umpire. Plays a single.
I thought he got that off the face of the bat. Was I wrong? If he didn't, it's quite a good shout. Yeah, they are going to go for it. But I thought he played that into the leg side. But maybe I'm completely wrong. But I thought he kind of just worked it into the leg side, or certainly there was a bit of bat involved.
But this be the turning of the tide for Tim South.
Well, I have reviewed it. We'll give it a little.
Better out than in, better in than out. Ah! Better out than in, better in than out. In, out, shake it all about.
Yeah, it's a massive inside edge, isn't it? There, yeah.
Take the splinter out of the ball.
Yeah, exactly. That's a lost review. Massive inside edge. I thought it had gone off the face square, actually, so... oh well.
Shocking review from New Zealand.
You're already on a down on New Zealand today, Andy.
Didn't they have a really good one yesterday, though?
Surely someone knew that he hit that.
It does happen. You miss it in the moment.
Here's Southey again. Well, it's a Duckett this time. And Duckett has a flash outside off stump. Looking to cut that one away through to Blundell. There's no run. 11 for 1 as a score. Of course, the man out, Crawley.
He's a bit of a walking wicket at the moment anyway. We can discount him. I think this lead is, not 120 runs. I know it gets to 300 here, and I think it would be a tough ask. I can see this. I can see Australia trying to have to hunt down 400 or something in the final innings.
Australia.
Duckett driving into the covers, and it's fielded there by Williamson. There's no run.
Australia recovered well yesterday, didn't they? I mean, I remember the last time I saw the score, they were India was something 67 or 68 for one, all out for 180. Australia, what, 80? Is it 86 for one? Australia, something like that.
I think Marnus even made it through to the end of the day.
Yeah, I believe so, and I can't stand
What a
Marnus.
fucking disgrace.
Yeah, I don't like Marnus.
Nobody does.
Southey round the wicket, this time to Duckett, and that's played away behind point. There's a sweeper out there already. Ravindra does the fielding, and it'll just be one.
They managed to slow them down after that first over. Southey went for, 10-8 in the first over. Quietened it down this one. See if
12 for one. Score.
I mean,
South bowling from Adelaide Road end of Basin Reserve. There's a bit of cloud sweeps over the ground. There's Southey, last ball of the over. And it's played into the gully by Bethel, and there's no run. So 3 overs gone. England are 12 for one.
Give some socials, Mog.
In something that's probably not quite as timely anymore, Easy Ollie says, not Southey's fault that Crawley's the greatest of all time. Yep, that paid out quite nicely. Muttley says, Wanganui, aka Wanga Vegas, or Wanganui, I have a Fanganui, how do you pronounce it? Mr. Rollight says, I've been to Dollywood. I remember there being a lot of vomit and broken glass.
Who? Well, in Dollywood, I thought that was all quite sane.
Not when he went there.
No,
maybe it was all his vomit and his broken glass.
Wow, maybe. Bar brawls, Dollywood.
Beginning a new over, and Bethel this time is just defending that into the covers, where Williamson does the fielding. There's no run. So let's start here from Henry. Just conceded the 2 so far. 1 wicket. Be a little bit unfortunate. A little bit fortunate, but the wicket nonetheless. But the scoreboard, as we always say.
Yeah.
Here he is again, Henry, steaming in over the wicket, and Bethel has a Duckett has a wild swing at that, lofts it over mid-off, and it's going to run almost to the boundary at long off. Will Young has a substitute fielder on there, restricts scoring 2-3. A heave there from Duckett.
I thought he got it better than that, but it was clothed a little bit, wasn't it? Bat turned in his hand. Good bit of fielding.
Probably should go upstairs to check just in case.
No.
Slow it all down.
Yeah. Everyone's back on the over 8 ramble, aren't they? In this series.
This time Bethel's working that one down the ground. He's timed it nicely, beats mid on. And I think that's going to run all the way for 4. So he's just leant on that one, timed it beautifully, and Bethel picked up his first boundary. He moves on to 6.
That's a lovely little clip. And you look at a shot like that and you think, yeah, that's why they've kind of looked at him, haven't they? It's a nice easy push. Left-handers can look so elegant when they're in form.
As Henry round the wicket this time to Bethel, and he's defending into the gully. There's no run there. 19 for 1 is the score.
We're looking at Crawley's dismissals in New Zealand. A lot of edges through to the keeper, funny enough. Well, that is Crawley for you all over.
Oh, that's a short delivery, and Bethel sways out of the way of it. Played it well, threw a blundle behind the stumps.
I was going to ask you, going back to the players who have replaced the batting failures in New Zealand. So you've got Will Young coming back. You've got that guy who said he's averaging 70. That's 2. Is there anyone else you would have in there?
One's pulled nicely by Bethel. It's going to beat the sweeper on the leg side and out to the boundary for 4. So England. That is the end of the 4th over. England 23 for 1. Bethel is 10 and Duckett is 5. Yeah, I mean, look, they're probably not going to make a lot of changes, but one possibility would be to move Ravindra up the order. He's an opener at domestic level. He could potentially take Conway's place. That would allow Young to come in at 4. That could be an option. But, we just have to...
Have you got a replacement wicketkeeper?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's plenty of wicket keepers in New Zealand. Here's this next one from Southey, beginning a new over, and it's played up to mid-on. There's a guy called Hay. He seems to be quite popular at the moment. I don't know much about him, but he's certainly been given movement.
Well, yeah, you see, keepers nowadays have to be decent bats, so they all... possible replacement. I mean, not the Blundell's doing much, but he has done stuff in the past. I mean,
they're all basically batsmen who can put on a pair of gloves and stand in the one place all day.
The other problem is Glenn Phillips. Actually, he's just not in the right position at number 7. Here's Southey this time, and Duckett works it into the leg side. Southey chases through. He's shy at the stumps. Duckett's home. But yeah, Phillips is in the side as a batsman primarily. I think he should bat higher. I think 7's too low, but they seem to be obsessed with this. He's good with the tail thing, but just don't buy that. I mean, he bats 4 in T20s, he bats 6 in ODIs. Just don't understand why he can't bat a bit higher. He's a really good player, of course. But yeah, it's a few selection dilemmas for New Zealand, not least of all this man here, Southey. None for 10 so far, coming round the wicket, and Bethel is working that one away down behind square. There's in fact, just in front of square. Just sweeper out there, so it'll just be the single to Bethel. He moves on to 11, and England on to 25 for 1.
Well, at least this might, snuff out the dilemma that New Zealand may have had, that Southey said he was retiring, but if they got to the World Cup final or World Test Championship final, he would come out of retirement. That looks like that's been taken out of their hands now.
It's going to save some future embarrassment.
Yes.
Southey once more, round the wicket to Duckett this time. Just playing out to Williamson and extra cover. It's no run. So that lead of England now is 180. Very dangerous lead, you would think.
Yeah, you'd think so, wouldn't you? I mean, anything over 300 here.
Plenty of batting to come, of course.
Yep. Well, England's batting in this particular test, I mean, with Cast at 10, pretty strong.
Duckett takes strike once again to Southey, and he just has a big swing of that one, beats mid off, down to the boundary for 4. So
it's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
That was a good shot. Timed that one nicely, didn't he? That was quite disdainful, Andy. In the end. Yep. When you're right, he just doesn't have the pace anymore. It's noticeable.
Here's Southey again. Last ball of the over. This one's played to mid-on. Just have time for 1. So Bethel moves on to... Sorry, Duckett moves on to 10. And Bethel's with him on 11, and after 5 overs, England going along at 6 and over, they're 30 for 1.
Over on the YouTubes, Philip Shaw has said Gus Hat-Trickson, which I'll probably steal and use for a jingle instead. Dara Azizi says Nunes to open for England and Crawley to start up front for LFC. Is that a soccer reference?
I believe so, yeah.
Stupid game. Anchorage says, given how well Castles bowled since debut, who can you see the England bowling lineup for the Ashes 2025?
Well, I can see both Atkinson and Cass there. I see Wood going. I mean, this is it. I mean, my strategy was just to expand the squad and put anyone who bowls quick on a length and put them in the squad. So you take out these two. You would take out Jofra Archer, maybe Ollie Stone, and
Henry. And Duckett is defending this one. What's happened to Wood? Is he injured?
Yeah, he's always injured. He manages about 5 tests and a few ODIs before his next sort of, dodgy elbow or bit of a back. Yeah, I mean it is. But I mean you'd have him in the side when he's fit and firing. He can be lethal. But they just manage him for the big series, I think.
Here's the next one. Duckett and walk across his stump, tries to flick it away behind square, down towards fine leg. Doesn't make contact, but it misses the stumps through to Blundell, and there's no run.
We're off. It's Bazball is starting. I love it. I find it really entertaining in a test match. I have to say, it's
bunch of front-running bullies that you are.
Well, I just think why? Yeah, I mean, the logic. I know this fielding is different, but the logic is that if you can score 350 overs in an ODI, why shouldn't you be able to score in a test match? It's kind of
out towards the boundary by Duckett, and fielder coming around there. That's Conway, I think, and 2 more to Duckett. He moves on to 12 and score on to 32 for 1.
And it doesn't have to all be blazing boundaries, though, does it? I mean, the fact is that in ODIs, good players can always find gaps, and even in a Test match field, there's always a single somewhere or other. And so, why shouldn't you be able to work at least 5 singles in an over in a Test match? There's no reason why you shouldn't be able to if you're confident, and that leads to quick scoring.
Here's Henry again, and Duckett's playing it into the gap at mid wicket. They'll get 1. Henry's got 1 for 16, 2 balls left in this 3rd over of his. I suspect we're going to see a bowling change at the other end after this over. Don't think Southey's going to get another go. He hasn't beaten the bat once yet. So I think
he's bowling slower than Henry's slower ball at this point.
Here's Henry. And it's crashed away into the point, covered deep point. It's picked up there by Conway, so 1 more to Duckett. He moves on to Bethel. He's on to 12, and England on 34 for 1. So nice, good start here by England since the loss of that early wicket by of Duckett. Of Crawley, and going along almost 6 and over. Field already spread for New Zealand, just 1 slip in place.
And they've got a fly slip, haven't they? Virtually.
Here's Henry once again, and this one's defended to Henry on his follow through. So that is the end of Henry's over. He's got 1 for 17, and England, after 6, they are 34 for 1.
Dara Azizi says Duckett has been impressive, and Bethel has effectively been an opener in this series.
Yeah.
So maybe they should just move Bethel to open because he's doing it anyway.
Well, yeah.
Carl Herbert says Young in Blundell, Latham to 7. And Mr. Rolite clarifies, my Dollywood experience was over 30 years ago. I felt a bit out of place as my denim wasn't soaked in blood and tears. So maybe it's sanitised now.
As I suspected, you see a bowling change. It's going to be Nathan Smith replacing Southey. In his second match. He's done pretty well so far.
Has a jingle that goes like this.
batsman quaking at the crease. They feel the moment of release. Nathan Smith has got the power. He makes the sweat drip like a shower. Oh, yeah!
As this first ball is through to the wicketkeeper, to Bethel. Looking to carve that one away. And Nathan Smith, he's been around for quite a while, and as an example, I guess, of someone getting a chance. His first test match, New Zealand's tried quite a few other pace bowlers in recent years. Smith this time is the one getting a chance. It's around the wicket, and Bethel looks to pull that one away, and he does pull it away out towards the museum stand boundary. In fact, it's gone all the way for 6, so lovely shot there from Bethel.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot, just helped it around, didn't it? It was on the angle. Just helped it around, got underneath it, and gave it some. There's 2 men out for the hook though. There's one at long leg and there's one at deep square. He's got it between the two of them. Dropped in the crowd, terrible.
Here's Smith again, this time it's a fuller ball and Bethel drives it up to mid-off. There won't be a run there. Williamson does the fielding.
There's a man in a gingerbread man suit that's from what's the name, isn't it? Shrek.
Yes, I think that's, well, there's a ginger man in that, yes. Maybe it's a more local ginger man character, we don't know.
Well, possibly. The camera just picking out sounding there. I wonder if the commentators talk about the dilemma that New Zealand face.
Smith this time, and it's defended by Bethel to cover. There's no run. So England 40 for 1, that leads up to 195.
I mean, that's what the batsmen have got to think. Got to feel pretty comfortable to imagine themselves at 195 for 1. It all looks very easy, doesn't it? Even though the ball's only, 6 and a bit overs old. England racing along at over 6 and over.
Smith once more. Bethel works that one into the gully region. There won't be a run. So Bethel's 18 off 17, Duckett 13 off 17. Yes, almost 6 and over. 1 ball left in the 7th over.
No, lots of grass banks at Wellington.
Yeah, there's one very big grass bank, and then there's wooden seating as well at the lower level. This one is defended back to up to mid-on, and there's no run. So that's the end of the over. 7 overs gone, and England lead now by 40 without loss.
Richard Peel says, "It's been a long week for me. Nap time now. See you later, my loves."
Yeah, know the feeling.
Mark Zip says, "Do we think that the YouTube chat system's auto-killing chats which mention Gmail addresses? I tell you what, it doesn't like the word arsonist. Knocked me off a couple of times yesterday." And he also says, "Bear, check mail for a hat-trick jingle."
Ah. If it's ripped off from a song, it's not getting played.
I'm sure he went into the studio and meticulously crafted an entirely new and original track.
It's going to be Henry to continue. The Basin Reserve is the biggest roundabout in New Zealand. Here's Henry over the wicket to Duckett, and working that one away down towards long leg. And Binder will come round. They'll get 2. Duck it on.
And said that Canberra is Australia's biggest roundabout because nobody wants to go there, everybody goes around it.
Canberra. What is
Canberra.
it? CBT. Is it CBT? Central Business CBD, isn't it? Canberra CBD. Yeah.
No, I mean the entire town of Canberra.
Oh,
it's not a
right.
city. It's barely even a proper village.
Just full of civil servants, isn't it?
Full of cockers. Yes, those.
Duckett's just defending this one back to Henry on his follow through. No run.
Keeping people quiet at the moment. Nathan Smith signing autographs on the boundary. Matt Henry trying to get a move in the field.
And we've got a change coming up at the end of this over. There is Henry and Duckett. Oh, very accurate effort by Henry to fear on his follow through. Duckett doesn't add to his total. He remains on 15. Beckel's on 18. And fielding it from Matt Henry. Diving away to his left. Gets it cleanly in one hand. It's a short delivery and Duckett just leans under it through the bundle. Didn't really carry actually. Just quite low down in the end.
Generally, there's been good carry on this pitch though. That one was a bit tennis bally. He cut his fingers across the ball, maybe that's why. Trying to take the pace out of it. Almost like a spinner.
Two balls left in this over from Henry. And it's pulled nicely by Duckett. It's going to go out to the boundary and in fact, I think it's gone over the boundary.
It has indeed, yeah. It's one of these.
Lovely shot there from Duckett. So England not looking in any trouble whatsoever here.
No. It's looking rather easy, isn't it, at the moment? But that's what happens when you have a lead of 155 going to the second innings. You have a roll aside for, what, about 130 in the end? Just under.
48 for 1 is the score. Last ball of Henry's 4th over. Played away behind point. There's a viewer coming in from the boundary. It's Conway. And that is the end of 8 overs. So after 8 overs, England lead now by 204, they're 49 for 1, and I think we've got a commentary change. I'll be dipping out.
We do indeed. Jason is coming in to do some ball by ball. Tony should be coming back. Will isn't here. I don't know where Will is.
Do you want me to hang about till he makes an appearance?
I guess you could do. Why not?
Yeah.
Are you coming in, Jace? Yeah, here he comes. You two chat while Jace takes over from me. I'll just get this sorted.
I can do that. When was the last time hat-trick you can remember seeing in a test match? Mark?
Gus Atkinson, about half an hour ago.
Okay. I probably meant apart from that one, but...
Yes. That's a good question. Was there a South African who took one not that long ago?
Yeah, I genuinely can't remember. Zubair disappeared. Jason's coming in. So is Smith. Oh! I don't know if he got any bat on that, but just flicked around the corner. It's perilously close to a catch by Blundell.
Didn't think so.
But
Blundell doesn't look disappointed at all, so I'm guessing there is just straight off the paddle, not at all.
Everything seems all jolly and chatty between the Duckster and Nathan Smith.
I'm sure some old school commentators somewhere will be decrying the fact that they're smiling and not calling each other the most vile, base insults they can.
Yeah, that looked straight off the pitch, nothing else involved. Here comes Smith again. That's short on the offside, guided into the gully area by Bethel. Sprawling stop by the man running around. We have another look at Blundell. Let's just have a look. Oh, we're having the slow-mo now, and oh, there was a little touch on it.
Yeah, I genuinely thought he had. It looked, sometimes the naked eye is pretty accurate, and
it's gone a long way. I mean, but a keeper with better footwork might have got a bit close to that. That's rising on the off stump, and Bethel drops that down. There's no run. England are 50 for 1, lead by 205 already within the 4th session of the match. It's strange to think that, really strange to think they're so far ahead in such a short time, but it's all down to the bowling.
Well, Cass has been
and
superb. Atkinson, obviously.
Cleaning up the tail in 3 balls.
Yeah, no, that was remarkable.
Round the wicket again. That's defended into the leg side by Bethel. Thinks about a single. There's been a bit of yes, no, yes, maybe by this pair, and in the end they decide against it.
Will is apparently in the waiting room as we speak.
Yeah, I saw that.
I will get him to join so that he can come on at the end of this over. Where's that cursor? Meanwhile, I am going to belay that for a second. Just moves away slightly from Smith. Bethel plays it watchfully to point. And there's still no run. One more ball in the over. Let's see if I can get Will in between. Yep, there we go. So
you must have caught up on the fact that apparently the lack of hat-trick jingles has been addressed. Well, was that? Have we caught up on that one?
Marked it.
Yeah.
Yes, we did those ones. Anything after that, I think we need to do.
Perfect.
Swinging slightly, driven into the covers, well fielded at the cover. That's the end of the over. 1 after 9, lead by 205. Welcome, Will.
Hello, Will. Is it me on social? I think it is.
Yes, it is.
Taking his leave for now. Mark Zip says Bear. Oh, check them over. I did that one, didn't I? Evening all, says Ben McCormick. Cracking start to the day. Bear's looking more refreshed than usual. It's probably the adrenaline still coursing through him after his battles with EE. Parabad Shah. Several innocuous comments of mine have disappeared on YouTube before, and it seems incredibly tetchy. It's very short, says Mark Zip. I don't know what he's referring to. Oh, the jingle. Probably short enough to work. Shorter even than the last set I sent, which are getting by okay.
We're going to have another change of bowling. It's going to be the tall, lanky, born in Surrey, Will O'Rourke. Comes in.
On Thames, Jace.
And that's lifting outside off stump and Duckett. The bat, which we don't say very often for Ben Duckett. And lets the ball go through comfortably to the keeper. And here's his jingle now for Mr. O'Rourke.
He'll never make 95, probably never 50, because Will O'Rourke is about bowling and the batting, but he's good at that, good enough to get your wicket, good enough to drive you crazy when you get out.
Here's it again, round the wicket, chopped down by Duckett, trying to beat the man at gully, but he can't, and that's fielded nicely. I think I did O'Rourke a bit of a disservice in that previous ball. It was actually moved away quite substantially, and I think Duckett definitely played that rather than actually leaving the ball. I think it was a play and miss rather than a leave.
Apparently he only leaves about 7% of balls, which is more than I thought it was, to be honest.
Duckett? Yeah.
Yeah.
O'Rourke
must have doubled that in the first innings.
Full and played without really much footwork by Duckett. Back to the bowler, and there is no run. England are 50 for 1. And yeah, I think this is an interesting move. O'Rourke will get bounce. Duckett's quite a short, stocky man. He could quite well find that he can't get over the ball and have an uncontrolled shot into the waiting piranhas like on the boundary. Anyway, here's O'Rourke, and there's an attempt to play some dill scoop. Gets outside the line of it, can't get back on it, goes through to Blundell, and there is no run.
It's a worrying shot. It always freaks me out. Nobody plays that in a calm way.
One wonders why he feels the need to do it when he's 23 off 28 balls.
Yeah.
And going on quite nicely, and there's plenty of wide open spaces at the moment. 2 slips for O'Rourke. That's short, and that's flogged into the offside, but he doesn't really time it at all, Duckett. Just dribbles out past the forward sign, and they jog a single.
And they're off the Bundesliga. 50+1.
Oh, not quite sure.
Yeah, we don't get the reference, I'm sorry.
That went over my head, I'm afraid.
Oh. In the Bundesliga, you're only allowed. There's the 50+1 rule, so that.
Oh, for ownership.
Thing.
For ownership.
Yeah.
Ah.
So in my head, since I was about 14, that's what I've thought of.
Oh, and that lifts and goes past the outside edge fairly sharply, but Bethel doesn't quite get enough of an edge on that, and that's through to the keeper. That's the end of the over.
Right, well, Mark Dara says, can we please give credit to England for cleaning up the tail? I think we have, Dara. They were fantastic, and obviously it was Atkinson's hat-trick that did it. Quite extraordinary. Stuart McFarlane, this is the perfect scenario for England now. An average ODI score of 260 to 270, well within the power of a lot of players in the team, and they could have too much on the board in 50 overs. Yep. That is true. They're definitely in the box seat the way things are at the moment. AJ says something about, thanks Stu, my stepsister married a McFarlane. Okay, that's a chat between Stuart and AJ, but I'm delighted they're getting on well.
Here comes Smith, round the wicket, slow ball by Smith, and that's just dropped by Duckett. Calls Bethel through. There's an easy single into the offside there. England leading by 207 already. Going on quite smartly, just about 5 runs and over now, which is pretty much their standard Bazball rate that they wish to score at.
Yeah. How long do you reckon they want to stay out there in an ideal world?
Smith, that's attacking the stumps, well fielded by Smith on his follow through. And it gives a quick shy at the stumps. Bethel has to do a quick turn and dive back towards the crease, but the throw is high and wide, and he's safe in any regard. That's nicely fielded. I think if he was going to run him out, he had to throw it with his left hand. The time it took to transfer the ball to his right hand and give Bethel enough time to turn and make his ground. But he'll know better. But still, sharp piece of work by the journeyman cricketer.
Thinking.
That's edged and through second slip, and that's scurried away to the boundary. That's 4 lucky runs for Bethel.
1, 2, 3, 4.
He wasn't in control of that. That was a bit away from the body. Yep, and it bounced a bit, but it didn't quite didn't quite carry to second slip. It was just short enough and just wide enough. And second slip, to be fair, didn't exactly react quickly either. So, well bowled, Nathan Smith.
Yeah.
And very lucky Jacob
unfair.
Bethel at the moment.
Yeah.
Anyway, Smith in again. That's another teaser and tempter just outside off stump. and Bethel thinks better than from the previous ball and covers everything up there. Plays it with a textbook MCC manual defensive shot. He's on 22 off 27, and these two are pretty much going at neck and neck since we had the dismissal of Crawley, who played a shot quite nicely but didn't manage to keep it down. That's angling in and come on further in with the seam. Bethel stands tall and plays that under his eyes, and that is no run. Looks like a lovely day in Wellington. Blue skies, nice fluffy clouds, nice little breeze, maybe a bit more of a breeze than perhaps you'd really want, but looking like a fantastic day in New Zealand. Can it be a really good day for England? And oh, that's slightly short, and Bethel has climbed into that. That's gone through square leg, over the boundary for one of these.
Smack it in the air, beyond the boundary. Smack it in the air.
It's the moment the ball is just slightly short, Bethel is ready and waiting to absolutely pulverise that to the boundary. Right, Tony.
Sorry, I was just sorting out some rotor issues. I'll tell you, we've lost Aaron. He's sick with a fever, so I was just trying to line up some help for you for the next two sessions after lunch. In the meantime, let me see. We're pretty much up to date actually on YouTube.
Should we remind you that the GPL is still in play for another 25 odd minutes. Go to guerrillacricket.com/competitions. Sign up if you haven't, and then guesstimate the number of runs that were scored in the day. And if you get it on the nose, you'll get at least a share of the pot, and probably the pot outright.
That was some shot from Bethel. Who just
so good.
Look at that again, Duckett. He's got such a cheeky little grin under his helmet, hasn't he, Duckett? When he clearly enjoyed it. I think you missed a ball there, Jace. It was just a.
I thought that was a replay. I've done a Tony.
No. You've done a bit of a Tony. You did miss one. Yeah.
Anyway, here comes O'Rourke. Second ball of the over. That's full and angling into the off stump, driven through square leg along the floor, and the single is taken. Bethel moves to 29.
According to Oxymoronica on Twitter, England are playing boss ball.
Boss ball.
They do rather seem to be at the moment. It must be said.
Well, really I don't think they've lost a session yet in this match.
I mean, they have certainly won this session, whatever happens.
O'Rourke, straight, full, attacking off stump, lifting, defended by Duckett, and you can't say that very often. 90 miles an hour as well, 145 k's for the ball. So O'Rourke is definitely getting the speed gun up in the high range. As we watch a couple of bananas watching from a very fine third man.
What does go through your head when you suddenly, I'll just hold the thought.
Short, pulled, but not in control by Duckett, and that's flown over the keeper. Is that gone all the way, or is that one bounce? It's gone to the boundary, but is it gone directly to the boundary?
I think that was a one bounce for, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. It's that bounce again. That's what
wasn't in control of, was he?
That's the plan for O'Rourke to bowl to Duckett, and that is just short of the boundary.
I was going to say, what do you do? You suddenly ring your mate up in the morning and say, fancy going to the cricket today, but I'll tell you what, let's just dress as a couple of bananas. It's weird. It's fun, but it's weird.
O'Rourke again, and the dancing feet of Duckett have gone away to leg side, and he's flashed that through the gully area, along the floor to be fair, and that's fielded by the boundary rider, which I think is Ravindra.
Particularly when it's not kind of, you know, if it's Saturday at Edgbaston or Headingley or something, that you kind of go, oh, alright, you're in the Hollies, you'll be hammered by 10 o'clock, doesn't matter, everyone else is doing it.
He's got his dancing shoes on again, Ben Duckett.
Hasn't he just?
He's taken them off for a while, but they're back on now. It's a good response by O'Rourke. That's Fuller and Duckett is actually, Bethel is playing and missing in that, and it goes through to Blundell. England 69 for 1 after 12 overs, and Bethel on 29 and Duckett on 31. Tony?
We are, I'm happy to say, I think pretty much fully up to date, which just gives us an opportunity to say, if you can possibly help us out on Patreon, please do. Just go to GorillaCricket.com or patreon.com/GorillaCricket. There's all kinds of different levels, where ranging from just our undying gratitude to up to sponsoring the show, even getting your company mentioned. We have levels which
you've got some
come and see us in the studio.
I was going to say, you've got some media savvy names for these tiers, like Studio Superstar.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Which I remember coming up with, but a bit like my rotors. Although I come up with them, it doesn't mean I remember them.
Okay, here comes Smith starting the next over, and it's just outside of stump, and Duckett just drops the bat on that and pushes it back to Smith, who fields in his follow through.
Yeah, we've got plenty of people watching, but our friend Styler Boy is saying, up the likes. Yep, smash the like button. Smash away to your heart's content.
Subscribe to the channel, all these good things.
Like, subscribe, tell your friends, everything you can.
And that's floated up outside off stump by Smith. Duckett square drives it to Ravindra on the boundary. Gets a single for his efforts. And then going to move to 70 for 1, leading by 225.
Follow us on Instagram, TikTok, and OnlyFans.
Oh, well, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure anyone wants to see our OnlyFans.
Maybe Crack the Bear's got an
not.
OnlyFan account of its own, along with the porn bot. Maybe they'd do a double act on OnlyFans. No,
that'll start the porn bot off.
Yeah. That's a scary, scary thought.
Nice shots, but for no runs by Bethel, who plays a sort of shot on the walk towards a wide mid-off, and mid-off fields that and hurls that back to the keeper. It's very interesting when you look at the ground from the low angle. It looks like it's in a green leafy sort of very green and very leafy area. When you look at it from the high angle in Wellington, it's like an oval. It's a city oval in the middle of a huge city.
Well, it's in the middle of a roundabout for a start.
And that's off the inside edge by Bethel, round the corner to fine leg. Easy single, because when you're 220 runs ahead already, you didn't have to spread the field somewhat to stop you getting even further ahead.
I was talking to my beloved about moving to New Zealand, and she was like, oh, you know, the quality of life is so great and all that sort of thing. And I was like, and the cricket grounds are bloody beautiful as well.
I like your sense of priorities.
Short hits, but without any control into the gully point area, and they scamper a quick single. There's a throw at the bowler's end by Phillips coming around, but he does hit the stumps, and it makes the ground in some comfort. As we see a dinosaur.
Oh, no, we got a dinosaur now.
A blow-up dinosaur, of all things. I thought the blow-up gingerbread man must have been very hot.
It'll be a real one, Jace. Mind you might see a few of them and the commentary team.
And Bethel plays it under his eyes, off the back foot, punching it through to cover. Fielded nicely. That's the end of the over. England 72 for 1.
Right. Well, you mentioned the words media savvy a couple of minutes ago. So here is an opportunity to promote something. If you are looking for the perfect Christmas gift for your loved one, maybe your beloved grandmother or your auntie, there is a new Disinterested Handjob album called Nasty Volume, which has Mongo, you'll have to tell us if it's just about to be released or has been released, but look out for that Nasty Volume by Disinterested Handjob. It's a must for every record collector, I would suggest. Pirate Badshah, given the time, I'd imagine most of the Gorilla audience are in their pyjamas. The question is, are they also bananas in pyjamas? Very good.
We have a change of bowling. It's Tim Southey who comes in for a new spell, and the first ball is climbing and takes Duckett on the guard or on the glove and goes straight through past Blundell to the boundary for 4 runs, I do believe. Yep, that's gone off the shoulder, and Blundell has done his best, but he can't get a hand up in time. 4 fortunate runs.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Definitely a bit of lift there from Southey as he comes in. That one's swinging in, then cutting away. That's a pretty good ball. Duckett sort of prods at the ball, but doesn't get an edge. In fact, doesn't really get that close to it. They missed by a good 2-3 inches. He's played the line of the ball as it was swinging in, rather than the line of the ball as it pitched. Good couple of balls to start up for Southey. After being
a bit more pep and life to them, wasn't there?
Yeah.
And another good ball that's off the inside edge. Not really where Duckett wanted to play the ball, but he's got a single for his efforts into the wide open leg side. Obviously the very, very blue harbour. I mean, that's almost Caribbean blue. What do you think, Tony? Will?
I just want to move there.
Actually,
it does look inviting. I imagine it's absolutely freezing though. That's full and aimed at the stumps and driven without really any intent by Bethel. Back to mid-on, and there is no run.
I mean, I actually have dreams about sort of having kids and them ending up playing for New Zealand.
I would love to go there and watch some games, because I think they've got some of the prettiest grounds in the world. Here comes South again. That's guided into gully. Phillips does a good job in scrambling and stopping the ball. Bethel can't get off strike. He's an all-action cricketer, Phillips. He's always involved. No, he's a little dynamite, little live wire.
He's one of those amazing people that, as Stokes is like that as well. He just sort of makes himself part of the game just to keep his head in it, and like, it's amazing.
And that's driven beautifully by Bethel. That's not the place to play to Bethel. He's very good straight. And that's just punched back past the umpire and the batsman at the bowler's end, all along the floor to the groundary. Beautiful compact shot.
It was indeed. Diana, is that the end of the over?
I think so.
Yes, it was.
Yes.
Diana Patterson says, I'm certain that if this was a YouTube channel, this YouTube channel did trains, you'd have 500,000 subscribers. But press like anyway. Mr. Rolllight, I mean, name the other 6, obviously. Ah, yes, this was interesting. He asked a really interesting question, which I will ask you two chaps. There have been 8 Test hat-tricks for England since 1995. For 1 point, which bowler got 2 of them? And for another point, name the other 7. So we'll come back to you on that. But have a think about that. 8. I'm surprised there's as many as 8. 8 hat-tricks since 1995 for England.
Yep.
Who took them and who got 2 of them?
Well, 1995 was Dominic Cork.
Ah, yep.
98.
The last one before
Atkinson,
this one was Moeen Ali.
Who might be the person who's got 2 of them, although the other person I'm thinking of, it might be Stuart Broad.
I think Broad got 2. I know Jimmy hasn't had any.
O'Rourke, short, and Duckett ducks. Don't have to duck very far for the ball to go over his body to the keeper. Darren Gough got one in 1998 in Australia.
Memory. Dara Aziz's offering Andrew Flintoff. Did he take one?
I don't think he did.
He didn't. He very nearly did in the 2005 Ashes and again in the 2009 Ashes.
O'Rourke is another short ball, and again, Diddy Duckett ducks. Danger.
Duckett ducks. Diddy Duckett ducks.
Did he?
He did.
Right.
I'm wondering if this is going to be a change of plan, and they're going to have 10 minutes of concerted short pitch bowling just before lunch, and then he can go and have a rest and a rub down with the Sporting Life.
Does it count as short?
Discomforts Duckett a little bit. Sort of, well, describe it as crotch level. And he plays that with some awkwardness into the gully area.
Ooh, I've thought of one.
Yes, that's a stretch.
Guard, I seem to recall, got one.
He did in
excellent shout.
West Indies 2004.
I think it was the West Indies. I can't remember what year, but it certainly sounds about right. I could look it up, but I won't right now because that would be cheating.
And has that short ball again, and Duckett moves away and uppercuts that toward the fly first slip on the boundary, and but it's wide of him, and he gets a single. England 82 for 1 as he looked to close out the session without losing any further wickets. Tell us how we're doing.
I'm sure Broad is one of them.
I think Broad got the 2.
Oh, and that's an absolute Jaff snorter of a bouncer to Bethel, who does very well to bend his back backwards and get underneath the ball rising at his throat.
Sort of limbos under it, doesn't he? Incredible.
It's a very well directed bumper, and it's very well played, in fact. Sways out the way and just lets the gravity take control.
It was a real limbo sway, wasn't it?
It's a live limbo.
I mean, he is from the Caribbean.
Short again from O'Rourke. This is definitely a plan, and that's wide outside off stump, and Bethel ignores it. There are what? Is there time
lunch
for another over? That might be lunch.
I think they're walking.
Oh no, that's lunch.
They are walking for lunch. So England have finished on, I think it's 82 for 1. If they bring the scorecard back. A very good day session so far for England.
Amazing.
They're very happy with their work. The only person I think who will be unhappy is Zach Crawley, who failed again. His miserable tour continues.
Again, he didn't get over a pull, did he? It was a great catch by Devon Conway, to be fair, diving to his left, as I recall, at kind of mid-wicket. Right, let me catch you up on some very quick messages. The score, by the way, I can tell you, is England are 82 for 1. That's a lead of 237. Do I have that right? Sounds about right, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so let me see, Mr. Rollright. We're still going on your list. We've got most of them, I think. Kieran Roseblade, I'm back listening after taking a break to watch the Late Toy Show. If you live in Ireland, you know what it is anyway. I've missed all the wickets. Oh, sorry to hear that.
God, I need to watch that. Oh,
Parabad Shah, Kieran, were you forced to watch the toy show, or was it willing masochism? Not Jeff Thomas says, just tuned in after finishing work and wondering if Crawley's 8 has improved his batting average. No, I don't think it has, but it certainly... no, I don't think it has. Disinterested Handjob was released last Sunday. Was his new album Video Nasties. If you enjoy Video Nasties, then this will probably disappoint you. If you enjoyed Video Nasties. Okay, that's not a way to sell it, but people know it's out there, Mog. Ravi Natajan, dear Mr. Electric Shock, better to move to Southern California. I don't quite know what that means. Cork mowing Broad to Gough, correct, says Mr. Rollright. So we did pretty well, actually, in the end. Dara says, is this game over? No, but England are massively on top. George Green, I love you guys. Always end up listening to you guys, and I'm going to, when I'm going to bed on my Alexa. Hang on, I think you might want to restructure that sentence. I always like listening to you guys on my Alexa when I go to bed. That's what you meant, but I know what you mean. Come on, England. Lots of love from New Zealand, the way England are playing, and I can't wait to watch the next test. No, we're with you there, George, and thanks so much for your support. It means a lot to us. Hogarth, the West Indies, yes, you're right. Kieran says, Pirate is just a chat with Pirate Badshaw. Kieran has, I've got 3 young kids, so they tried to make me watch it. This is something in Ireland I don't necessarily know about. De Freitas. Apparently we had 2 to get. Frank Rockefeller, England in the driving seat, New Zealand the passenger. Probably fair enough. Have we still got 2 more to get, apparently?
We'll come back to that after
Stuart
lunch.
Broad, we mentioned Broad, didn't we?
Yeah.
Atkinson.
Broad got the 2.
You're being cheeky. We had Moeen Ali, we had Atkinson, we've got Broad. Broad has had 2, I think.
Yeah, I think Swan must have had 1.
I think I know the other one, and I must admit I am now slightly cheating because I know everyone wants to go and have their lunch. Ryan Sidebottom.
2009 second test.
Yeah, in Hamilton. You're right. It was 2008. You're very close. Very close, Will. Excellent memory. Anyway, with that, Jace, we should let you go and put your feet up for a bit, shouldn't we? What's our entertainment?
It's the Bishop and the Bear.
Ooh,
unsurprisingly. Episode 81, which is about, I think, the Sri Lanka series.
Right then.
And we'll see you in about 30-35 minutes.
Looking forward to it.
See you in a bit.
Bye.
Bye.
This podcast is part of the Sports Social Podcast Network.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they're here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring?
Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station.
The Bishop and the Bear, bats beyond compare, buckets of savoir-faire. The Bishop and the Bear.
Welcome back again to the Bishop and Bear special one today. Is always a bit special. We've got Hendo on the bar stool of bravado. So we've got loads to chat about, which will undoubtedly include any or all of the following. Chat on the Sri Lanka series, a discussion about the crowd is only about 8,000, I think. The day 4, the pricing. News about Gus Atkinson, he's man of the match, but other news that's been appearing in the press. We've got the ODI series coming up after this next Oval Test. We've had a Kookaburra run frenzy once more in the championship, and we've had a record broken that has stood since 2 weeks after the death of Abraham Lincoln, which tickled me, and we'll probably talk about that as we go. But first of all, Hendo, what can we get you to drink?
Maybe I'll have some sort of coffee liqueur.
Ooh, a coffee liqueur. Ooh. Well, do you want to be a tad more precise on which particular type of coffee liqueur? I mean, Irish, Jamaican,
Yeah, Irish will do.
Irish. Chuck in a Jameson's, and we're off and away.
Nice.
Other Irish whiskies are available.
That's my favourite, though.
That's very nice. You do good ones here in the Bishop and Bear.
We do indeed. We aim to please in the Bishop and Bear.
And you got it together really quickly.
Well, you know.
It's a good barman. Despite the landlord, the bar service is
landlord,
excellent.
the landlord's a fucking genius. I don't know what you're on about.
Right. Okay. Right then. Well, what do we make of? We're two tests into the Sri Lanka series. Yes, England have won them both pretty convincingly. I would say it's actually been Sri Lanka have always been in the game until they weren't. What have you chaps made of it?
Well, I think they've had opportunities, but I think that's true of a lot of test matches in general. I mean, think of the times that we've said when we've been doing the Ashes, especially from Australia, and we said, well, England are in this day 3 or whatever, and then it suddenly all falls apart. I mean, obviously their biggest opportunity was when they had England 216 for 6 in the first innings. But I guess, they didn't know that Gus Atkinson was likely to come out and play like that. I mean, everyone knew that he could hold a bat, but no one knew that he could play shots quite as inventive and attractive as though it was over a sustained period. And Joe Root at the other end, but it was a really great knock, and I just think that Sri Lanka were probably as surprised as the rest of us.
It certainly surprised us. What do you make of the thought that, in a way, whilst the run rate's been healthy, England have been arguably a tad less basball-y in this series than they have been for a while, and they've gone back to not conservative and slow, but playing the circumstances of the match more than constantly trying to drive the match and thus giving away wickets.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I think they started out trying to basball it while Duckett's there and the other opener. But Dan Lawrence isn't Crawley for a start. He's probably a little bit reticent to go all out from the top. And he's done all right. He's scored a couple of 30s here and there, looked okay, and then given it away. Pope's had a pretty poor series, so they haven't been able to really get off to a start. And then immediately you're kind of thinking, and without, it's funny to think that because Stokes is in the dressing room when they're batting, but he's not out there on the pitch. And I guess that just takes the little edge off it. He's the guy driving it all the time. And I guess he has to kind of leave Pope to it because he's captain on the day. And whilst they can give him a bit of chat in the back, does he take it all on board and does he go like that? And does everyone else therefore follow Pope in the same way that they follow instructions from Stokes here? Probably not. I mean, the whole premise of this is built on Stokes driving it, Stokes being the leader, Stokes being the man who gives kind of instructions and lets them get away with it. And maybe Stokes offers them a kind of shield in a way because it's his strategy and that's how he wants them to play. And without him actually on the field, there is a slight little bit, and they change the side. The other thing is you don't have Stokes obviously at 5 and Brook at 6 and then Jamie Smith at 7. If you have that top 7, it gives you a hell of a lot more depth. You've got a complete, not novice, but you've got Dan Lawrence who averages 30. It's not an opening. And then you've got currently Jamie Smith up at 6. So you've lost a batter and you haven't got an all-rounder. And then you've got a bunch of bowlers who are all reasonably okay with a bat. And you've got 4 of them in a row. So your tail feels quite deep, but it also feels it could be fragile. So I think the balance of the team is a bit out of whack to be totally basballing, I think.
Yeah, I think it is. And, I think you miss the presence, don't you, just in the field. Pope hasn't got that yet. I mean, I'm not saying he can't have it. I mean, I don't think anyone can have the kind of presence that Stokes has. He's unique in that respect. And so it is difficult. I think the Dan Lawrence point that the Bear makes is absolutely right as well, because Dan Lawrence knows he's coming in for 3 tests and that he will probably go back to carrying the drinks again, however well he did. I mean, he would have to do exceptionally well in this series, and even then it probably wouldn't be enough to force Zach Crawley out in the short term anyway. And as you say, he's batting in an unfamiliar position. I mean, it's all right to go out there and say to him, go out and play your natural attacking game, and he is a natural attacking player, but he's not an opener. And Crawley's been given countless opportunities to fail, and I don't think Dan Lawrence has got that luxury, which makes it very much more difficult for him. I think he's batted reasonably well from what I've seen of him, but you're asking him to do an unfamiliar role, and it's very difficult.
He's done okay, but not enough to make a stamp that would make you think he really needs to be there, even when Ben Stokes and Crawley are back. That's the thing.
I think the problem with that is that there's no one that they're obviously going to leave out. I mean, the man under most pressure for his place in the batting lineup surely has to be Ollie Pope himself, and that's he's not going to be dropped right now anyway, is he? Because he's skipper. I mean, Dan Lawrence knows that, short of Zach Crawley having an extended loss of form and him doing very well in very limited opportunities, he's just in there to fill the space for now, isn't he? And against, teams that you would expect him to get a few runs against, if he's going to get runs against anyone.
I think might have been Simon Hughes, who's sort of doing his analysis of Pope and Root, actually, and the way he summarised it, and it sounds like something you've heard a million times before, but it's quite pithy. Is that Root was treating every ball as an opportunity, Pope was treating every ball as a threat, and there does seem to be that kind of sort of difference in their mentality.
Fucking bollocks! What a load of shit to come out with.
I think that's quite clever.
Not really. Look, Pope looked to drive and he looked to attack, and what fucking nonsense! I never heard such shit like that.
I don't agree with you there, Bear. I mean, I think that I would never have promoted Ollie Pope to 3 in the first place. I think that was misguided in the sense that they wanted to show long-term confidence in him by saying you've got this position, but he doesn't bat at 3 for anyone. He's really a number 5. With England, the way that England play, he's more than likely to find himself within the first couple of overs. And we saw the difference. I made this point about when he got 100 and then a 50 at Lords against, I think it was at Lords against the West Indies.
Yeah.
That the 100 was a really scrappy 100, and he was fiddling around. He was looking like a little bit like a rabbit in the headlights, although he did play some good shots. But the second innings, having got those runs under his belt, he was altogether more relaxed, and he was playing some glorious shots and kind of reminding us of why or a lot of judges compared him to Ian Bell when he first came into the team. But I think he's just being given too much responsibility. He's done too much too young. I feel like he's in a very difficult situation. I even said before this series started, when we knew that Ben Stokes wasn't going to play, that I would have moved Pope down the order, because if he's been out in the field for any length of time, he then has to come in, possibly second ball of the innings if something terrible happens, or at least early in the innings. He hasn't had time to sort of get out of captaincy mode, to think he's into batting mode. And I just think that's, this is one of the reasons, I think, wasn't it, that Root didn't want to bat 3, he wanted to bat 4, because he, especially when he was captain, because, he knew that the stress that captaincy was making on him. And even if you win the toss and you bat, for example, as someone said, you've still got to go out, put the blazer on, make a decision at the toss. You've got to think about, you've got to think about the team rather than just yourself, and getting your own game in order. So I think, that's the way I look at it from the point of Ollie Pope. I think that Ollie Pope, he will have the captaincy taken away from him because Stokes presumably will come back. I don't think Pope is the long-term answer as skipper.
I think most people, certainly Michael Vaughan, dare we even mention his name, but he's heavily backing Harry Brook as having a mentality there. But then there is a sort of the Yorkshire Union at play, amongst other things.
Well, I don't know what I mean. If Bear's talking about Simon Hughes talking nonsense, I would say that in general terms, Michael Vaughan is talking nonsense. I mean, he was unnecessarily personal about Pope, I thought.
Yes.
I mean, what was that all about? I really don't understand it. And
clicks and column inches.
Well, yeah, but I mean, he gets enough column inches, whatever he says. I mean, all the Indian websites repeat, ad infinitum, whatever he says. So it's not like he needs to make an effort in that respect. So, I just felt left a real sour taste. And I don't know about you, but I Brook possibly. I mean, I've seen he did a little bit of captaincy in the 100, didn't he? But things are completely different in Test match cricket, and I wouldn't really want to burden him with that at the moment.
Well, there's no one in that side you really want to burden with the captaincy. The only senior pro left in the side is Rooty and Stokes. So Stokes goes, is Rooty, and Rooty's Rooty's a little bit older than Stokes, not much. And maybe Stokes will have more wear and tear on his body and retire before Rooty does. But I mean, the best you can hope is that both of them play for another 4, 5, maybe 6 years. And then, well, I mean, by then, if Brook's still playing, he's 25 now, he'd be 31, he'd be a senior pro, and he'd be fine. In fact, Pope, if he's still in the side in 6 years' time or 5 years' time, you think they'd have enough experience to take it on then?
I mean, I think apart from the results, he needed to catch a break somewhere, and even his reviewing, I think it was 8 or 9 nil. I know there was another commentary service was killing themselves laughing every time he reviewed, and they clocked up, and it was like, Watford at Manchester City. There's another one went in, and it was, I think, 8 or 9 nil at one point. They're kind of against him. So even the reviewing didn't seem to work.
Yeah, but some of those were umpires called. They kept the reviews. So I mean, that's I wouldn't say that's a bad review. That's worth taking a risk on, isn't it? I mean, there was one review that was particularly useless, where they reviewed a caught behind because all the slips went up. Jamie Smith didn't go up, the bowler didn't go up, and the slips were convinced, and he missed it by about a good 4 or 5 inches. It was like, what the hell? But them's the rolls. You got to run out back for point. It was quite a smart run out, and look, he knows it's temporary, we know it's temporary. He's doing a job to fill a hole against a team that we expect to win. And going back to the premise of the original question, yeah, it's been all right at times, but Sri Lanka haven't taken the opportunities when they should have done. England have taken them one. And I've said so many times on the show, when you're playing a slightly weaker side who are not that good here, it looks close, but it actually isn't. And that's the way it goes. The teams that struggle in Test cricket, the teams who can't string 2 bowling performances or batting performances together in the same test. And it's the same with the West Indies. In that second test, they got 400.
Other than on their own patch.
Well, not even necessarily on their own patch. I mean, last time we went to Sri Lanka, we beat them 3-0. And that was with Root as captain.
That is true.
And with inexperienced spinners, and we had Leach, and we had Will. No, it wasn't. Was it Will Jacks was bowling a little bit there?
No, it wasn't Will Jacks. No, that wasn't Will Jacks. Was it Bess? Wasn't Bess? Was it?
Yeah, we had Don Bess. That's right. We had Don Bess.
Bess and Leach.
We got a 5-er with all shit for wickets. I mean, they were terrible balls, and he got 5 wickets with them. It was the worst 5-er you've ever seen. But and so these teams are teams that can't string. I mean, that's the thing that Test cricket does, isn't it? I mean, over 2 innings, class tells. The West Indies they were 50 runs ahead in that second test. We got 420 or something. They got 480, and you thought, we got a game on here. And then they were literally bowled out in an afternoon.
Well, certainly one thing was true at Lord's, and that was that there were 2 magnificent standout performances. I think it's interesting it's the 3 of us here chatting, because there was one amongst our number who stood out. As the rest of us were going, you've got to give the man of the match award to Joe Root. 2 centuries, a record-breaking century at that. Surely he's the man of the match. And then there was one of us who was absolutely clear, no, it'll be Atkinson, it will be Atkinson, it's definitely, and we think you're talking nonsense, bollocks, never. And who was right? Hendo, do you want to pick up the story from there?
Absolutely. I mean, I just think, yes, you can look at I know that Joe Root hasn't scored 2 centuries in one test before, and so it's the first from him. But he's scored what now? 34, 35 test hundreds is kind of what he does. You kind of expect it. Gus Atkinson was a tale of the unexpected, and you can look to Root's first innings where we got that big century or 128 or something like that.
I think it was.
143. Okay. He kind of gave it away, didn't he? In the end.
Yeah.
The reverse ramp came back out, didn't it?
Reverse ramp. And then, although you can say that Root sort of guided Atkinson through, I don't really think that was true. I mean, he just came out and played with incredible freedom. Whether he can play with that kind of freedom again, or sort of more regularly, remains to be seen. But I just thought that the combination of 100 at a runner ball when England were in a really, slightly sticky situation, and then the 5 wickets in the second innings, I just thought that had, it was a good all-round performance. Whereas Rooty was doing what he does, which is bat well, whereas Atkinson was bowling well and also batting well. So I just felt that the combination of contributing 2 skills to the match slightly outweighed Root's batting, I suppose. That's the way I was looking at it.
The benefit of hindsight and indeed history has proven that your theory to be correct.
Well, I think it's probably correct as well. As wickets to win a match, doesn't it? Not runs are always important. And the thing was, Sunday was probably the best day for batting on that pitch. The sun was blazing all day. It was hot. The pitch had done a little bit throughout the test, but it seemed to be dying a little bit. Even with the new ball, didn't seem to be as much as there had been on previous days. There were overheads on previous days. There was everything that a bowler could hope for to at least assist them on previous days, and there wasn't on that 5th day. And it proved pretty difficult. I mean, there were 3 or 4 50s in that Sri Lankan second innings. They were quite difficult to prize out on what was a pretty slow dead wicket. And he got a 5-fer, which ended up winning the game. And it took took patience and guile to get there, and he scored 100.
I think I said at the time, he had 2 wickets, and they were 7 down or 6 down, and I thought, well, what if he gets three of these last 4 wickets, which of course he did. And so he claimed it, and I think, to be honest, I felt he deserved man of the match, but I did think it would go to Root because it always tends to go to batsmen over bowlers. And I speak as a sort of former batsman myself, but who tends to look at batting more closely than I look at the bowling. But I think anyone who performs like that in an all-round manner, I think deserves it slightly more than the guy who's doing what he always does.
Yeah, I mean, with hindsight, I'm more than happy to agree with you. As no matter how great Root was, and he certainly was fantastic. 34, I think, and he managed to equal and then pass Alistair Cook in the same match, which was special in its own right.
And he'll overtake him on total runs and Sangakkara, and he's about 100, 120, doesn't it? To take over the 2, and then he'll just be below Callis, Ponting, and Thatcher.
Yeah, no, he's definitely got Sangakkara in his sights. What? Now, I mean, the other piece of news that's come out about Gus, and it's been picked up finally by all the newspapers, is the awful story about his mum, and the fact that she'd sadly been killed in a road accident by a dangerous driver, and literally as he's playing in the test match at Southwark Crown Court, the guy's being put away for 8 years. This was complete news to me. It had been kept completely under wraps until, I suppose, the conviction of the guy who did it, who, just to add an extra something to the story, turns out to be an actor who's appeared in a number of things, including EastEnders. But it was an awful story. It happened back in 2020. But for the lad to be so confident and determined, with kind of must have known that all of this was going on at the same time. I mean, that shows incredible mental fortitude, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it does. But the other thing I would say, we had a little bit of discussion this morning on the WhatsApp, and I think initial notions were that this is a bit tacky of some newspapers bringing this up at this point. Now I don't know how long ago those particular newspapers got hold of that story and knew about it. But actually, sort of using my journalistic instincts, I have to say, having read it and looked through it, I think almost any journalist would have run with that as a story, because not only is it a human interest story, I mean, it does say something about Gus Atkinson's fortitude, and not only that, knowing his backstory might make us in the cricket media a little less quick to rush to judgment, when naturally enough his form will fall away a little bit, even if it doesn't, even if he goes on to have a fantastic career in general, there will be a period when things don't go for him. And I think it's a sort of reminder to us that people have things going on in their personal lives, despite how great things can seem on the surface, that there are often a lot of unpleasant things going on behind the scenes that people have to deal with. I mean, I think I'm trying to think, was it Joseph, not Shamal, Azari Joseph? I think he played in the test between, was it a test between England and
yeah, it was.
The morning after his mum had died. So and maybe actually getting out onto a cricket pitch is actually much more beneficial than sitting around and having it weighing on your mind.
I mean, perhaps not surprisingly, it's not something he's talked a lot about. I can understand why, particularly even before a case has got to court. The guy did a runner, of course, and then hid in the US, didn't provide samples. But so we don't need to go into the mechanics of that. But there is a lovely quote that he said. Gus Atkinson said, "She pushed me towards forward, almost behind my back. She'd get in touch with Surrey and make sure I was still in the loop, when perhaps I might have been falling behind the others. Once she passed away, my career could have gone one of two ways. I wanted to take it in the direction she would have wanted, and that I wanted as well." So he's kind of sort of almost acknowledging it. She's a motivating force still, despite everything, and maybe we.
Unpleasant things going on behind the scenes that people have to deal with. I mean, I think I'm trying to think, was it Joseph, not Shamal, Azari Joseph? I think he played in the test between, was it a test with England and
yeah, it was.
The morning after his mum had died. So and maybe actually getting out onto a cricket pitch is actually much more beneficial than sitting around and having it weighing on your mind.
I mean, perhaps not surprisingly, it's not something he's talked a lot about. I can understand why, particularly even before a case has got to court. The guy did a runner, of course, and then hid in the US, didn't provide samples. But so we don't need to go into the mechanics of that. But there is a lovely quote that he said. Gus Atkinson said, "She pushed me towards forward, almost behind my back. She'd get in touch with Surrey and make sure I was still in the loop, when perhaps I might have been falling behind the others. Once she passed away, my career could have gone one of two ways. I wanted to take it in the direction she would have wanted, and that I wanted as well." So he's kind of sort of almost acknowledging it. She's a motivating force still, despite everything, and maybe we saw some of that manifested to England's benefit at Lord's, I guess.
Well, I think also that in a sense, you can from that quote you can take the fact that he's turned something really horrific into a sort of motivating force in a way.
Yeah.
Which is surely better than he could, as you say, it could go either way. He could have wallowed. I'm not saying that people for whom these sort of things happen, are wallowing in, but you can just ruminate over such things and wonder why they've happened. But it sounds like he's used it in a positive way and used it. I'm not saying that that's what he did, but he's found a way of dealing with it. One presumes, although who knows what's down the line. It's very difficult.
Let's hope it sustains in adversity as well as driving him to the opposite of adversity to great success.
You know what that is.
Do it with Shopify. Whether you're selling succulents or stilettos, Shopify has the industry-leading tools to help you create, control, and grow your own business. So get serious about selling and get Shopify today. Sign up for a £1 per month trial period at shopify.co.uk/special offer, all lowercase. That's shopify.co.uk/special offer.
All the big names are here. Ooh, who's that?
I think she was in the movie about that really big shark.
No, not her. The florist.
She's automating invoices on the go so she can spend more time on that flower wall.
QuickBooks could save you up to 8 hours a week, so you could bring your vision to life. That's how you business differently. Intuit QuickBooks.
Changes for the next test. Have England announced their team? I think they have, and I think we are going to see Leicestershire's Josh Hull. Do we think that's just... It's effectively a dead rubber. We've got a measure of the opposition. Now's probably the time to take a look at a player. If it's the right time for it to essentially probably go, is he in the frame for Australia? Because that's the question that every selection is being based on, even if we're currently about to play Sri Lanka at the Oval.
Who's he replacing?
He's replacing Matthew Potts.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Who, of course, bowled actually very well. He had a shocker. He had a bit of a shocking start at Old Trafford, but then he found his length. I thought he was excellent at Lord's, and economical as well as reasonably penetrative. But I think they've just decided there's a cast of characters who could be manoeuvring into that ultimate Ashes berth. Let's look as many as we can. And we're 2-0 up in a series against Sri Lanka. Surely this is a good time to chuck another one in.
Must be quite disheartening for Potts, though. I mean,
I don't think it means he's been rejected. I just think it means he's in a holding pattern of seamers that they want to have a good look at.
But it says something to him, doesn't it? I mean, it says to him, we've had all these changes. We've got rid of Jimmy Anderson. We've got an injury to Mark Wood. We've run all these changes. You were on the sidelines for quite a while. You've played before. We've got you in for one test. You've done okay, but actually we're going to look at someone else.
No, he's played 2 tests.
He played the first. No, did he? He didn't play the first. Yes, oh yeah, of course he did play the first one, didn't he? Yeah.
I think that was always the plan. I mean, I mean, who knows whether this will work? And it's a lot for him to have to take on when he's played so little first-class cricket. But he did bowl against the Sri Lankans for the in the warm-up, didn't he? He took a few wickets in that. Where was that? I think that was at Worcestershire. I've literally only seen him bowl 4 or 5 balls, and that was in the 100.
I've seen none. I gather he's quite quick.
Well, yes, he's alleged to be about 87, something like that. He's also left armour.
Left armour, yeah.
And what we haven't got is a quick left armour. We've got a number of medium fast left armours and ones that are prone to injury, but we haven't got a genuinely quick left armour. I still think it's going to be an enormous ask for him to come good quickly enough to be, a serious contender for Australia. But in a way, I don't mind it, because I always thought years ago that England was a little behind in bringing talent forward initially, and so we'd often see Pakistan players, for example. Shah is an example, Nasim Shah is an example, coming in as a quick bowler at 16, 17 years of age. And England have always been a little bit reluctant to do that, but they do seem to be doing it with the likes of Shoaib and now Josh Hull. And you can argue 2 ways. You can say that it's unfair on those who've battled away in county cricket, and I have some sympathy with that notion, absolutely. But at the same time, it's kind of refreshing to see see them back certain players, and in a way perhaps get them out of county cricket before county cricket, for all its positives, can actually, it can bring people down after a while if they're not making a certain amount of progress. And especially with the way that the county game is now divided up into sort of April and September and a couple of matches in June and July if you're lucky, it becomes much more difficult for players to make their case, because they're dealing with such differing conditions. Really, they're not bowling in the when you would think that, especially if you talk about quick bowlers, they're not bowling when you think pitches would be at their best in late June, July, August. They're bowling mainly in April and September. And April, you kind of think, if you're a fast bowler, you've got to be a little bit careful about injury, haven't you? When it's as cold as it sometimes is.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I think it's well worth having a look at. He's only 20. He's quick left arm. He had a very good blast, I think. I don't think he did. He only played 2 in the 100, and he went for about 50 odd in 2 matches for Manchester Originals, I think. But he did pretty well in the blast, I think. Got regular wickets for Leicestershire there. He's only played 3 county games, and again, he's a bit like Shoaib Bashir. If you look at his county averages, you'd never pick him. But he did have that phenomenal final in the Royal London, as it was last year, didn't he? When he bowled the death over there, and really helped to win it for Leicestershire.
No idea, Tony.
Well, he did. I can assure you did. So I'm kind of with Hendo. A left arm quick. Have a look. Give him a couple of give him a chance. So I'm kind of with Hendo. A left arm quick. Have a look. Give him a couple of give him a chance.
Yeah,
20,
well, I mean, there's one way of looking at this. Is if you're good enough to play professional cricket, and you can get into a county side, maybe you've got an opportunity as a test player, and you worth exactly that. Skip the shit and prove your worth at international level. That's what I've been saying about Shoaib Bashir. He's going to learn on the job, basically, playing for England, because no one else seems to want to play. And he's young, and he's got a whole career ahead of him. And if he learns and does enough for the England side, he'll learn an awful lot more playing for England, playing around the world in different conditions. Then he'll ever learn in county cricket, and if they can keep him there, give him 3 or 4 years, he might well be a real find.
And that herein is the wise words of the bear, who is fast asleep, somnambulant in the green room. I'm Jason Hiscox. I'll be joining you in Bear's place for this first spell of the second session of the second day between England and New Zealand. With me, with his debut today, but a man of very great experience on guerrilla cricket, it's Messages.
Hello, Jason. You're doing your multitasking then, because you're also supposed to be on this roster on ball by ball, and Bear's supposed to be summarising. So we may be a bit light on.
We may be a bit light. Anyway, Ben Duckett.
Grabby might join us. He's available.
He's sure lurking in the Zoom feed. Who's going to start? It's going to be Southie to continue. Let's just jingle him up.
Hey, there he is.
Right, everyone.
Hello, Grubby. Thanks, mate.
No probs.
And
we just had a delivery.
Yep, I was looking down. What happened?
It was squared out to cover, I think it was, for a single.
Thank you. Brings Bettle on strike. On 34. He's played some gorgeous shots, particularly on the pull in the first session. Also a couple of lucky shots where he squirted the ball over and around the slips. Anyway, here comes Southie. That's outside off stump. Bethel leans in as if he's going to make a drive, but lets the ball pass safely through to the keeper. There is no one. How are you seeing this so far, Grubby? This was quite a first session by England.
Been well exciting, isn't it? I mean, bloody hell, what more do you want? Is that the first away hat-trick since... Did Ryan Sidebottom get one in New
Yes,
Zealand?
he did. That was one of the people we were asked to name.
Yeah.
And anyway, here comes Southey. That's swinging in, driven nicely into the covers, but fielded smartly by that's Kane Williamson, and there is no run.
Also, quite a lot of noise around Jacob Bethel at the moment. Our friend Nick Lyon, occasionally on the show, loves him, and Nick, like many of us, is a big David Gower fan. So I just asked Nick, is he David Gower on steroids, Bethel?
Oh, I think that's a bit too early to give him that high bar to climb.
I'm just dealing with the thought of David Gower taking steroids.
Anyway, that's one of Bethel's better shots, but this time he can't beat the man at mid-on. Sprawling dive by Matt Henry, who's bowled well, but without having any luck at all.
It's a great bowler, Matt Henry, isn't he? I really like him.
But yeah, Bethel's two shots I think are of note are the drive through mid-on along the floor, and the pull through sort of mid-wicket, which are absolutely lethal if he gets the right ball for them. Outside stump rising, cut down nicely by Bethel, smartly fielded and thrown in by I think that was Conway on the boundary. But it cannot prevent a single. England are 84 for 1, lead by 239, and looking to cement an absolutely massive lead by the end of the day.
A bit of a shit show for New Zealand. I was sound asleep when Atkinson had his hat-trick. I woke up and looked at the score and I thought, oh, fuck me, it is a 2.5 day game. But maybe it won't be, because maybe England will bat for a full day and New Zealand will survive for a bit.
Beats Duckett, hits him adjacent to the wickets. Southey gets very happy, very appealing, but the umpire is not so impressed. I don't think his captain is particularly impressed either. Just waiting for DRS timer to time out. That's the end of the over. England 84 for 1. Messi.
George Green asked a question during the lunch break. Said, "What do you guys think about Crawley's position in the team?" Well, while the rest of the team's doing all right, I guess they can carry him. It's what it comes down to. And Ben McCormick says, "Going to stay tuned as long as possible, but it was an early start this morning, so probably won't last the session. Hats off to you lot for going the distance." Thanks, Ben. I think it's above and beyond to see Grubby with a glass of wine to sustain him at 1 o'clock in the morning when he should really be in bed. And Jason in the studio now.
Well, it's going to be a long day for me because I've had a full day's work plus this, plus fairly full day tomorrow, followed by a Christmas Thai meal, and then back in here for the whole day from second and third sessions.
That sounds like worth a super chat to me. I mean, somebody's got to recognise how valuable that is, haven't they?
Here comes Smith. That's nicely fielded on the follow through. Shies at the stumps. Bethel has a quick dive back into his crease. Blundell has a quick dive down the leg side to prevent sundries. There's all action off the first ball. Wow, that came back quickly. They went back towards the stumps even quicker off Smith's throw. I'm not sure if that hadn't been direct onto the stumps whether he'd have got back in time. It was in and out of his hands in an instant.
Yeah, great bit of fielding of his own bowling, that. Carnage.
I think he did have his back in the crease.
Wow,
just
and
in
that's
time.
Bethel at his best. That's full and absolutely driven with immense timing. Straight back past Smith. Smith puts a hand out. I'm not sure he got it out in time. Nope, that was gone before he'd even got his hand out there. All the way to the boundary for 1 of. Please.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
Catchable height.
Smith persevering with this full swinging line. That's driven towards extra cover, and there is no run. Yeah, just slightly uppish, but his hand was a little bit too low to get hold of that, and then realistically he was out there. By the time he got it out there, the ball was gone.
Yeah, it came back. It was almost like he was saying, you wanged that ball back at me, I'm going to hit one back at you twice as hard.
Smith round the wicket. That's an edge, and that's between keeper and first slip. First slip next is despairing attempt. I think is that Mitchell at first slip, who's got pretty bucket hands, but that's through him and through to the boundary for a streaky one.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Messrs, are you cheering for New Zealand by any chance?
Well, I would be if there was any hope. But I mean, that's bad.
That was a sigh of exasperation from you. Just eluded the grasp of Mitchell.
He is quite wide at first slip, to be fair.
Well, first slip's really standing close to second slip, and I think that's a poor decision.
Well, he's trying to
field placement.
He's trying to cover a few, isn't he?
Yeah, it doesn't work.
And that's nicely driven wide of mid off. That's an easy single for Bethel.
Yeah, Mitchell's trying to do like a Cameron Green, where he stands at second slip and can cover first and third and gully.
Yeah.
You really need to be someone like Chris Jordan, and have his fielding circle of influence.
Oh man, the best catcher that England have had that I can remember, particularly at slip. He's incredible.
Oh, he's pretty good on the boundary too.
Well, I'm saying particularly at slip, yeah, but he's just brilliant.
Smith, that's just angling down towards leg stump. Defended by Bethel. Sorry, defended by Duckett. That's the end of the over. England on 91 after 17 overs.
So Mold points out that Grubby doesn't conform to what the clocks tell him to do. Well, I mean, basically, Grubby doesn't do what anybody tells him to do, apart from his partner, who he knows very well.
Well, very understanding.
Not wise to defy.
She's very understanding. But no, this is fine. This is, I'm here for this session, which takes us a little bit into the night. But I'm a bit of a late bird.
Yeah, I'm a late bird as well. And to be fair, the Bear is, according to the original rotor, was on for all 4 stints in this session.
He can't, which
is not possible.
No.
So Southey short, swivel pull attempted by Bethel, doesn't get hold of it, and that's through to the keeper. No, so I thought I'd let sleeping bears sleep.
Quite right.
No, you don't want to poke a sleeping bear.
You do not. Just the two of you in the studio tonight. James,
yes, Tony has voted with his feet and decided not to drive the 45 minutes across.
No, I saw him on the Zoom earlier, so I thought he wasn't there.
He comes up again round the wicket. That's guided. No, wherever they put the slips, it's going where they're not. That's through past the 2 slips are there, through what is probably 3rd, 4th slip, all the way along the floor to the 3rd man boundary.
Another sigh of exasperation from Messrs.
Oh, well, you get the feeling it's going to be one of those days for New Zealand. And they're going to end up chasing 741 with 2 days to go.
I don't know what the forecast is in terms of weather, but that's again sort of rising outside off stump, played through square on the offside, but there's nobody there. They're all on the boundary in front of the wicket, pretty much. And
the forecast is lovely for the next 3
easy
4
single.
days.
And Bethel moves to 49.
Looks particularly good golfing weather on Monday and Tuesday, actually.
You're suggesting they're going to declare on Saturday night at some point?
I think there's every chance of that.
It might not even be Saturday night. It might even be Saturday morning.
Bet there are some lovely courses in and around Wellington.
Slightly shorter by Southey. That's worked into the leg side. They go for 2. They make 2. Good piece of fielding, but he can't stop it. And Duckett picks himself up a couple of runs there.
He ran that pretty well.
And that brings England's 100 up. 100 for 1. Only 17.4 over, so they're still going at just over 5 and over. And both men approaching a 50. Have I just put the mockers on Bethel?
You may be. We'll see.
Here comes Southey. That's defended by Duckett. Into the offside. There is
we have an
no run.
old friend with us, and my twin. Katie's with us. Says, morning chaps, I slept through the whole first session, but I'm with you for a bit now. Welcome, Katie.
Katie, hi Katie, how you doing?
Are we talking Durham, Katie?
No.
Katie Walker?
No.
Mere Katie?
Yes, Mere Katie.
Yeah, okay. Right, last ball of the over. That's angled in, worked off the hip, through square leg. Easy signal to the end of the over to Ravindra. Over to you.
And there was also a message, I'm not sure if this got read out before lunch, from Barmyborn. It says, glad you have blue sky, congratulations. Are New Zealand a bit shit, or are our batters better? I'd suggest both, man. To be honest.
I think New Zealand have good players, they're not in good form. The batsman from the India series, the best batsman from the India series, isn't playing. Their best bowlers from the India series, the spinners, aren't playing either. I think they are just struggling a bit, coming back into New Zealand conditions. Smith comes in, that's pushed onto the onside, up to mid-on, but there's no run.
I've never heard that used as an excuse, Jace. Coming back to your own home conditions, and that's an excuse for performing badly. Well, but he's mad. Imagine
It's
being
somewhat
Will Young.
inexplicable, the fact that they played so well in India and they're playing so poorly, relatively, in the test and a bit so far.
Yeah, their batting has been pretty fucking ordinary. It's got to be said.
I do sort of get not picking spinners in New Zealand, but the best batters, don't know about
that. Smith, good line, attacking the stumps, defended by Duckett. Back to the bowler. There is no run and no shy either.
I'll tell you what I'm liking about Smith. He's kept his tash. I thought it was just a Movember one, but he's kept it.
It's a proper Colin de Grandon tash, isn't it?
Yeah. Or do you mean Colin de Grandmaster from the Chess 11 from last night?
I didn't listen to that part, I'm afraid. I didn't hear any of it.
What? It's classic grubby.
Oh, that's the good ball from Smith. That's the one that nibbles away off the seam. Duckett's essayed a shot at that. That's gone flashing past the outside edge. Not very far away from the bat at all. That's climbing into Blundell's gloves.
We've seen this pitch, and actually the previous pitch, some pretty decent carry, haven't we, at times?
Yeah, I mean, the reputation of New Zealand always was they're a bit slow and
low, yeah.
But they're not
the case.
appearing to be that. And that's more to Duckett's liking. Drilled to a wide mid-off. Williamson fields, hurls the ball back to the keeper, but there's plenty of time for the two batsmen to complete a single.
Williamson's quite a level guy, isn't he? But I sensed a little bit of anger in that throw back in.
Well,
yeah,
frustration.
If he top scores with 37 and they only make 125,
yeah,
I think he thinks, no, do I have to do it every game?
Yeah.
Yes, he does.
Smith wide on the crease. That's nicely played past the cut-off man at cover. Williamson fields again, and another signal is taken, and that is Bethel's 50 of 52 balls. This has been a better performance than the slap happy one at the end of the first test. He's had to actually work a little bit harder and show a little bit more restraint in places. But no, 250s in the first 2 tests. That can't be bad.
Yeah, first 3 innings.
Half a 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 century.
And Duckett gets squared up very slightly by that last ball. Squirts out into the offside. There is no run. That's the end of the over.
Yeah, massive leading edge, isn't it?
Yeah, was. Mr. Rollout says, so Messi, England have eight test hat-tricks since 1995. For 1 point, how many do Australia have? And a bonus point if you can name the bowlers. I've got no idea, you know. I'm hopeless like that. All I think of when I say test hat-trick is, where's Adam Collins? Adam Collins is always complaining that he's never witnessed
he's probably
a test hat-trick.
Putting his stats together for commentary in the next 2 hours.
I've seen 2,
Oh,
lads.
absolutely.
I've seen
Have
2.
you really?
Yeah, I saw Hoggards in Barbados in 2004, and I saw Broads against India at Trent Bridge in 2011. Unbelievable.
Well done.
I mean, the first time I just thought I'll never see one of them again, and I'm amazed I've seen one, and then another one happened. Yeah, amazing.
Well, we're going to have a change. It's going to be the rangy O'Rourke. 3 overs and off for Southey, and that's driven to cover, but smartly fielded, and there is no run.
Yeah, I'm afraid Southey looks a bit pedestrian. I hate to say it because I love him. He's been a redoubtable performer, but particularly faced with aggressive batting.
Yes,
like you get from this England
Duckett
lineup.
was walking down the wicket to him and smashing
Yeah.
him, as was Brooke yesterday.
He suddenly looks very sort of pedestrian.
I think it was an indulgence to leave him in for a swan song test. Not a smart move.
Oh, lucky Bethel. That ball has nipped back very slightly, taken the inside edge off the bat. It's flown over the stumps, past the despairing keeper, who just watches it as it flies down to the fine leg boundary.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And it gets a wry sort of nod by Will O'Rourke.
That used to be Crawley's specialty, the French cut like that. Sorry,
The Vatican
we
slice.
used to call the A23 or the Crawley bypass.
That's bounced outside off stump, and Bethel has a good sense to leave it well alone.
The Crawley bypass, I like that. The A23.
I'm filing that one away for some point later. And then I will attribute it to myself, obviously.
Yeah, of course, yeah, and then do it when Mess isn't here, and then someone else will say, "Oh, I like that one, Jace," and you go, "Yeah, that's mine actually." I thought of that.
Kieran Roseblade says this is a bear game, but an interesting one.
Possibly. Rising, but on the hip and round the corner from Bethel. A wild throw by the man on the boundary, and Blunder just waves at it as it goes past a point.
I'm not sure a test match can be a bear game, to be honest, because even when they are very one-sided like this, they still
There's
remain,
always something of interest at some point.
Yeah.
And it can change.
But no, I think Latham's a bit tactically naive here. He needs to change something, and I think one of the things he should change is go over the wicket for a while. O'Rourke in, that's full, driven back to O'Rourke, who feels it on the follow through. Duckett kind of rolls his eyes inside his lid. Why couldn't you just let that one go past? Let me have a boundary, please. But no, you've got to earn your runs, Ben.
Whenever I hear Will O'Rourke's name said out loud like that, I just, in my head, it's Willow Rourke.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yes.
Dear old Willow.
The Wisp.
Willow the Wisp. Oh, come on.
He's
Evil
not a
Edna.
wisp, he's a quite strapping young man. And that's short and wide and slapped by Duckett. That's through Gully like a flash and down to the third man before he can get around to cover it. It's another boundary, and he moves to 48.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
End of the over. England 112 for 1.
Willow the Pissed.
Indeed. Mog says everyone lives to beat India. They are pricks. Not entirely sure that's true, Mog. I think New Zealand are the first to do it in India in 12 years?
Yeah.
So, yeah, although certainly Australia's coming back a bit in Adelaide, but I think at 5-1, India's not a bad bet there at the moment. Kieran Roseblood says, to be honest, we could let New Zealand have Crawley. It wouldn't make much difference. I'm not sure they'd take him, frankly. Actually, neither of you responded to the question of what to do with Crawley.
Oh, and that's a flash and a miss by Bethel. There was a tempter bowl by Smith. It was outside our stump. It was looking like it was there for the drive, but it moved away slightly. And the flashing blade didn't quite manage to get to the ball.
Well, Messrs, let me answer. I'm always royally entertained when Crawley's in the side, for good and for bad. And actually, if you took his record against New Zealand away, he probably averages over 40 in Test cricket as opposed to 31 or whatever it is. He's shocking against New Zealand.
Yeah.
Smith in. That's a better ball, but it's just dropped into the offside. There's no one close to stop the single. And Bethel moves to 56. England 113 for 1.
Yes, his average against New Zealand is now 9.44.
Yeah.
Sorry, no, that's in New Zealand.
Almost as good as Davey Warner's on tour in England.
Yeah, exactly what I was thinking, Chase. Yeah, I think that's absolutely right.
Against
am I right?
New Zealand, it's 10.15 in 10 matches.
And am I right in thinking has Henry got him all 4 times so far in this series?
I think that's right.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
He hasn't lasted long enough to survive the first spell. Short by Smith, and that's hooked down towards the man at long leg. Falls just in front of O'Rourke. I'm not sure who's in that much control of that.
Nope. Top edge.
Lucky he didn't get all of it. That's landed, 6 yards in front of him, if that?
Yep.
It's a perfect time for someone like Duckett to be batting, isn't it? I mean, there's absolutely no downside to his style of play.
Well, he's scored his average already. Everything else is just gravy from this point onwards.
He does average 40, Duckett, which sort of rather surprised me a bit, but he's done well.
Yeah, and defended by Bethel. Very tall, very straight, very proper, very boring.
And yet, I find him a very compelling character.
There's definitely something about him. You can see that he's got a cricketing brain, he's got some technique, he's got some ticker.
Exactly.
Isn't it the Aussie thing that they say, if he's good enough, get him in? No. Get the best 11 players on the pitch, then work out where they're going to play from that point onwards. Anyway, here comes Smith. And that's full and attacking the stumps and defended again by Bethel. And there is no run.
And this is the thing, for years, England was slaves to the county championship, and you had to do your apprenticeship, and then you get in the sort of pathway, and then you might get a chance for England. And that's just not the case now. I mean, the county championship is almost an irrelevance as far as England Test selection is concerned, and that may annoy some people. Yes
and no. I think the players that will have been picked over so many times in emerging talent pathways, that if they've not been seen by 15 to 16, and that is defended up to mid-off. Sorry. If they're not seen by 15-16, then no. The only way to get in at that point onwards is to go through the county route and just wait of runs at that point. But anyone who's any good is probably been seen in age groups as a junior, in the under-19s, in the under-21s.
But not necessarily what you've done in county championships the last half a decade or something. That's just not a thing anymore.
Yeah. Rangy O'Rourke sounds like an Australian highwayman, says Ben McCormick. And Mr. Rollight says, well, Messi, England have 8 hat-tricks since 1995. Australia have just 2, McGrath and Siddle. That means
Pistol Pete, I watched that.
England are 4 times better than Australia.
On his legs by Duckett and just knocked into the leg side. Trotted through for an easy single. That's Duckett's 50 off only 59 balls. Somehow it feels more, but even so. Well played, Ben Duckett. Another.
50 runs. Your 50 runs. Well done, well done. Well done, well done. 50 runs. Your 50 runs. Good job.
O'Rourke comes in, pushes Bethel back on his stumps, but he defends it easily enough. And there is no run. You were saying, Messi.
I wasn't saying anything.
Mog's invaded messes.
Douglas Barrow says 500 lead possible, yes or no? Oh, definitely. I think, and the rest, frankly, considering that this is the perfect time for England's style of attacking batting to just take hold. God knows how many runs they'll score today.
O'Rourke gets Bethel to play a slightly false shot. It did square him up a bit and take the outside edge of the bat towards gully, but it was safe and balanced well in front of him.
Or do you think Stokes will declare before a 500 lead?
No.
Depends on whether he wants how many days he wants to golf.
Of golf, yeah.
If the weather's good. I can see him declaring at lunchtime tomorrow.
There is a wonderful museum in Wellington that they should all go to, frankly.
Down the lake side, it's worked round the corner. Man at deep square comes in, fields it and throws all in one motion. That's Rashin Ravindra, whose contribution to this series so far seems to have been in the field. He's had 3 pretty ordinary scores with the bat, hasn't bowled yet. And quite frankly, given the lack of penetration of some of the bowling, I'm quite surprised he hasn't been given a chance to turn his arm over. O'Rourke short, and Duckett goes for the pull but can't get his bat on it, and Blundell takes it above his head. England lead by 271 now. This lead is rapidly approaching an untenable level.
Will Reynolds says, although I agree with Grubby about the championship, people have been talking up Bethel around Birmingham for years. I imagine Jasper Carrott fitting him into a routine.
Full driven by Duckett without much footwork, and he can't beat the short mid off, and that's the end of the over.
I was driving along the motorway the other day with me mum, and this fellow went past.
All right, Chris Woke, how are you?
He went past 125 miles an hour on the outside lane, and my mother says he won't get there any quicker.
Boy.
Oh dear, we are due a change.
We are. Earth calling bear. Earth calling bear, are you awake?
I think we should let Morgan will, if you come on.
I will.
Grubby, can you?
Do you want to do ball by ball, Grubby?
Ball by ball until.
Yeah, I'll do bears. Ball by ball. Yeah.
Thanks, mate.
Bethel getting the ball outside the off stump from Smith, and he cuts it to deep backward point to get one more. So we've got Will. This is amazing. On my thing, I've got you just below Mog, and it looks like you're wearing Mog's ears that he's got on his t-shirt. It's a really strong look. If just stay there, don't move. I'm going to take a picture and I'll post it up. It's a really good look. Right. But obviously, we'll bring you the important stuff as well.
This is excellent radio.
Nah, this is the important
there we go.
stuff.
Right, Smith round the wicket to Duckett, who's forward in defence. Back up towards mid-off, and there's no run. How are you both? How are you, Mog?
Super, thanks for asking.
Oh, of course, always concerned about your welfare and well-being. And yourself, Will?
Yeah, good. Excited to hear Mog's new album, to be honest.
Aren't we all?
Keep in mind it was part 2. The previous part came out the week before.
Where does one... are there links in socials and stuff?
I'll just blatantly promote it at disinterestedhandjob.bandcamp.com.
Smith round the wicket to Duckett, who is leaning back and just ramping this over the keeper's head. Runs all the way, almost directly behind the keeper for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And with that tash that I thought he'd only grown for November, but I'm delighted to see he's kept it past that time. Smith looks a little bit like one of those short, angry blokes who starts fights in pubs.
Reminds me of a Royal Marines Sergeant Major.
Yeah.
Humping it up Goose Green. I think that's the last game.
And when they're on leave, exactly the sort of person who starts a fight in a boozer and then leaves to let everyone else deal with the consequences. 121 for 1 is the score. Duckett has 54 of those, and he's facing Smith forward and leaning on this, pushing it to point. And another single.
You just can't trust men with moustaches.
I agree.
Having worked in many pubs in my life, he is the sort of bloke that if you walked in, I would just be like, nah, mate, you're done.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You'd just say, no, you've had enough. He said, I've only just come out. He said, I'm not talking about tonight, I'm just talking about in general. In your life.
And then I'd point to Big Carl, who's sitting at the table over the way, and go, Carl, mate, can you get him out?
Sock with a billiard ball out and go and sort this bloke.
How very scum.
It's very scum.
This one takes Bethel high up on the hip. It might have just hurt me a little bit, that he's trying to turn it to the leg side. Didn't get any bat on it, and there's no run.
Having drunk with Marines, or in the same bars as the Marines, no, you don't mess around with them at all.
No. Where was this, Jace? Down Limpston way?
No, Union Street in Plymouth.
In where, sorry?
Union Street in Plymouth.
In Plymouth?
The infamous Union Street.
Oh my God, did Marines ever meet the sailors down there? Because that would be horrible.
Well, no, it's military versus locals is normally the beef.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Bethel plays and misses at this one through to keeper. That completes the over with England on 122 for 1. Any socials?
Ben McCormick says something of the Begbie about Nathan Smith. Belligerent man who'll throw a glass into a crowd.
Spot on.
See what happens.
Yeah.
Mr. Rolette says, just a quiet reminder that Crawley was England's highest run scorer in the last Ashes, 480 at an average of 53 and a strike rate of 88.
Yeah.
Just highlights how much he's fallen.
Well,
the Ashes were a long time ago.
The whole thing about many of the batsmen in this England side is that your scores and it can go up and down like that. It's just
Funny
the way
how
it
that
is.
works.
Well, yeah, but almost more dramatically than in previous years. Duckett defends this from the crease. It's O'Rourke starting a new over.
What I think is interesting, though, is that there always seems to be someone that kind of picks up the slack.
Yep.
So although the ebbs and flows are more distinct, you kind of like go, oh, well, he's not scoring anything, but X, Y, and Z are kind of picking that up.
Yeah, Pope's had a mini rejuvenation, having looked, so out of sorts in recent months. Shite is another word for it. Weird, because he wants to go back to number 3, but I think it's a bad idea. Anyway, O'Rourke, outside the off stump and cut away backward of point by Duckett towards the boundary. Just going to get a single there. So Duckett has 56. Bethel back on strike. He's got 58. More or less matching each other here, these two. And they've put on over 100 for England. Crawley having gone early again.
Yep, 9 for 1. We were.
Still.
Yeah. It's Craig McMillan doing the commentary on the TV, wearing his cap. He always seems to be wearing these days. Always quite liked it. I thought he was a bit sort of unsung in that middle order 20 odd years ago for New Zealand. Round the wicket comes O'Rourke, and a good ball that has Bethel fending outside the off stump and not making contact. I think it jagged away a little bit. Beats him on the outside edge. So well
he was
bowled.
kind of always around in that New Zealand side that made me really fall in love with cricket.
Nathan Astle hogging all the limelight.
That's right, he was a bit more rock and roll, Astor, wasn't he? But McMillan was always there or thereabouts, doing what he had to do in a bit more quiet fashion. Different characters, I suppose. He seems lively enough, old Craig. O'Rourke coming round the wicket to Bethel. This is wider and fuller and flashed at. Backward of point, diving stop there on the boundary. Probably going to come back for 2 there, I reckon. Yep, they do indeed. So Bethel moves to 60. Yeah, I was reminiscing about a couple of games that I saw in New Zealand back in 2002. I was at this ground that we're playing at now, at the Basin Reserve in Wellington, which was a draw, and then we moved on to Auckland, where New Zealand won to square the series. And of course, the game that I missed was that epic in Christchurch, where Thorpe scored that 200. Game. And then Astle scored that 200, which is the quickest ever 200, chasing about 600 or whatever. I missed that one. A short ball, and Bethel looks to pull it. Is it run all the way down to the boundary? Is that 4 wides? 5 wides, that'll be then. Signalled by the ump. Dug it in quite short. Bethel couldn't get anything on it, and I mean, it's just blown, that. Yeah. So, bit of frustration. They have been good pitches, these. Jace, you and I were talking about this before, weren't we? That one tends to think of New Zealand as sort of green and slow and low, but actually these 2 pitches in these 2 test matches we've seen,
they've been very sporting.
Yeah, and pretty bouncy. That short of a length. Bethel with so much time, rocks back onto the back foot, and this time he does get it. It didn't bounce as high as the previous one. It was right into his swinging arc. He seemed to have all the time in the world to deposit that over mid-wicket. Couple of bounces into the fence. One of these. I mean, that was class. I mean, you can. I'm not getting all hyperbolic here, but you can imagine David Gower playing that shot back in the day.
How is he 21?
Well, time. That's how it works. He defends this one off the front
subjective linear progression of
Thank you, yes.
fact.
Yeah.
All right.
You've explained it more scientifically than me. That was just defended into the onside. There's no run. 134 for 1 at the end of the 24th over. Do we have any socials?
We do. A Jeremy Henderson says Craig McMillan is, however, oversung on commentary, Grubby, which I agree with.
He's oversung. Well, I don't tend to listen to him very much, I guess, because I avoid the stations he works for. But I like him. He's got a nice, cheery, cheeky smile on him. He's all right.
About that hat, really. Frank Rockefeller says New Zealand beginning to panic. Beginning? I think they might have started panicking somewhere during a hat trick.
I think they might have gone beyond panic and just have acceptance on their mind.
Yeah, I would say about a millisecond after the second ball of that hat trick, panic was in and not leaving.
Right, you're not going to get a jingle here because I can see the jingle chair is vacant, but we are going to get some spin bowling in the shape of Glenn Phillips here with his, one of our listeners called them the Star Trek shades that he sports these days, which I quite like.
White rimmed. Live jingle.
Oh, I don't know. Craig Phillips.
I don't even remember what his jingle is.
It's something weird and unexpected.
I can plug the guitar in and do a quick one if you want.
Oh, yes, please.
Yes,
Phillips
please.
Starting it over around the wicket to Duckett, who is forward and playing this with quite a big gap between bat and pad. Defending it into the offside. We're going to get a live jingle. Any moment now, listeners, a live jingle. Just let me know when you can do it, Morgan. I might just, widen my... not quite, no.
No, it's probably not going to work then.
He drives this one, finds a little gap. No timing really, but it does bisect the two fielders there in the covers, and he gets 1.
Typical. I'll go away to see what the Bears doing, and they change the bowling.
Yeah, I know. But we were just trying to muster a live jingle there, Jace.
Well, I've got it queued up if you want it, but I'm not sure there's enough time between balls.
We were just trying to think what it was again. Oh, it's Robin Hood, isn't it? Craig Phillips, which I don't really get. But anyway, round the wicket he comes. And this is tucked into the leg side by Bethel, where it's fielded at that short mid-wicket position. So important, that short mid-wicket, particularly with a spinner. And Bear hates to see that pretty vacant area, but it isn't vacant, it's populated. Phillips round the wicket again, and Bethel forward, very correctly, fielded again by that man at that short mid-wicket station. Just one slip in place here for Phillips. He was a useful bowler. Could we equate him to kind of Joe Root for England? He's a bit more than just a part-timer, I think. Back in his crease goes Bethel and defends it back to the bowler. What do you think, Will?
I'd say he's a bit more than Joe Root.
Oh, really?
To be honest, in terms of the importance that New Zealand put on him, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
He's
I think that was an arm ball he bowled there, and Bethel just about read it, going back in his crease. He flung his hands to his head there, did Phillips, as if to say, "Oh, my plan, it very nearly worked." I don't know why I did that in a Russian accent, but anyway.
Is that what that was?
My plan, it very nearly worked. There you go, that's better, isn't it?
Mr. Bond.
Completely unintelligible.
I expect you to die, Mr. Bond.
Mr. Bond. That's from a Transylvanian.
No one really knows what a Transylvanian accent is. It's just that it's been done in films, so we think we know.
I want to suck your blood.
See, that's Russian for me.
All the same.
Transylvanian's just standard Scooby-Doo or
Yeah.
Count from Sesame Street, isn't it?
That ski lodge would have been mine if it wasn't for you meddling kids. Mark, anyway, go.
Yes, Frank Rockefeller says Bethel needs to break the ice with a ton. Yes, fair enough.
Yep.
Carl Herbert says NZ changed the soil in the mid-2000s to get more pace and bounce. Hagley was the second most bounce worldwide behind Western Australia.
See, this is great statting. I love that. This is a good-looking shot here. It's a full delivery from O'Rourke. Outside the off-stump. He's climbed into it. He's bashed it through extra cover. He has reached the boundary, and that's 4 to duck it.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
You can't bowl there to Ben Duckett. Wide and full, and he's always going to give that the treatment. I'm not sure he quite timed it, but he got enough on it. It was all along the ground through extra cover. So the score rocks on to 139 for 1. Duckett has 61 and Bethel 64. Keeping each other company. More or less on the same score, these two. He goes back, he chops this one down into the ground. It's fielded at gully. Or backward point, perhaps. And there is no run.
I do love the kind of obsessive nature of groundspeople. It's great.
Yeah.
Something that I think is fun is, do any of you remember Henry Lansbury?
Mm-hmm.
Footballer.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's gone into
Angela, by any chance?
He's about 80 odd years younger than.
Yeah, but
I think
he could be her granddaughter.
Great
Grandson, even. Yeah.
That's true.
O'Rourke bowls one that lifts off the shoulder of the bat over Glenn Phillips at gully, and he's going to get a fortunate single. Back to Henry Lansbury. Will.
He's started doing the pitches at a load of Premier League grounds, but he's also sort of diversified to quite a lot of the championship, the like around the county championship. So he's doing Worcestershire. I know he's doing. I think he's might be getting a contract with Edgbaston.
When you say doing the pitches, what, supplying them? He's not actually the groundsman at all of those places, surely.
So he's coming in as a grass consultant.
Okay, back to that in a moment. We have to come back to that. O'Rourke bowls a full delivery from round the wicket. Bethel leans on it into the covers and they get a single. So
does he come in with a briefcase full of sod to show them? He opens it up and he has the display.
Yeah, he's just got his own little supply, so it's still in legal terms. You know, comes in with the grass and hands it out. No.
Hang on. and the next time they pay, they definitely pay.
Exactly.
First one's always free.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's his actual title. He's grass consultant.
Oh man, Duckett gets a ball
secrets.
that didn't get as high as he thought, but he swivel pulls that round to deep backward square, and I think just the one there, just the one. Well, who knew? Henry Lansbury, grass consultant.
He apparently he had quite a lot to do with the he does all of Craven Cottage's stuff. He does the Emirates, obviously. I mean, he's an Arsenal boy, so that makes sense. But he apparently has quite a lot to do with the drop-in pitches that are grown in Australia and then moved around the world.
Bethel defends this ball from O'Rourke into the covers, and they get a single. Now, my mate and I, so I'm an Ipswich fan, as you may know, and I was at the game against Palace on Tuesday night with my friend.
You poor man.
Yeah, I know, someone's got to be, as someone once said to me. Some X has got to be. But I am. And anyway, we're there, and now I think Ipswich is one of the last clubs in the top couple of divisions to have a sort of... I think prior to a couple of years ago, we had an all-turf pitch, which is quite unusual these days. So we've now reverted, or now we've progressed to a combination pitch. So it's part 5G or whatever it is and part turf. And I was wondering, and perhaps you can help with this, Will, or perhaps if you have a direct line into Henry Lansbury, he could help, what the sort of the makeup is, the respective percentages of those things.
So
Phillips starts a new over around the wicket, and Bethel drives it to short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
So the reason that I know a little bit about this is I know quite a lot of the Arsenal girls.
Okay.
So like I know Leah Williamson a bit, and
very good.
All
Bethel
of those sort of
back in his crease and cuts this to the man on the point boundary, cover point boundary, and he gets a single.
So basically, when he came into Colney to do all their training pitches and stuff, they were around and they had a chat, and it sort of trickled down to me, and then I heard an interview with him as well on a podcast. It's really interesting. Apparently, in terms of what's likely to be more 5G and what's turf, apparently the penalty area is more likely to be 5G.
Oh, okay. Duckett goes back in his crease. Phillips, it wasn't that short, but short enough that he can carve it through wide mid-off / extra cover, and I think they got a couple there. They did indeed. So, but I would like, before this broadcast is out, Will, I would like to have a sort of guide percentage for a Premier League ground, the percentage of 5G and the percentage of natural turf, if you wouldn't mind.
So I know that. I can tell you Arsenal anyway.
This is excellent news. A ball on about fourth stump, which Duckett goes back to, and again he carves it a bit wider this time through the covers. Or one more. Yes, Will.
I have a couple of caveats. This is for the end of last season because then they've re-turfed. But for last season it was about 70% turf.
70 turf.
With 5G sewn into it.
Yeah.
So the 5G kind of like holds it together, and they put it in as slabs.
So 70-30. That's what I'm going with. I'm going to use that. That's going to be gospel now. Whenever I talk about this in the pub. Slapped through wide mid-off by Bethel for one more.
You'd get a good phone signal then if there's a lot of 5G in it.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah, and there are a lot of nutters that say it's the reason that COVID exists.
Oh, of course. Yes, that makes total sense.
I think dickheads is probably a more appropriate.
Turned round the corner by Duckett, who is going to steal the strike at the end of this over, getting one after last ball. 27 overs have gone in this innings, 149 for one. Bethel 68, Duckett 67, and over to you, Moggers, for some socials.
Jason, if you could play the Super Chat jingle.
Use your bright Super Chat.
From Jeremy Messi Henderson, 10 Australian dollars, just because I didn't get a chance to throw money at the GPL today. Thank you, Jeremy.
He was doing commentary duties.
No, he was asleep.
Well, he's busy doing important things.
Like sleeping.
Oh, sleeping.
He also says more stats for Grubby. Phillips' bowling average is 28.53.
It's good.
And Roots is 45.7.
Yes. Right, so... Okay, so we've got Matt Henry coming back into the attack now. I think Chase is going to jingle him up.
You could never trust a man with two first names. Matt Henry.
Round the wicket to Duckett, who turns him around the corner and takes his bottom hand off the bat there. I think it might have hit him on the fingers. And we know he did break a finger not too long ago, Ben Duckett, but on this occasion he gets a run. He might just take his glove off and have a look at that. Yeah, he took his hand off the bat handle very abruptly there. He gave it a shake. Jogged up for a single.
It's a nasty break as well.
Yeah,
it was one of those breaks that breaks again really easily because it snapped there because it was like right on the end of his finger.
Oh yeah, it was taking a catch, wasn't it?
Shattered all along.
Oh,
and
God.
not fun.
I'm getting more squeamish as I get older, I think. Bethel defends this one at the offside and Henry does his own fielding. England have gone to 150, 150 for 1, and a very healthy 305 lead. It's not too late for New Zealand. It would be an epic turnaround if they were to win this game, but no.
There's been a request to try and fix the YouTube screen.
I've tried.
We've only got one of Grubby and half of the rest of us.
Yeah, I tried putting all three on, and unfortunately they're not.
Delivery. There's a shout for LBW by Henry. It's answered in the negative by the umpire. Bethel was looking to whip that through the leg side. Got nothing on it, and the Kiwis obviously not that. I didn't believe their own appeal really, because there was not even a suggestion of going upstairs. I think that was going down leg side. Down leg, yeah. We could see pretty much all three stumps. So yeah, ridiculous appeal. But well bowled.
Matt Henry just randomly appeals. It endears me to him. I like it.
You like random appealing?
Yeah, it's I try and do that just to keep the umpires awake.
It's all outside the off stump. Bethel was forward and timing it through backward point for 1. He moves to 69. Snigger, snigger if you're my teenage boys. And Duckett is on 68.
How's that?
Me appealing?
Well, you just said you like random appeals, so I thought I'd just do one.
Not out.
If in doubt. Duckett facing up to Henry, and he is on his toes, turning it through the leg side. So they are as one, these two batsmen, 69 apiece.
Nice.
Yeah, the old double 69. I say that like it's a thing. I mean, maybe it is. Who knows?
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe in Soho or Amsterdam or something.
Yeah. I feel I've lived a sheltered life. I'm sure it goes on somewhere, but not in my purview. Henry coming round around the wicket to Bethel, forward in defence, very correctly playing it to the offside. And there is no run. That's the end of the 28th over. 152 for 1 is the score.
I should try and catch up with some of these things.
Yeah,
Pink Floyd says, as a Leeds fan, I did not want to get promoted because the Championship is a far better league and far better competition. The Premier League is awful to watch. Sure. Kieran replies to that saying, as a Wolves fan, I hated the Championship. Going up on a sleeting Saturday afternoon to watch a 0-0 draw with Grimsby was awful in its own right. Why don't you like watching the Premier League? Mr. Rolite is an Oldham fan, and he recommends that Leeds fans go for a few successive relegations and join them in non-league football.
Well, Oldham were in the Premier League in the early days of the Premier League. Can you believe that?
They were in the founding 20, were they?
I think they might have been. Yeah. Duckett is going to face up to Glenn Phillips with one slip, and he's forward and looking to steer that through the offside. But he can only find the man at cover point, and it's fielded, and a big old beaming grin by Duckett up to his partner.
Cheeky little bugger.
He is. Cheeky little canine face on him. Duckett back in his crease this time. It doesn't have to be that wide of the off stump for him to carve it through the offside. It's exactly what he's done there. One more to him into England. Still got a nice little cable knit, although it's not the official, it's not the traditional cable knit. It's that sort of too white thing that England have started wearing in recent years.
Yeah.
But it's
obviously
dark.
the Waitrose ones. They were way too white.
Yeah, there's a sort of bluey whiteness.
Yeah,
which isn't right somehow. This is driven, I think, accidentally through mid-on actually by Bethel. He was looking to aim that through mid-off. Anyway, he gets a single to equalise with Duckett. 70 apiece it is.
I kind of feel like the bluish tint to the actual shirts because of those cinch logos.
Maybe it's part of the sponsorship deal. Defended by Duckett up the track. There's no error.
Put on your cricket.
Now I
ice
reckon whoever's in charge of the washing just put them on a little bit too high, and the cinches run.
Well, maybe they just left one single blue sock in there.
Yeah.
Phillips round the wicket and close to the stumps as he bowled that. And Duckett, once more, didn't need much width there to carve that through point. He goes ahead in the personal race with Bethel, 71-70 it is. And the score is 155 for 1 for England, who lead by 310 in this test match at Wellington. Basin Reserve. Full delivery, which is driven past a diving Phillips to the man at long off. Easy single for Bethel. That completes the 29th over, 156 for 1.
Ben McCormick says, crikey, another Latix fan. What are the chances?
More than one
is
of
that
you.
Oldham?
That's Oldham Athletic.
It's Oldham, yes.
Yeah.
Kieran Roseblade says, I have the solution to the screen conundrum. Can Will shuffle to the left side of his screen, and can Mog shuffle over to the right, please?
There you go.
It's only for the next
If
over. It's only for the next over because it's due a change at the end of this next over, I think.
Try and move over to my right. I'll actually hit some very sharp things.
Oh dear.
That's occupational risk in your house, I imagine, Mog.
Yeah.
I've just posted the picture of Will wearing Mog's ears from earlier in our session. Full delivery from Henry outside of Bethel's off stump. Nicely driven through the covers. He's not going to get 4, but he might get 3 here to the long part of the ground. They do get 3 indeed. So change up after this over, is it, Jace?
Yep. If the bear manages to rise from its slumber, otherwise one of you will have to stay on. Or at least one of you will have to stay on.
You can have me until the end of the session if you want.
Yeah, so you and one of the other two. One or other of the others.
I don't mind. I can just stay on, not really doing anything.
Yeah.
I'll be here.
Like sleeping.
Yeah.
That's
for the week.
The 150 partnership between these two. And they've been relatively untroubled, I think, chaps, haven't they? Henry bowls. I think a foolish delivery there, but for some reason Duckett decided to go back to it and just steering it through point for another single. They can't stop the runs here, New Zealand. They can't take a wicket and they can't really stop the runs. So that's worrying if you're New Zealand.
Full diarrhea.
Full diarrhea. Some rather unconvincing clapping in the field there. Not so sure. Trying to keep the body language positive, but actually they know they're in a whole world of pain here.
They're fucked.
Henry around the wicket and Bethel angles it down to backward point. And there is no run.
That's one of my biggest pet peeves about cricket.
What's that?
In cricket is the fake positive body language, all that kind of when you're like completely fucked.
So what?
And there's
what would
always
you?
one bloke kind of going, "Come on, boys, we can do this!" Like, fuck off, man.
So what do you prefer? People like just shouting around the ground, going, "Oh, no, we're all fucked."
Yeah. You doggedly get on with it, and you see out the overs, and you go home, and you get hammered.
You start yelling, "This is your fault, you prick!"
Bethel steered this through backward point to get himself a single. I mean that would be a refreshing change at least, I suppose. Yeah.
Stabbings
And then,
on
you
the
know,
pitch.
If you're at a high enough level that there are pressers afterwards, you go into the presser and go, it was all his fault, he's shit. Do a full Mourinho.
Poaches up his own ass.
Duckett faces up to this ball from Henry and looking to play it through the leg side, just turns it towards mid wicket and there is no run. 161 for one now.
There was a bit of that with the sort of late era Silverwood, wasn't there?
I mean, joking aside, that can't be good for a team, can it, to have those sort of schisms?
No, not at all.
And that's certainly something Ben Stokes and McCullum have helped to address. This is driven by Duckett. Don't think he quite timed that. He lobs his bat in the air and catches it back on the handle like he might do with an axe. Over to you, Mog.
What were we up to? Pink Floyd says the Premier League has VAR for a strat, but the players stand off, tackles are carded. The Championship is a ruthless competition, not just 6 teams and the rest making up the numbers. It's all stuff that I have no great familiarity with.
Well, let me tell you that Fulham are currently 6th in the Premier League, so make of that what you will.
Oh, Jesus.
Fulham?
It's
my God.
With a mostly ex-Arsenal starting
Fulham,
11.
Doesn't matter how you do it, does it?
No, I know. I'm just pissed off because I really liked Emil Smith Rowe and I miss him. I thought he was bloody great.
Yeah.
Shall I piss off to let Messi take over?
Okay.
Yep.
I'll go on from there. Mike says, I dream of one day seeing Arsenal, Liverpool, Tottenham, Man City and Chelsea all in League One, so my beloved Man U can finally win another title. Well, all of those teams except Man City have never left the top division, and Everton too. So I think your dream may be a very long time coming.
Man City have left the top division, but they've never left the Premiership. I'm not sure.
They have left the Premiership.
But they're one of the top 5 or 6 teams that have been in there like 28 or 30 seasons, I think.
Yeah.
Sorry, are we talking about rugby?
No.
Oh, right. Well, it's the Premier League then, not the Premiership.
Sorry, my bad.
No, yeah. I pick everyone up on that. It really annoys me. It was called the Premiership for like 2 years in the mid-noughties. Anyway,
we're not missing anything, by the way, because people are having drinks at the ground. Hopefully, the bear is rising from his power nap.
Ben McCormick says, have they washed the kid in Daz? Clearly, I think
it's very bright. I wonder if they've turned the gain up.
It's that bluey whiteness that housewives love. Hashtag 1974.
We get the
Daz Mitchell could fit in a washing machine.
Daz Mitchell.
Kieran Resblade says Prima Donnas sounds like a Greek winger. Ben McCormick says always good for the morale when the blame starts flying around. Mr. Rowlett says Grubby, just wondering if you were from Shropshire, and if I close my eyes you sound a bit like Greg Davies in the comic actor.
Well, that's a high compliment. I'm not from anywhere near there.
I have to disappoint you, gentlemen. The bear has arisen.
That's fine. I'm happy to fuck off at any point.
Yeah, I can fuck off.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
so
guys
much for stepping up.
Yep.
Thank you, Emma, for lending Grubby to us.
I wasn't doing anything useful for her, let me tell you.
So we're back on rotor.
I'll just say hello to Bear while he hops in to say, all right, Bear.
All right, Guster. Fell asleep.
How are you, mate? You all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. Doing okay.
All right, I'll leave you to it then. I'll be here to the end of the session in case you need me again, but I'm sure you're good.
Yeah.
Bye.
I'll see you
Catch
later,
you
boys.
Bye.
Feeling refreshed?
Not yet, but I'm sure I will do when I wake up.
Well, you've gone for hot drink now, haven't you?
Yeah. Well, it's beer early on.
Four beers in a session.
Three. But yeah.
I see 4 beers lined up, 4 stubbies.
One of them was still left over, I think.
Anyway, Phillips is going to continue. Floated up outside off stump. Driven without any power in it by Bethel. James moved on somewhat since you've been slumbering.
Yeah, I keep waking up thinking, I'm going to get up, and then falling asleep again, and then we keep moving along.
I know that one.
Another floated up ball. That's one worked down to long on by Bethel. He trots through and goes to 76. Duckett's keeping company on 72.
this
England
rate-
162 for 1.
At this rate, what will be 500 there before the end of the day and have them back in, won't we?
I can't see us batting beyond a session tomorrow, and maybe not even that. And that is driven back to Phillips, who scampers to his right and fields. I think it's definitely. I think there'll be some Philly boots ideas in people's heads. Now that's shorter and flatter. That's worked nicely square on the leg side, but they can't get two. As the man rushes in from the boundary to cut off the second run.
Well, yeah, I mean, 316 ahead, these two get centuries or whatever. I mean,
Brooke hasn't even gone to the crease yet.
Well, exactly. Or Root or Stokes or, you know.
Slightly fuller, played off the back foot as the ball coming into the stumps. There is no run.
So a technical question for the Bear. Is the bandwidth on your new provider the same as the previous one? Because the feed is much jerkier than it used to be.
Shorter and faster outside off stump on fourth stump line. Side. And that's an easy single. That's the end of the over. England 164 for 1 and lead by 319.
No, not at all, Messi. That's at home. It's not even includes this one. What on the
stream?
Zoom feed, yeah, it's way more jerky than it was because earlier this year, this series, it was much better than it used to be. But now
I think it's on a sort of.
worse.
I think it's all on a sort of daily basis, depending on what's going on, really.
Yeah, that makes sense. Katie on Blue Sky sent a message 40 minutes ago. It remains relevant. She says the idea that county championship performance is irrelevant implies that Potts and Cast haven't both been excellent for Durham for several years before being picked for England.
Henry short and pushed through point by Duckett.
I think it's a good point that Katie makes. I mean, I think particularly when it comes to fast bowlers, the experience.
Well, that's
in
where
cricket's pretty important, isn't it?
All the guys that went to Notts, Tongue and Pennington, they got their chance because of performances in the county championship. As Henry comes in, that's angled down the leg side, worked square by Duckett. That really is money for a rope for a man of his talents on the leg side. Ravinder picks it up and throws into the keeper.
Yeah, I guess so. It seems to be more the case for bowlers, though, doesn't it? I mean, I guess you only get. No, I suppose you get to see. I don't know what I'm thinking there, but I guess batters in the T20 leagues get a lot of chances.
Short rising from Henry. Bethel chops that down into the gully area and then bounces up and is fielded. And there is no run. I think there's just because of natural wear and tear on bowlers, they get to be more of them get to be looked at in any case.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's full and angled in, slightly swinging in as well by Henry. Driven to mid-on.
There does seem to be a particularly high attrition rate amongst the English fast bowlers for some reason.
Yeah, and I don't know why that is.
It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't really make sense, does it? Given that they've got such good facilities these days.
That's good ball by Henry. That's cobbed Bethel. That's moved and hit him on the back leg.
He's got an inside edge onto just inside the pad on the back leg or something.
That's the bit which Ian O'Brien always used to say hurts like a.
Yeah, he's got an inside edge and it's gone into just behind the well, it's gone just on the back of the knee sort of thing, hasn't it?
Oh yeah,
just inside the pad.
Yeah, that really hurts.
It's a no ball
and
too.
a no ball. To add insult to injury.
Indeed.
Yeah, it's not a happy time for New Zealand, is it?
Not at all.
And Henry in, that's Fuller and driven nicely by Bethel, but Can't beat the extra cover.
I mean, barring on something extraordinary, England have steamrolled them here.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean,
Mayank says, why do Brits say mid-noughties for the 2000s? It sounds pervy. Will says, hot toddy for the bear. Frank Rockefeller says, England's new openers, Crawley 3. Baby Shaker says, okay, finally finished work for the week. What did I miss? You missed a hat-trick to Gus Anderson before lunch.
Atkinson, not Anderson.
No. You're conflating two bowlers there.
Yeah. Gus Atkinson. And New Zealand just crumpled to be all out for, what they were,
125 as Duckett just pushes a full ball through past mid-wicket and mid-on down to for an easy single.
Well, they've slowed down a bit, haven't they, since I've been asleep? Not going along at a run of ball anymore.
No, and that's rinse and repeat by Bethel, who just pushes it down to long on for an easy single. But they've been going up 5 and a bit and over recently for since about 75-80 for 1.
It all looks.
Yeah, Phillips has slowed things down a bit. He's only going for 3.5 and over.
Yeah, why didn't they
I
bowl
think
him sooner?
Pace on really suits these two.
It's nicely flighted again, but guess where it's gone? It's gone to long on.
Well, how long before they start running down the track? Well, maybe they're both eyeing a century.
I'm fairly sure that are both eyeing a century, because Bethel would be his maiden one.
Well, but definitely Bethel its maiden one. Duckett's got himself out a fair few times in a. Well,
there we go. That's slightly short, and Bethel has just given it the full treatment. He just rocked under the back foot and muscled it over the long on for one of these.
It wasn't even that short, really. That was a little bit flat, but he's got back really quickly.
Picked the length really quickly. And if there's one shot that we know he can play, it's the pull swat. And rapidly moves to 85. It's floated up outside off stump, and that's driven beautifully, but safely, all along the floor to the long off. Bethel goes to 86. Duckett
England creating
gets one ball this over to show what he's made of.
England making themselves some problems here, aren't they? With Bethel.
He's averaging over 80 at the moment.
Yeah, as Jamie Smith comes back after childbirth.
That's flatter and dropped into the mid-wicket. The short mid-wicket, Bear will like that. That's the end of the over. England 176 for 1 after 33 overs.
Well, if you're going on batting form, Stokes will be the one at risk, or Crawley.
Stokes got 18 in the last match. He's not at risk.
He's also
Crawley's the one at risk.
Even if he didn't make any runs, his captaincy is vital. Frank Rockefeller says England should get batting practice till 500 ahead. I agree. Will Reynolds says batter's game, innit? Bowlers have to slog away in the championship for years to get a shout, whereas wunderkind batters, Brooksmith, Bethel, etc., just swan in, no problem. The J thing says, someone might have asked this already, but do you guys think about the trumpeter who belts out his annoyance after each 4 and 6? Kind of reminds me of the wonderful vuvuzela during the South African World Cup. Well, we don't hear the in-ground sound, so
thankfully
we don't get any of that.
Yeah. Driven by Bethel, but can't beat the mid-on off Henry's first ball of the over.
I think most instruments in ground are sort of amusing initially and they get really annoying after a while.
Slightly shorter from Henry, and that's squeezed out into the offside, off the outside edge of the bat. And Bethel comes through for a single.
The thing I do like is the brass bands they tend to have in South Africa, or the drums the Indians so often have.
Yeah, but even that goes on.
The Adelaide Test. It's great. It builds up the atmosphere in
Yep.
the ground. I think it's fantastic.
Henry tacking off stump, and Duckett just drops the bat on it. Can't say that happens very often. And there is no run.
Yeah, it's not all been go, go, go since I've been up.
I mean, I didn't have sound on a lot for the Adelaide Test match yesterday, but there were 50,000 people in the ground, although 10,000 of them were at the back getting drunk.
That's
But-
more to
Oh.
Duckett's liking. That's full, and he's smashed off the inside edge of the bat. Mid-wicket makes a decent attempt to stop it. I think he parried that, and mid-on comes round and cleans up.
You happy with Australians'
And-
performance yesterday?
Well, I was gripped by it. Mr. Rolite doesn't agree, but I thought, watching the best fast bowler in the world in really tricky conditions, he was swinging it too much in some ways. It was fascinating.
Chopped down through the gully by Bethel for a single.
And you wonder if their luck will change, and they did all right as well. But when I left here, I think Australia was 60 odd for one. So
Yeah,
I mean
they're
India.
86
Sorry.
for one. Australia 86 for one.
And then
so they're
Stark
only,
got to work.
95 behind. Yeah, but
Short and
India are
rising
5
and
for 1.
worked off his hip down to square leg, and that completes the over. England 180 for 1, lead by 335. Bethel closing in on a century, with Duckett not far behind.
So I've just bet on India at 5 to 1 on the basis that Australia have an amazing capacity to fuck it up. So we're up to date on YouTube and even on Blue Sky. Oh, Grubby has of course posted a picture of Will with Mog's ears above him. Pete, oh no, so that was a repeat. No, we're up to date everywhere. Wonderful.
Marvellous.
It just shows what a good job you're doing.
Remember to smash the
Well, I
like
don't-
button and subscribe if you're on YouTube, by the way. Please.
I should say I don't bother looking at Twitter most of the time anymore because it's a shit show and most people have had the sense to get out of there.
That one turned.
Quite a lot of turn there from Phillips. That's sort of sliding down leg stump and then straightens nicely and kind of takes the outside edge, or goes, yes, outside half of the bat, popped up just in front of the batsman. And a slower, quicker ball. Duckett goes for the sweep and it goes over the top of the bat, and over the top of the stumps as well. Not
Stretched.
really the ball to sweep.
No, it's
not
too
the right
short.
length.
No. Stretched a long way for that. It wasn't there.
And again, another shortish, flattish ball that's flashed through the offside off the back foot. Ravindra runs round, fields and throws in one motion.
Keeps it to a single. That's pretty good fielding.
Yeah. Actually, was that Ravindra or was that Will Young?
I don't know. I thought it was Ravindra. What's the difference in their setup, apart from the obvious?
Bowling with the spin. Anyway, here comes Phillips again. That's a nice ball. Nice flight. Drops into the block hole of Bethel, who just pushes it into the ground and it bobbles back to the bowler. Here comes another. That's again nice flight, but he's just pushed it wide of both the bowler and the mid off, down to the long off for a fairly straightforward single.
It's all very easy at the moment.
Yeah. I'd be trying some occasional bowler by now, I think.
Already? I've only bowled 35 overs. I mean, everyone should
that's,
be reasonably
squirted through the covers slightly airily, but there's nobody within catching distance really.
I mean, this is the sort of England score 500 and they really do get skilled in the second innings. They look devoid of... I just find it really weird after the form they showed in India. they come back home and they're just.
Or maybe they put all their effort into that series.
Maybe.
And they're just. Their tanks are empty at the moment. They
Quite
need
possibly.
to recharge.
Yeah, could be.
Particularly since they now can't qualify for the World Test Championship final either.
Yeah, maybe so.
Pink Floyd just says, day 2? It's amazing to think how far we are into this match.
Yeah.
We're just halfway through the second day.
And England lead by
Crazy.
300 already in the second innings.
Yeah, it's a massacre.
With 9 wickets in hand as well.
We're going to see Southey again. He's coming back. He's had 6 overs in 2 spells so far. And that first ball is in the channel outside off stump and defended by Duckett.
Not the send-off he was looking for, is it?
Not at all.
No, he's been a bit underpowered and disrespected in some respects.
Well, yeah. But his pace has really gone, hasn't it? I mean, it's very much military medium these days.
And if the ball don't swing,
no,
then he goes round the park. And a quick signal taken by Duckett. Good calling by Bethel to call him through. There's a shy at the bowler's end, but Duckett is comfortably in.
I'm pleased to say the J thing has smashed the like button, has subscribed, and as you all should, if you could, please.
Lovely.
All 192 of you watching on YouTube, just hit that like button and subscribe.
Southey, a bit raw round arm, trying to get a bit of swing into the batsman. That's defended up to mid-on.
A bit inside edgy, wasn't it?
Yeah, a bit more of a round arm who's trying to. He may just caught him out slightly in, not got the full middle of the bat as a result.
Shane Bond and listening intently to what Gower has to say.
Short outside of stump and smashed off the back foot by Bethel to point boundary, but it's only worth a single.
Bethel has never scored a first class ton, has he?
No, and now you've done him.
I have, sorry. But he is only 21, is that right?
Yes, he was in the last Under-19 World Cup in 2023, I think.
Yeah, he's only just turned 21 6 weeks ago.
Onto his pads, worked comfortably by Duckett to mid-wicket, fielded by the man on the boundary.
You wonder if now he's 21 he'd be allowed to cut his own hair and not have his mum do it all the time.
Clearly he's playing some of a diet, isn't he?
Yeah, well, no, he's got the demon boy child to colour his hair.
Yes.
From the peroxide stores. And that's again slightly more round arm, angling in, defended to the man at mid wicket.
Who does he play for? Warwickshire.
Warwickshire, yeah. And Birmingham Phoenix.
What, in the dreaded 100?
Yeah. So it's the Birmingham Boers.
So has he got
Warwickshire.
a Barbados or a Birmingham accent?
Well, I think he's probably got a very mangled accent 'cause he was.
Yeah, he sounds quite posh, boy.
Yeah. When did he go to Barbados? When he was 12?
Oh, was it?
He was born there.
I thought he was born there. Yeah.
Oh, so he came back when he was 12.
Yeah, I think that's right, yeah.
It's very Edgbaston.
Very Edgbaston accent. So that's
So-
upper class Birmingham, is it?
Which is posh as fuck Birmingham.
We're going to see Will O'Rourke from the other end. I think it's his third spell. He's bowled 7 overs so far for 40. Probably bowled a little bit better than those figures suggest. But just like everyone else, and as Jeff Thompson said famously, he's going to cop it too. And it's a short ball, way over the diminutive ducket. That's one for the over of the two.
Bethel moved to England as a 13-year-old after winning a scholarship to rugby school. There you go.
There's a surprise.
How old? Sorry, 13.
Yep.
Yep.
There's a lot of schools offering scholarships to talented West Indians.
Yes. Ricardo
Alcock, Chris Jordan.
Yep.
To name but two. Here comes O'Rourke. That's slightly fuller, but still pulled by Duckett. Down to behind square on the leg side.
It looked like he slightly kept low on him. He adjusted, but I think he thought it was shorter. Just didn't get up, but he was.
He wasn't trying to power it. He was trying to paddle it,
and he's short enough as well to be able to adjust. Say short people are better players with a pull shot, don't they?
Well, yeah. One of the best players was Sonny Gaviscon. He's about 5'9", 5'8".
Yeah, Colin Milburn wasn't too bad, and he wasn't all that tall.
But he's quite wide.
Yes.
That's rising outside off stump and chopped down into the gully where it's fielded.
We have a super chat. You have a jingle somewhere?
I do. I haven't. Go for it.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
Rockefeller is very kind to send us $10. Hit that cash button with timing or not.
Yes. Do so.
Thank you, Frank.
O'Rourke. Short ball pulled out of it by Bethel. That was just starting to tail away, so it's probably a good choice to not go after that one. I don't think he would have been able to keep it down, wouldn't have been able to keep it in control. There will be other opportunities.
Messi with the sickest burn on Bethel's hair.
It's just very, very, very peroxide blonde. It's not particularly bad. Not compared to things like the KP Skunk.
He looks very new romantic.
Yes. And that's lifting on Bethel. Just pops it out into the offside, off the sort of shoulder and splice of the bat. There's nobody within catching range to catch it. The one it reminds me of is probably Billy Idol.
Yes, very much so.
Or a flock of seagulls without the stupid hairdos. They had very peroxide white hair.
Yeah, that's a stretch. Speaking of Birmingham, Frank Rockefeller says lots of Roman stuff in Warwickshire, I remember. Looks like a Praetorian guard. Ooh.
Oh, and that's a second ball that's lifted at Bethel, and I think he's just edged that into his helmet.
I think so. If you're going to bother getting someone out, he should do.
Well, I don't think he gets the option. I think they'll be rushing down from the changing room straight away. It is the end of the over, and England are 187 for 1.
Well, I'll just do a couple of messages before we change over then. Kat Martin says, posh Birmingham accent, Jasper Caro, perhaps. Mr. Rollite says, isn't posh Birmingham an oxymoron? Baby Shaker says, can I donate with prepaid Prezi cards? My wife won't let me use credit card on YouTube. Well, if you can use PayPal. If you go to our homepage, GorillaCricket.com, there's an option to make a donation via PayPal. We're back.
We are back. In which case, why don't
over.
You take over?
Yeah, that's driven out to extra cover.
Oh,
we'll have a couple of runs. Who's going to come in then? Mog, and who's going to be Andy McLean?
That's probably going to be me. No, why don't we have Grubby back for a last spell before he goes off?
We could do. If he's there, but Will's there.
I can shift. Have Grubby.
Are you coming back, Grubby? Or have you left?
Sorry, the road has been changed to Bear, Mog and Will.
Okay. All right.
Oh, no,
That's quite cool.
Listen, I can come in, but we'll chat about it in a sec.
That's chopped into the ground and there's no run. You decide between you, Will. Are you all right? Or
Yeah, Grubs, do you want to do it?
I can't. Are you on after tea?
No, I'm done.
You done?
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Yeah,
rock,
you
paper,
finish off, it's
scissors
fine.
for you two then.
okay,
Oh.
cool.
all right, mate.
Hang in there.
Yeah.
A bit of live
See you
production
later,
there.
Will. Sleep well. Right. All right, Grubster.
Hello, Bear. You all right?
Yeah, your surprise visit tonight. Then that's nice of you to. I see.
Well, since I was nicking your feed, I
Yeah.
thought I might offer my services.
Well, Bethel's come down the track. Has gone spooning up in the air, and it hasn't been caught.
ooh.
He's lucky. He's getting very nervous in his 90s. I'll switch over to Jason's chair now. And he's got back for 2 though. So he moves on to 92. Go on, jump out.
Yeah, well, he hadn't scored for a few. This man who did the fielding there and nearly took the catch there, Henry, was bowling the previous over, wasn't it? And he sort of pegged him back a little bit. Good job I finished that sentence, isn't it? Anyway,
I believe his highest score is 96, is it not? In first class cricket?
93.
93.
I don't know. Yeah.
Well, everyone talked about it, didn't they? Oh, well, he's nearly chopped on. He's in the very nervous 90s as that when he chops down into the ground, misses his stumps, and it goes through the keeper, and there's no run.
Be nice to see him through to his maiden first class.
It would be. It would be. Get that.
Oh dear, that was close to the off stump, wasn't it?
It was, wasn't it?
He keeps this up, he'll be having a lot of sessions with the team's sports psychologist to get over this
Yeah.
90s nervousness.
Who is that now? Remind me.
That's Dr. Sigmund Freud.
Eileen Drury.
Around the wicket. Well, he's got that one down to third man, and that'll help along the way. He's going to get 4 runs. It was on the ground, off the back foot, bit edgy, but it went down and it went past gully, down to the boundary for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Moves on to 96. Just 4 away. You think he'll cut loose after he's got his 100? I imagine so.
Just keep playing. It's so weird, isn't it, with milestones? I know they matter to the individual, but just keep doing what you've been doing.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, he's had a drive at that and he hasn't made it.
And he's out.
He's out. Fucking hell.
What a
fucking hell. He's and Saudi gets a wicket, and it is Bethel. He'll be really upset with himself. He looked really nervous in the 90s.
Yeah.
He will have to overcome that. Of course he will. He's a young lad, and he was probably dreaming of his first Test ton. Whatever. He's got 96, and he's moved England to, almost certainly a winning position. And 96 is 96. It's a bloody good score. It's just not 100.
It's the highest ever score, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Work that out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is unfortunate though for the lad, but he has to go.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
And he's getting the sort of ovation from his teammates that you would get if you got a ton, and quite right too. He's
Absolutely.
played just as important an innings.
Exactly that. I mean, England what now? Essentially 351 for 2. Before tea on day 2. Where are I on day 2?
Only.
Jesus Christ!
Two.
This game is going to be over in 3 days.
Well, that's good for me. I'm supposed to be in on the 4th day, so that means a day I don't have to stay up all night.
Oh, it's hard work staying up all night. I haven't managed a whole night staying up all night. I don't think. I always fall asleep.
You need to get in training a day or 2 before.
I don't know, it's fine for me here, so I don't know what you're complaining about.
Yeah. Unlike that lightweight Messi Jez, who can't be bothered to do the first session.
Yeah.
Fucking fuck.
Anywhere else in the world. But I know, he did point out last week that it is about a 5-hour time difference between where they were playing last week at Christchurch and Perth. So, fair dues.
Yeah, so it would have been through at 3 in the morning or something. Fuck it, we do that all the time, Messi. We do it all the time.
Oh, speak up. I can't hear from all the way up. That cross you're on there.
Yeah.
I love that joke. Jesus on the cross, and he says to Peter, come up here, come up here. What is it, my lord? All the guards are cutting him down, and eventually he gets up there and he goes, he's mortally wounded. He goes, what is it, my lord? He goes, I can see your house from up here.
Defended out to the offside and there's no run.
Which book of the Bible is that in?
The book of Grubay.
The little known
New Testament.
Book of Paul.
England 196 for 2. Root to go out to Cruz. Bethel out on 96. Looked really nervous in the 90s.
Yeah.
And it did get him. Bit unfortunate, but what the hell. Still a 96. And it is only his second test. And he got a quick fire 50 in the second one. So he's got 2 50s in 3 innings. It's pretty good. As Duckett knocks that out to mid on, and there's no run. I mean, Duckett has his own problems about converting to 100. He gets out quite a lot in the 80s and 90s because he just doesn't change the way he plays, which is a pretty high risk. I know, it's fine. It is fine.
It does matter to him, but
he makes he makes it sound like it doesn't, but of course, yeah, it does.
Yeah, of course it does. But you're upset anytime you get out, whether it's on 98 or 103.
Yeah. Well, Root's going to face up to his first delivery. It's Willow Walk. Oof, that's an absolute cracker.
First ball duck.
Well, it cuts Root in half, and there's appeals from behind. I'm not sure Willow Rourke is as interested as the people behind the stumps.
I think he was just going on because he saw the rest of them do it.
Yeah, and it's one of those balls where they are going to review it. It always looks like you should have got the wicket, and often turns out you didn't. But we shall see. They've reviewed it.
Willow is not convinced at all.
Root shaking his head, but then he would do. And he looks positively really tall against.
It's hit me jumper, lads. It's hit me jumper.
Well, he seems to be
Duckett
indicating.
really is a garden gnome, isn't he?
Yeah. Well, it's the same height as me. Well, this isn't really. Nah.
Bear really is a garden gnome, isn't he?
Yeah.
I've always said that about Bear. In fact, you've got the beard, Bear. So if anything,
well, it's true. I just need
more qualifications.
Well, it visibly has missed the bat by quite a long way, I would say.
And it has indeed.
And it's
definitely
hit his jumper.
Yeah.
Just rock and roll that for us.
Yeah, from behind. It looks closer to the edge from behind, but still, it's clearly hit the jumper. And they might go.
Do you think they say that when I don't know, James Blunt is recording something in the studio and they say, "Just rock and roll that for me"?
Yeah,
that'd be good. That'd be good, wouldn't it?
It would be. Except for James.
There's nobody in the studio when James Blunt records.
Yeah, exactly.
He's great fun though. I like him a lot.
He's quite funny on Twitter.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Yeah.
He doesn't seem to give a shit about it a lot, to be fair. But I mean, there was one song he had. I mean, they're all a bit. That's left alone through the keeper and there's no run. But there was one song I remember driving.
Beautiful? Is that the one?
No, not that one. It's the one that's got.
That's his biggest hit.
I know, of course it is his biggest hit. But
Three Wise Men.
The Three Wise Men one just fucking winds me up, man. It was on all the time, and it was a period when I was driving around doing bloody Homes Under the Hammer around Christmas, and it was always on. And the camera guy used to drive me around. Always had Radio 1 on, and we always had that on, and he used to just wind me up intently.
I'm going to send you a clip. There, I'm going to send you a clip of Gavin and Stacey, which is very pertinent to this conversation.
That's short. And O'Rourke is generating some pace, and he's clearly got a short ball strategy. Root has just arrived at the crease, only faced 3 balls. There have been a fiery 3 balls too, and that one jumps on him, but he gets out of the way, and it goes through to the keeper, and there's no run. And now changing his boot. No wonder we're only getting bloody 79 overs in a day. Gary will be going spitting blood out there.
Yeah. When Ben Stokes goes, over rates drop, even if it's not him responsible for it.
Well, yeah. Well, O'Rourke looks like he's going to have to change his shoe. He's taken one off. He's walking off towards the boundary, holding it in hand.
I've said this before, Bear. Gary and I don't agree on everything. Yeah, we have a good chat about stuff. We don't agree on everything, but we certainly agree on over rates. Shocking.
Well, I think someone's implying that you better read this out, Mog.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
Because it's so good, he said it twice.
That's Richard Milgate, €2 and €2, saying this might help with the sleep deprivation. This might help with the sleep deprivation.
Has he accidentally given us $2 twice?
Euros.
It's showing up twice.
Showing up twice, yeah.
Well,
maybe
we better say it twice then.
Well,
exactly. I'd also just like to point out that Nigel Hendo Henderson says, "What a cast of handsome fellas."
Oh, thanks.
Hello, Hendo. I didn't know.
I tried to dress down.
Yeah, Hendo. If you're still up, why aren't you in here as well? You know.
I didn't know the headmaster was watching.
He likes to sneak in and do audits without telling anyone.
I'll just be observing your lesson today.
Act as if I'm not here.
All right, then.
Says
I'll tell you what, that headmaster's an absolute arse.
Oh, his fucking policy on wearing your ties done up properly.
Well, Will O'Rourke has changed his boot, so that's lost, what, a couple of minutes, 2 or 3 minutes out of this over Gary. That's where your time's gone.
And you hear him keening away in the background somewhere as he feels the overs slipping away.
Right.
What happened in Southport?
Yeah, Will O'Rourke is going to come in to complete his over. He bowls it full and down off on Root's pads. Slides down the leg side and Root can't quite catch it up. To clip it, it goes through to the keeper and there is no run. Root yet to get off the mark.
Again, good carry there off that off the pitch, isn't it? And a decent take.
Indeed.
Over on the YouTubes, I said this one, but I don't know if you were listening. England has replaced their sports psychologist with a golf coach. It's from Carl Herbert. Will is blaming Bethel's wicket on you, Grubby.
Yep, thank you very much.
Says, shame for the lad and unfortunate. It was the skittish ducket at the other end who would have had nothing useful to say to calm his nerves. Arsh and Hendo says, blimey, Bethel still hasn't got a first-class century. Drop him now. And he's also complaining I didn't read his other tweet. If he means the one I just read, then I read it.
Well, yeah, that's defended.
Unless you mean an actual tweet, in which case.
Well, maybe. Southey is defended back first ball by Duckett to him, and there is no run.
So when I first joined Blue Sky a couple of weeks ago, there was some chat on there about what we should call the posts there, whether it should be skeets like Blue Sky tweets. But I thought, take the blue instead, call them bleats. I think you should call bleats.
Oh, blueies, I thought. It's quite good.
Don't call them blueies, it's fucking awful.
It's so Australian, but that's pulled out to deep square leg and there's no run. I quite like it.
So, Mog, we are currently a committee of 3. Would you go with my suggestion of bleats?
Oh, I think bleats is appropriate for the ravings of people on social media, yes.
Carried. Right, so we on Guerrilla Cricket are going to call them bleats from now on.
Okay. Fine by me.
So it is written.
With a double E.
Now we just need to remember that next time it comes up.
I'll remember it.
Right, Southey. Have I missed a ball? Don't think so. Root has just been preparing.
They can not to play cricket.
His first ball against Southey. That one keeps a little low, but goes through to the keeper. It's only 128 clicks though. Will O'Rourke's bowling over 140 at the other end. It's quite a difference. Although he did get the wicket. He was befuddled. He'd looked really good getting there, but suddenly in the 90s got a little bit nervous. Unfortunately gave it away, but what a hell. England
maybe a bit tired as well.
Possibly.
I mean, he's not used to batting that long
no,
either.
Maybe.
He's only little.
198 for 2. Cut.
Tiny wee.
Can't bowl there to Rooty. Doesn't time that one particularly well. Gets it in front of square, and he'll get a single. He wanted 2, but there wasn't 2. He just gets the single. Gets himself. You got a duck in the first innings again, or did you get 3 or something? Can't remember.
Yeah, it was single figures.
It's not a very successful series, Rooty. And you've got to think there's runs on him somewhere.
Yeah, I reckon.
Maybe he's already spent them all. It's up to 16,000 runs or something.
Mind you, I suppose
120.
I suppose he's only got a certain number of runs in him, and he's spent a lot of them already.
They're already gone.
Southey around the wicket, cut at by Duckett. It was an appeal from behind the stumps. Was he giving him? Doesn't appear so.
Apparently not.
He was nowhere near it. And maybe Blundell was just showing off a little bit.
Blundell, he made it look like he's like, yep, that's out.
Yeah, exactly.
And then Duckett looked disappointed, and we all thought, hang on a minute.
Yeah, for a second there. I was a bit confused.
Turns out he was disappointed at the pantomime, not the result.
Well, he's driven at that one. Oh dear, that's a bit aerial as well. But England's players having a problem in the 90s. And
Duckie's
not even there yet. Gets one, he gets on to 89.
He's nervous about being nervous in the 90s.
He's in the itchy 80s.
Just need to play how he's going to play. Look, I mean, as I said before, he's one player who says he likes to score big runs, but an 80 is an 80 and it's a good score, which is how you should think about it.
Not the one that goes down in the book in that column next to 100, though, is it?
No. But it all adds towards your healthy average. If you were to say, can I average 89 every game I ever play in an international career, I think you'd take that.
He's averaging low 40s now, Duckett, which I think is pretty good.
Yeah, it is. Cuts that one though, got given serious width out to the man at deep point. Fumbles a little bit. Who's that? It's not Rapture. Is that Ajaz Patel down there? Or is it?
He's in the 90s now though, Duckett.
Yeah, he got back for two there.
That was very uppish, that previous one.
Was,
to extra cover, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Could have easily been caught.
It was just a little bit wide of the player as well, so he was going at it with one hand. So they're looking a little disappointed. O'Rourke coming in to bowl to Root. That's a beautiful shot. Very full on his pads, and Root clips it out behind square. That's a lovely shot.
I mean, you cannot bowl there to him.
You cannot bowl there to him. There aren't a lot of places you can bowl to him, but certainly not there. It's 4 runs. And England's 200 is up, 205 for 2.
That's a leg stump half volley, I'm afraid.
Yeah, exactly. So probably the best batsman in the world at the moment.
Statistically.
Yeah. He's top of the rankings as well, isn't he?
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Well, so, officially.
Yeah.
Not statistically, officially.
And I think you'd have to say that's true. Defends that one out to the covers, and there's no run.
Although Harry Brook might be, I don't know, he's still a fair way behind him, just because of the historical points in whatever system that is.
Yeah, but he'll be racing up there when he broke. Jesus, I mean, he's had a fantastic. He's over 1,000 runs this 2024 in Test cricket, an average of 76 or something stupid like that.
Yeah.
So what was it? Tony was saying earlier, I think at the beginning of the show, he averages 92 away from home.
Yeah. It's unbelievable.
Astonishing. It is astonishing. Root just dabs that down behind square on the offside, and there is no run.
Ravindra's made 1,000 for the year, hasn't he?
He might well have done. I mean, he has been very good this year.
Not adding a lot to them in this series, but...
But has he?
He's a talent.
I mean, how many tests have New Zealand played in a year, though?
7 or 8.
Yeah.
If he's got 1,000 runs and 7 or 8, I mean, England would have played about 17 by the end of the year. So Ravindra, would have to say, would be better, but
saturating the market.
Short and cut behind square again. Can't bowl there to Rooty. That's a slide, and I don't think it's been saved by the fielder. Conway, I think it is Conway down there. He slid like he was doing a slide tackle.
Yeah.
Down at backward point rather than go at it with his hands. And he did get a boot on it.
He might have
But
saved.
it slid through his
No,
legs.
that was hit the sponge.
And hit the sponge. And so, it
Much
is.
like my auntie round at tea.
What, your auntie's hitting the sponge?
Tea at the Vickers.
Yes.
Yeah, she hits the sponge pretty hard.
Yeah.
Battenberg normally.
O'Rourke in defended out into the covers, and there's no one. I quite like Battenberg.
I like them on Bake Off. They make them at least once a year.
Are you talking about the cakes or the Royal House?
The Royals. They make.
Yeah.
They make Royals.
Yeah, they make Royals.
The DNA lab that they've swapped it over to now. There are 4 guys who've made 1,000 runs this year so far.
Oh, good work.
And who do you think they are?
Oh, stop it.
Well, we got 2 of them, haven't we? Ravindra and
Brooke.
I'm afraid only one of those is correct.
Oh, so not Ravindra then.
Root?
Ravindra's 916.
Okay.
Root?
Root is on top of the pile with 1,365.
Root and Brooke and 2 more, yeah?
Yep.
Ooh.
Travis Head?
Incorrect.
That's pulled out. Oh, I like this game. Behind square on the onside. There is no run. Gyswell.
Gyswell, yeah.
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 1,280.
Come on, Bear. Come on, Bear. It's the old cheese game.
The answer is right in front of you.
Duckett.
Duckett, yeah.
Oh,
Wow.
my God.
1,131.
Wow. Go Duckett.
Why did you put a cool whip? 1130.
Yes, I don't know.
There's not even an H there.
Oh no, Duckett hasn't made it to 100 either.
For fuck's sake.
No,
We'll
it's
take
hard to
90s
laugh.
all the way down.
Yeah,
now.
take 90s all the way down, exactly. He's got 92. He's dragged one onto his stump. Southey's broken both openers who are in the 90s. Well, you don't see that too often. Usually a lot of people go on. The 3rd wicket has gone down. He was just trying to dab it down a 3rd man. And instead it ran on into him and he's just guided it into his stumps. And that's really unfortunate, but we have to say
the century wrecker.
yeah, exactly. It's another one down, and England are 211 for 3.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
Well. Oh, but, for New Zealand, look who's coming out.
Oh yeah, look who's coming out. Having a time of his life. Well, he's bound to get bugger all in this innings. Slap it down someone's throat. Having got 100 in the first innings. I mean, in a perfect position to come out at essentially 366 for 3 in a 1 innings game. It is.
By the way, did I read that Joe Root has now gone past Sachin Tendulkar for the most 4th innings runs in Test history?
Ooh, I don't know. That'd be a good
Yeah,
stat.
and it's only about 1,600. I say only 1,600 or something like that. You think, can that be right? But I suppose not all games go to the 4th innings.
No, true.
And even if they do, you may bat the 3rd innings. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
But anyway,
There was a criticism about Tendulkar for making useless runs in 4th innings or something, wasn't there? I think of somebody else.
No, I think that was a fair criticism. He didn't carry them across the line too often.
I suppose he played 160 games or something, didn't he? So
But I think he played 200, didn't he? Close as that. I mean, he went on and on and on until he got.
sorry, yeah, but you
They
might be
kept
right.
letting
Yeah.
him go to get every possible milestone.
Yeah, didn't he? Ex-batsman.
100 international hundreds.
Yeah, exactly. They let him go on for that one forever.
But still overrated.
Well, Harry Brooks' first ball is down the leg side, and again there's an appeal. Blundell's appealing for anything. The batsman flashes at it, he misses, and it goes through to the keeper. Blundell's going up.
How many times is that Ben Duckett's got out between 70 and 99 now?
Quite a lot.
Must be half a dozen times.
Yeah. He
Up
put
straight.
Yeah, it is frustrating, but as we've just said, he's averaging whatever, and he's third highest run scorer in the year.
Well, but whose little this series looks better? Someone who went out for 90, or that bloke there who's got 200s already?
Well, indeed. Clips into the leg side again. There's no run as it goes to mid wicket. Are we coming up to tea? We are coming up to tea, aren't we?
Yeah, we sure are.
I managed to wake up in the last session of the day because you think, oh, it's nearly the end. It's the middle session that kills me.
Really?
It's a lunch break that kills me, actually, because you have energy in the first session, then you have 40 minutes off, and you really kind of wind down.
It's the adrenaline.
And then it's midnight already, and at my age, that's it, off. That's defended out to the covers, and there's no run. Yeah, I am an old bastard. I fall asleep on a sofa every night these days. If I have something to do,
great, isn't it?
Well, it is, but it's weird. If I have something to do, I'm fine. I can stay up. But as soon as you just stick me down after dinner in front of the telly with the news on and a computer reading the news as well, that's it. I last about 10 minutes. Next thing, it's 1 o'clock in the morning.
You get on the blower to your teammate and you say, "Excuse me, have you got anything to do?" And if they haven't, then you fall asleep.
Yeah, basically. That's defended out to the offside and there's no run. And since I don't do a lot, I fall asleep most nights.
Since I had surgery last year, I can't fall asleep on the couch for some reason.
Really?
It's really weird.
Could you give us any details you're prepared to share there, Mog?
Well, a couch is kind of like a big chair.
Thank you, that's useful.
No, I had a superior semicircular canal dehiscence repaired. So they had to drill through my skull and plug up some holes. So that was exciting.
Superior, though.
Very superior.
Did that improve your hearing, or is it nothing to actually do with hearing?
The hearing's fucked. Yeah.
Oh, really? It's true?
Is that standing next to amps all the time? And speakers?
I don't think I even own a proper amp anymore.
I meant speakers, didn't I? Not amps. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I want
everything's done on headphones these days, which is a bit annoying. I love turning up an amp, but that's defended. Back to the bowler, and there is no run.
Your neighbours thank you there. I once nearly went deaf to Cotton Eye Joe one New Year's Eve.
Jesus Christ.
Cotton Eye Joe
in York. We went to I was visiting my mate who was doing some law course in York, and we went out New Year's Eve to whatever club it was that they have in York, and I stood next to the speaker, and the next day and the day after and the day after that I was deaf in my left ear. Cotton Eye Joe. Mind you, there's it's a very good Rufus Wainwright version of it.
Find that hard to believe.
Dropped down into the offside by Root, who's on 9 off of 13 deliveries. Brook yet to get off the mark. England 211 for 3. They lead by 366, and they've only faced 42.2 overs in this second innings, so they're scooting along, still roughly about 5 and over. They will have a lead of about 500 by the end of the day. And how long they'll bat tomorrow. I mean, the last session could be chaos as well. Somehow, I thought he got himself out in a very similar way to Duckett there. He got an inside edge, but he got it onto his pad instead of his stumps. And he was not out. I think O'Rourke's been the pick of the Kiwi bowlers.
Well, he's got that extra bounce, I suppose, hasn't he?
Extra bounce, a little bit of extra pace.
And also, I think we're seeing a few wickets at the moment, and maybe that sort of piece. If you can angle it in like that, like Duckett got out, sort of playing on, and I think Atkinson and Cast are those sorts of bowlers as well. So we might see a few more dismissals like that in this match.
That's cut well by Root. Can't bowl out there though. There is a man. I think it's Rachin Ravindra down there, backward point, and maybe Conway. Anyway, it gets cut off. They come back for 2. No, they didn't come back for 2. They took 1.
Yeah, it went quick.
Now I remember when I was a student and first learning electric guitar, and was an incredible stoner, and it was Manchester in 1990. and imagining myself being Jimi Hendrix, I remember I lived in a flat above a video store, and my fuse box for my flat apparently was in the shop downstairs, and there were a couple of times where I was just wanging away upstairs. I remember one particular time I was just really stoned and doing feedback in an amp. That's just to fend it back to the bowler and there's no run. And then all the power went off in the flat.
Feedback is the best thing you can get from an amp. I can do everything else I need just with software. So.
Yeah, well, exactly, you can do now, can't you? It's amazing what emulators they have. Which I suppose is exactly what, they're just emulating what's in a pedal. It's quite easy to do, isn't it?
There's something they can't quite get right. The old HM2, they can't quite replicate that one properly yet.
The what?
The HM2.
Which is?
Boss HM2.
Oh, right, okay. A particular pedal. That's cut by Brooke. Well, it goes outside his leg stump, swats it really over cover. It's not going to quite reach the boundary, he didn't quite time it. But he'll get off the mark with 3.
What a way to get off the mark.
Yeah.
Backing away to leg and absolutely carving it through extra cover off. Well, both feet are in the air.
Well, it was
extraordinary.
It was extraordinary the way he started yesterday, considering England were 40 for 3. I came back and he was just backing away and smashing it over the covers.
Yeah.
They were like there wasn't a care in the world, raced to 30 in no time at all. And then England were in a really precarious position, but he just took it on. That's certainly one way to go. And again, it was an innings-saving partnership from Brook and Pope again, 170 odd.
Yeah.
Well, that was the last shot before tea. Brook goes off unbeaten on 10. England in a very, very, very healthy position with a lead of 367 runs. At 212 for 3 in the second innings, where New Zealand were blown away this morning. A hat-trick for Gus Atkinson that,
wow, as
hat-tricks do, sort of came out of nowhere. And England mopped up the town in no time at all for a change. There was a little healthy fight back from Nathan Smith and Greg Phillips at the crease, but the partnership was only worth about 38, and then it was all done. So New Zealand bowled out for 125 and England well in charge of this game.
Romping
home, exactly. This is tea on day 2, and England they're not deep into their third innings if they didn't want to, but with a lead of 360, we can see them maybe back a little bit tomorrow morning, but probably not even that. Well, I would, if I was still in overnight, I'd make sure that I came out for 20 minutes in the morning just so they don't get to prepare properly to come out and bat. It's that old psychological thing.
I think so.
Surely they'll be 500 up by the end of the day.
Well, yeah, you'd think so.
Before I leave you, chaps, can I give you and the listeners a little trivia question? So we have Brook and Root batting together. 2 batters with a 00 in their name. How many other 00 partnerships in Test cricket can we think of?
Oh God!
There was Graham Root, who batted for England in the 70s, early 80s. So
this guy I was going to say
with Graham Gooch.
Yeah. Gooch and Root. Did they ever bat? There's one. Okay, so there's maybe. I don't know if they ever batted together. Let's see.
Do you actually know the answer to this?
No, of course not. just give me other examples of where we have a 000.
00.
Couldn't be simpler.
What if they're kind of South Africans with Afrikaner 00 kind of
Van der Groot
used fields?
Yeah.
Right. Well, I guess while we think about that over tea, and hopefully send your answers. Send your answers over YouTube over tea, and we'll read them out after. Cook and Root.
Cook and Root.
They definitely would have batted together.
See?
Yeah.
You reckon?
Yeah. Anyway, we'll find some out.
Twice.
You can now go off to bed, Grubby.
Thank you. About time.
Been
a pleasure.
We'll go back to whatever podcast was being played, and we'll see you shortly.
Yeah. Sorry, Hendo, go on.
I think it's possible, but I think the other thing is that one would imagine that they're not purely going on what they've seen of him, which probably isn't much in the county game. They must have had him in the nets. They must have had a look at him there, and they must have had him bowling to some of England's better batsmen, and they've judged that actually it wouldn't be too much of a risk to put him in there. They've got to see now what he's like under the pressure of an international game. And if you go back to all those years, when was it? Was it in Australia where Stephen Finn was described as
unselectable? Yeah, it was
unselectable.
in the Ashes series.
And that's purely from watching a guy in the nets, and so if you're watching a guy in the nets, and you have to then transplant that to the actual game. But if he was bowling rubbish in the nets, then I presume they wouldn't risk it. So the fact that they are prepared to be given this game and to have announced it. I know they announced their teams quite early now, England anyway. But the fact that they've done that, I think, shows that they've got a reasonable level of confidence that he won't let himself or England down.
Yeah, I think so. You've already got the Series 1 when that's the time to experiment traditionally, and I'm sure England will take it. What I think we really should have a chat about as well today is the just that 8,000 crowd, day 4, Test match on the line, best part of a full day of Test cricket, and Gus Atkinson's fifer, and yet 8,000 people were there. Lord's only a third full. It seems, though, that the MCC have held their hands up and said we really do need to look at our pricing policy going forwards. My only worry is they might also start to think that certain tests are only valid as 4-day games, and that it will open that can of worms again. It's going to happen with Zimbabwe, it happened with Ireland. You do worry if they start to go, our 5th days are economically viable anymore.
Well, I mean, not just 5th days, but 4th days, really. I mean, I think I said at the beginning of this whole summer, without trying to disrespect West Indies or Sri Lanka, but based on their batting lineups that they were bringing and their lack of experience in the conditions, and the way that England play, it was more than likely that most of the games could be over in 3.5 days, and that's been pretty true, especially when you consider that if you do lose any time to rain or bad light, it's now made up at the end of the day. So it's not like you lose a lot, and that that might force you into a 5th day, or something.
Or
like
longer
that.
Sessions the next day. I hate that. Plays havoc with my rotors.
Well, but yes, exactly, and you get that, and it's long overdue. I mean, if this is the wake-up call that MCC Lords required, then all well and good. Because, I mean, I was I wasn't watching it that closely, I think, on the Sunday and initially, and I was aware that it wasn't a particularly big crowd, but I wasn't aware that it was quite as bad as that. And when you say 8,000 or 9,000, I'm actually surprised it was that many. It really didn't look like that. It literally looked like a smattering of people.
The cheapest ticket price on the day was £95. The tickets available.
Yeah. Well, that's crazy. I mean, that's crazy.
That's crazy if you want to get people through the door.
But I think, you see, this is the difficulty. I mean, and it makes you wonder whether they should, if they know that they're playing. It's difficult to say because in some circumstances England could be the weaker team, but if they know that England are playing a weaker team and they're still playing baseball type cricket, then it's I wonder whether they should be selling in advance for the 4th day, because it's not necessarily going to go to that. And the thing is, if people, and I think this point was made by Lords, was that we've already got people coming who've paid 95 quid or more.
They did say that, yeah. Guy Lavender.
I mean, I've never really understood this. I mean, it struck me as a sort of similar to the argument that how sometimes you'll get on a train and there's standing room only, or even sitting in the corridor room only. If say it's like sort of intercity train, and then sort of first class has got about 3 people in it, and of course they won't let you overflow all the people who haven't got access to putting them in first class, because it would upset the first class passengers. And it seems to me that's a bit like what we've got here. You know, you can't, obviously there would have been complaints potentially from those people who paid 95 quid, because, you know, everyone gets so irate with the idea of anyone getting anything more than they've got in this day and age, that it would have been, you know, it would have been difficult. So I understand that they said that, and I did even say that, I think, when I came on Sunday. So I think it's a good thing long term, because it is unsustainable. You don't. I think someone was saying they paid 30 odd quid for day 4 in at Old Trafford or something, and I think, well, yeah, that's about right, isn't it? I mean,
well, I've got a little table here which is quite interesting, which is the admission prices. Lord's days 1 to 3, 65 to 150 pounds, and no reductions for day 4.
Yep.
Trent Bridge 45 to 90 pounds days 1 to 3, and a 25% reduction on every price bracket for day 4. Edgbaston 65 to 120 pounds, and apparently didn't answer. This was from the Times. Old Trafford 35 to 115 days 1 to 3, but reduced prices ranging from 29 to 75 for day 4. And then Lords, as we say, between 80 and 150, and the Oval 75 and 110, but no day 4 reductions. And what Guy Lavender said, and it's interesting, therefore, it's the 2 London grounds that appear to be coining it the most with the least flexibility, which I think tells its own story. But there we go.
Well, they're in the capital. There's more people.
London waiting and all that. I get that.
You know,
I
guess that's how they feel they can do it. I do find it a bit odd that they don't want to reduce prices on days, especially when you see what things
because members have paid, they've gone through the ballot, and they don't want to do that. But I think you've just got to adjust what you ask people to pay in the ballot as well. They say you don't get hamstrung by that. What he said was, Guy Lavender, who's the CEO of MCC for now, although I thought he was off to Cheltenham Racecourse.
Maybe
he might be leaving anyway, and he is current CEO. He said, "We will be paying particular attention to the structure of 4th day tickets in our pricing reviews, given the way Test cricket is now being played," which had an ominous ring to it for me. I mean, I know he's talking about getting ahead of the game early, driving the story of the game forward, getting runs on the board, etc. Giving yourself time to ball teams out, very much the way England play. The Ireland test last year was scheduled a 4-day test. Obviously, the Zimbabwe done was that. I think the calls potentially for 4-day tests are going to get a bit louder. But he did say, we will be paying particular attention to the structure of 4th day tickets in our pricing reviews, given the way Test cricket is now being played. So, I mean, I think you had a fantastic opportunity at Lords for children free, anything to get people along to the game. And it was utterly missed, and it was a fantastic day's cricket. Okay, there was no day 5, and yes, it was about England ultimately driving towards what seemed a pretty inevitable win, given that the total set for Sri Lanka to chase was so huge. But you've excluded a lot of people from the chance to experience a fun day in great weather of Test cricket by being just too greedy and too inflexible, and that, I think, is a bit of a tragedy.
Well, I think also that we kind of need a breakdown of that 9,000 or 8,000 or whatever the actual.
It was 8,000 tickets plus 3,000 members. So I guess in the ground potentially you had 12,000.
Oh, really? I mean, that seems a lot more than it looked like. But also the other thing you have to ask yourself is, of those numbers, how many of them had actually booked in advance, and how many did turn up and buy tickets on the day? Because if it was a really small number that came on the day, then you would have thought that they would have known how low the crowd was going to be from the point of view of those that had already booked their tickets. and they might have adjusted their prices based on that. I mean, I think it seems, they're being wise after the event, aren't they? Here, and I think because in London they generally do sell out or get close to selling out in most Test matches. I think they're just complacent, and I think they probably thought that people would flood in and pay these ridiculous prices. But actually, the very fact that people in London are now even saying no, this is too much. I've been saying it for years. I mean, I won't go to Test matches in London anymore because I just don't think it's value for money. Really, I really don't. I think they're asking too much. And I'm not wealthy, but I'm not poor. And it's just a case of how much do you pay for, an individual thing, and if you can do other things and it doesn't cost you, or it doesn't cost you as much, then you're possibly going to do those things. So
do you have a limit of what you pay there? Do you have a sort of amount in mind that you go, I would go for this amount, but I wouldn't pay more?
Well, certainly 75 quid seems a lot to me, to be honest. Just to go along, and that's the bottom price. I certainly wouldn't pay 120, 130 quid for a Test match. I mean,
don't forget, if you want families, you've got to get your family there.
Well,
so
exactly. And B,
you've got to eat.
And then, you're looking at 400, 500, 600 quid for a day at a Test match. Quite frankly, I stated before, kind of prefer my sport on TV. I like my replays.
Yes, you are an armchair fan there.
Absolutely, and I like being able to see everything from behind a bowler's arm. I don't want to sit at a square leg.
I've kind of, I watch a lot of cricket, and I watch a lot of live cricket at county level. But I used to always go to Test matches. I'd put myself in the ballots. As a member, I'd normally get tickets. But I started to feel I was being not ripped off, but I definitely felt I was being overcharged.
Yeah.
And that sort of happened to pretty much coincide at the same time with the fact that I actually get a lot of pleasure out of talking to other people via the medium of guerrilla commentary. so now I definitely sort of lean much more towards the fun I have commentating and with that over actually attending. But it's not like I don't support live cricket, because I massively do support a lot of live cricket.
That's the other thing. You go to a Test match and you've only got one of your friends to listen to your nonsense, whereas if you commentate on guerrilla cricket, you've got thousands. So it's kind of,
maybe I could just have a mini. I think I should have a mini Jay Grover doll. I just sit next to me when I go to cricket. I could just natter to the Jay Grover doll.
Absolutely.
If you're listening, Jay, that would be great.
And he wouldn't be able to tweet you back.
Probably not.
Says, fuck off, get me a beer or something.
Sorry, I just want to say one other thing. I mean, you talk about the cost of, the peripheral costs apart from, actually paying for your ticket. But I mean, when you have to pay something like £8 for a pint of beer, I know in London you're paying about £6 in most pubs, and I think it's just madness, isn't it? I mean,
one thing I would say for Lords, though, to their credit, they are more free and easier on the drink you can take into the ground.
Well, you can take 2 bottles of wine or something.
Yeah. Whereas the Oval, the bloody Gestapo that they have on the door at the Oval. An old friend of mine went in and he lovingly bought some tapenade back from Australia. He was so looking forward to having that on whatever, natural wholemeal bready. But they nicked it off him. Said he can't bring that in.
Not surprised.
I mean, he bought it all the way from Australia. Gestapo had it off him at the gates of the Oval. I thought that was a bit harsh.
I think the sort of in-person experience or live experience, much as you can love the atmosphere and it can be a brilliant day and it stays in the memory, I just think the things around getting to any sort of sporting event these days it's just so inconvenient for the customer or the crowd. It's I find it with football now. You can't just walk up to a terrace and hand over a tenner and get into the ground. You have to go to about 3 different windows to pick up a ticket that you've already tried to download on your phone, and the Q code won't work, and it's like the whole day you end up spending more time just you're trying to get to the game.
Indeed. Right, I've got a question for the Bear.
Okay.
Okay.
Give
What?
it to me.
What?
rather than getting there and enjoying it. So I think that's just the way. You're not so keen to be waste. You're not so keen to put up with it. You're not so keen to be, treated like that. I think.
No,
Anyway, that's a whole different subject.
No, but I'm with you. I know what you mean. Right, the question for the bear was, what record fell in the last round of championship matches, and what has it got to do with Abraham Lincoln?
That's a really silly question to ask the bear, isn't it? Because he doesn't really keep up with county cricket, so I'm not going to know the answer to that one.
All right. As an extra clue, it was in the notes in your handout pack.
He doesn't read those either, does he? I mean, let's be honest. The bear does absolutely no. The only prep the bear does is switching on the machinery. Basically.
That's about right. Right, okay, enough of that.
All right, I'm Arhan Ahmad.
Right, Messi, do you want to join in? Andy McLean has got a fever. So if you're there, Messi, and you want to join in.
I think Josh was meant to be signed up.
This is true, Josh. Is Josh? He's certainly not here.
He's not here anyway. So.
Well, it's just me and you, Mog. Through the keeper and there's no one. I think Jason needs a bit of time off because he took 2 of my sessions the first. So if someone wants to jump on.
The executive decision was to let you sleep.
Yeah, which is fair enough. And I appreciate it.
Since you're the beneficiary and all.
Aye. Let me just see if Josh. Southey. No, sorry, it's Nathan Smith who's bowling. Coming to bowl to Brooke, who just defends into the offside and there's no run. I don't know if anyone actually got back to Josh and told him that he was going to come on.
I assume Tony talked to him because he appeared on the updated roster.
Well, yeah, maybe he fell asleep as well. Has missed his calling.
Oh well.
Indeed. Brooke facing up. Nathan Smith bowling. It was Antipodes and Tash and Mullet. And it's full and it's driven by Brooke. Inside mid-on enough that they can get through for a quick single. And they do. And the score turns over. 216 for 3 after tea. England lead of 371. Only had been out there for 43 overs. Going along at a pretty good pace.
I'm always happy to fill a hole for you, Bear.
Yeah, I love it. Thank you very much.
I won't do the ball by ball though, because your feed is very jerky at the moment. So, are you happy on socials, Mog, and I'll do summary?
It's fine by me.
Cool. That's a beautiful drive by Root this time, and he's got enough on it inside mid-on. And that one is going to race away for the first one of these after tea.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And I guess I should jingle up the participants we have.
High pitched and ginger hair like a pick, but now Brunty has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
But Root is facing and he defends that up to mid-off and there's no run. He's on 14. And the bowler, who is...
Batsman quaking Abercreeve. They fear the moment of release. Nathan Smith has got the power. He makes the sweat drip like a shower. Oh, yeah.
Nice drive by Root, but can only hit the man at extra cover. And there ain't no run, and that ends the first over after tea, the 44th. England are 220 for 3. Go on in, Mog. Has anyone given us any double O people?
Double O's. There's a few suggestions. Wood and Root. Cat Martin says Frank Woolley and Harold Larwood. There's a chance of that. Ben McCormick suggests Gooch and Woolmer. Other than that, there are no other guesses.
Ah, well.
Cook and Root sounds like a lifestyle choice, actually. Sorry. From an Australian perspective, anyhow.
Well, Will O'Rourke is going to come in from the other end. I think he's pretty much been the pick of the Kiwi bowlers.
He'll never
Personally,
make 95, probably never 50, because Will O'Rourke is about bowling and the batting, but he's good at that, good enough to get your wicket, good enough to drive you crazy when you get out.
well, his first ball, it's quick, but it's down the arse and a long way down there. It's a good take by Blundell behind the stumps.
Ordinarily, he appeals for those.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
yeah.
I think it was
Brooke didn't
he
flash his
landed
hand
flat
anywhere
on his
near it
stomach.
or the bat. Yeah, if he'd have played a shot, he probably would have appealed.
So
Finished
tell
rolling.
me what happened. The minute I buggered off, I had to go on another Zoom meeting. I look up and there's two wickets gone and no centuries scored. So
Yeah.
Mark, you succeeded where I failed.
I'd like to take credit for that. So
Yeah,
I will.
well done.
I'm taking credit.
O'Rourke in short, pulled by Brooke for four. No, not for 4 runs. Very good bit of fielding down there. Palmed off on full stretch by whoever that was. Smith. Fine leg. He palmed it off to Ratchin. And it's pretty good
He's broken
going.
his watch.
He has broken his watch.
Why does someone field wearing a watch? That's bullshit.
Is it maybe some kind of Fitbit that the trainers...
could
Well,
be,
no, yeah, it could be. Watches are now sports things anyway, aren't they? You know, sports watches. Jofra always bowls, and some of the West Indians bowl big fat jangly watches, don't they?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Will O'Rourke in. Oh, that's a good ball. Beats the outside edge of Root's bat. Through to Latham, Blundell, and there's no run.
If I'd done that at school, I would have been told to remove them immediately.
Can't be easy
so tell
bowling
me-
with 20 pounds of gold on you.
Yeah. Did Bethel just sort of freeze coming up towards his ton? Or?
Kind of did, but he got really nervous in the 90s. Played a couple of horrible shots that got him a few runs and an edge down to third man for 4 to got him to 96. And then just drove at one that normally he'd have hit for 4 and got a nick through to the keeper and Duckett cut onto his stumps on 92. That's guided by Root. Can't beat the gully and there's no run, and I'm sure it'll annoy them and it's not great for them personally milestones wise, but 2 fantastic innings anyway, and they should be proud of what they've done. Joe Root is now 4th on the all-time list. He only needs about 300, less than 300 runs to overtake Rahul Dravid, so you imagine he'll do that.
That's his shit. That's 500.
500 runs is what I meant, not 300 runs. Attempted uppercut by Root, but it was too high and he missed it. There's no run. You can imagine in the next year, if he gets 1,000 runs next year, he'll be top of the pile, won't he? Apart from Sachin. He'd have overtaken everybody.
Yeah.
How many tests are you playing next year?
Probably about 17. We seem to manage about 17 a year.
I think it's a bit less on England's calendar in 2025.
Well, yeah, because there'll be no away. There's no away tour actually.
Well, till the Ashes, you get 3 Ashes tests before the new year.
Yeah. In fact, we only get probably 7 tests, maybe only 6 in the summer here as well, and I don't think there's a series between the end of the summer and the Ashes probably. So actually, it may well only be 11 or 12 next year.
Yeah, it could be.
Which will be the least amount of tests they've played in a year for a very, very long time.
Death of Test cricket.
And it'll be the first Boxing Day test we'd have done for 3 years. Actually, there's not one this year. There wasn't one last year, which I'm actually quite grateful for. But I guess it'll be an Ashes. The wife gets really upset when I run off on Christmas Day to go to an Ashes test.
I sort of get that, yeah.
Priorities.
But it'll be a fucking huge crowd. You can bet on that. Mind you, I think the crowd this year will be huge. I think there'll be at least 90,000 at the MCG on Boxing Day this year, if this series is the Border Gavaskar series is still alive, particularly.
Well, it looks like, I'm going to say Australia mounting a decent fight back. India is still, for what happened in that first test, I think India has still got a kind of fragile batting lineup.
I think Australia is still capable of falling in a heap.
Yeah, they are, very much so. But as we all know, cricket is a psychological game. That's clipped up to mid-on, there's no run. As they get into a lead with only, say, 4 wickets down, you can imagine they'll push on and get a lead of 150, which from where they are would be completely reasonable.
Traditionally, teams batting first in the day-night test in Adelaide have won almost all of the games, which is interesting.
Well,
it was really tough under lights yesterday, but Bummer was swinging it too much. Couldn't control it.
That's defended into the onside and there's no run. So when does the night bit start? Sort of just coming up to tea?
Third session.
So it's not until the third, so after tea.
Yeah.
So they got,
and even then, it's still reasonably light after tea at this time of year. So it's sort of half an hour in, the lights really start to take effect.
When the lights work, that is.
Yeah, the lights went out twice.
Oh, really?
Adelaide's a real third world country. I think they just tripped, probably, because they went back on pretty quickly.
That's terrible.
Didn't have to warm them up again or anything.
Smith is in, defended by Brook. Inside edge onto pad. They all think about appealing. I think that was clearly bat first.
I had visions of South Africa, frankly, given the problems they have with players.
Are they going to review that? No. What are you doing? I'm sure
Has
that
he
was
reviewed it?
I think he's
reviewed
it.
He is.
That was a big inside edge, wasn't it?
Review.
He's already fucked one of those up.
And it's the last review they've got. I mean,
I guess it's
fundamentally,
Brook.
Who cares? Yeah.
Ask a few more people in front of the batsman who might have seen him hit it.
Well, surely he hit that, didn't he? Just the way it was all played, it looked like he hit it. Inside edge onto pad, or maybe it's pad first. Oh, it's one of those ones where
I think it is pad first,
Might be pad first.
Might be pad first, might be too difficult
best
to
it'll still be umpire's call
online, one thinks, don't we? Let's have a look. It is going to be pad first, one thinks. Yeah, pad first.
Yeah.
But he is outside the line. At best, as you say, it's umpire's call. It's quite high as well. It's on a knee roll. Is it going to go over? Yeah, umpire's call. Oh, it was hitting though. Whew, got away with one now.
Mildly less embarrassing.
Well, when I first saw it, I thought you got a big inside edge onto pad first, so that was not as bad a call. They'll keep their.
Yeah, well, luckily for them, because that's their last one with only 3 wickets down.
Yes. Couple of howlers so far. And it's always tempting to review the ones that cut people in half, but they often, the reason they cut people in half is they're just unplayable, but the deliveries you can't get a bat near it. Often the way. Smith in and dabbed down into the offside by Brook. You can't beat the fielder. Backward point. There is no run. And yeah, not bad, not a bad review, I'd say. Worth going up for.
I never agree with that.
What?
That it's a good review. It's only a good review that gets them out.
Well, no, I think a good review. If you don't lose it, I think it's a good review. Yeah, because that's the point. Is not to lose it, and if you get it right, you get them out. If you don't lose it, you still get another chance. Keeps you going, as it were. Rolls on, rolls forward, like the GPL. That is clipped out into the middle, the mid wicket, and there is no run.
A couple of hours late for that plug, but still.
Yeah, it is a little late for that plug, but.
So there's only 2 entries in the
GPL today.
344, the top one. I think that's going to be well short.
Probably, yeah.
Is that G-Man?
That's G-Man Vancouver. He's got bitten by the bug, having won it last time.
He's got a taste for it.
Yeah. O'Rourke continuing from the other end. Short, pulled, nicely pulled. Fielded out in the deep by Nathan Smith. They've got some people out there. It's obviously going to be a ploy here. They've got a long leg. They've got a deep backward squared up into this deep mid wicket as well for the pull shot. And this could be quite entertaining, or it could be quite boring, depending on how short he bowls and how quick, and whether England go after it or not.
Brooke just looks so comfortable at the moment.
It does, doesn't it? He's got so much time at the crease. It's unreal.
Yeah, the wicket's doing nothing, so he's not threatened by it sort of keeping low or anything like that.
No, and the thing is, they've still got 35 overs till a new ball now, on 225 now, you know. Yeah. Ooh, that's Root. Gets inside half the bat onto pad, and there's no run. The wicket's still offering a little bit every once in a while. I think it's quite a nice wicket. It's got a bit of pace, bit of bounce.
I think the tide is turning slightly, because earlier on, when they were edging it, it was going through the gap in the slips to 4. Now it's going to someone standing in the slips. The energy has changed.
Yeah, but sooner or later England will go on the attack again.
Till one of these buggers hits a 6.
Yeah. I mean, I think you get the feeling that Brooke won't hang around for long before going absolutely.
No, I think they sit. I mean, this is where I think the finesse has happened a little bit. As that's just clipped into mid on, and there's no one. Before, it almost seemed at the beginning of Bazball, it almost seemed like there was never a time where you back off and you would always chase the game. But now they they realise at times, well, if we sit in for 5 overs, we can catch up again later. And it's usually quite short periods, half an hour, 40 minutes at times. England sort of slow down a bit, and then they'll suddenly latch onto a bowler again in a new spell, and it'll all take off again.
A bit less constant brute force and a smidge more nuance.
Indeed.
You say Hitler's?
Well, I mean, Root's the one who first decided to go back to being himself.
Well, there you go.
Fuck.
Brooks come down the wicket. I think that's skewed off a big fat outside edge, but obviously when you swing hard, and it's not really going to carry to the slips. It goes way over them, down to third man, and it's 4 runs. It's a toe end, actually. He went too far outside leg stump. He can only just reach it.
Yeah, he went miles away from it.
Yeah.
He was determined to go whatever the ball was and guess where it might go. He only just reached it.
But I guess you're going to flash hard, as it were.
Yeah. When I say he should use his feet more, not necessarily like that.
That one he drives out to cover. Glenn Phillips is fielding there, and there's no run.
He's got a bat the size of an aircraft carrier, so swing at it, you'll probably hit it.
We're having Billy on next session. I wonder if he's been to bed yet. He's been clubbing. Are we going to get a pissed Billy back from the clubs?
He's ripped to the tits on Mad Nangs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're talking more about yourself than Billy at the moment, Mark.
Mad Mangs.
I haven't had a Nang all day.
That's into the pads, clipped nicely by Brooke, and they're going to come back for 2. What is a mang?
Nang.
A mad Nang. Nitrous oxide.
Ah.
I remember cleaning out my stepson's flat a few years ago, and it was just all these empty nitrous oxide cylinders everywhere. Fucking heaps of them. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, dear.
It's these days. Back in my day, we just did heroin and cocaine.
Exactly.
God damn it.
Pills, thrills, and belly aches, like the album said. Do it properly, you know. None of this lightweight shit. I was doing nitrous oxide when my wife was giving birth, for crying out now, because it was free on the NHS.
Might as well use it, given the opportunity.
Well, no, exactly.
Cat Martin actually says that Cook and Root zinger from Messi deserves more love. The Cook and Root being a lifestyle choice.
Yeah, well, I suddenly thought about it in Australian terms, and then it came back to me. Defended by Root, pad inside edge onto pad out to point, and there is no run. Last ball, no, it wasn't the last ball of the over. It was the first ball of the next over from Smith. England 232 for 3. Lead of 387 now. Root 17, Brooke 13. These two settling in after tea.
My uncle also says if you need an emergency filler, he can jump on.
Okie dokie. Well, if Billy turns up, maybe. That's into the pads of Root, who again turns it into leg side. Can only hit mid wicket. No run.
I'd like Billy to check in from the nightclub, actually.
That'd be quite fun.
On his phone in the toilets.
Yeah, whooping it up on stage. I don't know
Dancing
if they
in a
do
cage.
that. The nighttime economy in England is dying a death. Kids don't club much anymore.
He's in a student town, though, isn't he? So surely there'll be stuff.
Well, he's in Newcastle. It's not really a student town, and they're all a bit mad up in Geordieland. That's defended into the offside, but wide enough of cover. That'll get a single.
From a South Londoner.
Well, you know.
We say the same thing about Brisbane, so yeah, that's all right.
I mean, the Geordies go out when it's -5 in t-shirts, and the girls are all wearing minis and no tights. You know, it's they're a hardy bunch up there.
No sense, no feeling, as they say.
Well, yeah, and they get bladdered too.
That helps.
But yes, I remember. No, Billy told us Friday night you don't go out, do you? Townies are out in town.
That was the
student
local
bashing.
I think he said, yeah.
This is pretty old school.
Sport.
Yeah, very old school sport. That's defended by Brooke, and there is no run.
It's all part of the university experience.
Getting thumped in the pub.
Getting the shit kicked out of you
by the locals, yeah.
Local. Teaches life skills.
Yeah. How to run.
How to take a kick to the guts.
Brooke facing up, Smith bowling.
Learning what a lock-up looks like.
Brooke is on 13. Smith bowls, full driven. This time he does beat the cover fielder, and it's going to race away. That's a beautiful shot, all the way at the boundary. It's 4 runs.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
He almost got his foot to that ball. I mean, admittedly it wasn't far wide of off stump anyhow, but it was just beautifully timed. It was very much in the slot, but
yeah,
he didn't have to hit it because the timing was so perfect.
Yeah, and then he gets a stare down for the bemulleted, mustachioed Nathan Smith. Oh, now that's a horrible shot. He's pulled that into the leg side, got the timing all horribly wrong, spooned it in the air. He's lucky though it's dropped short of the man at mid-on. That was a nasty shot from Brooke.
Ooh.
It didn't get up enough, and it was outside his off stump, and he was trying to kind of hoik it into the leg side.
If there'd been a bare mid-wicket there, he would have been gone.
Yeah. Well, it was quite straight. Might not even carry to him. In the wrong direction.
True.
Just a bit lucky. End of the over.
Ben McCormick says, do we reckon England will have a bowl later on, or just bat through until close of play?
I think they'll just bat through to the close of play. I mean, it is only day 2. I think they'll want a lead of 500, which they should have by the end. I mean, look, if they get to 520 and there's 20 minutes left in the day, they may well have a bowl.
So theoretically, there's 31 overs remaining, which we'll see about 27 probably, something like that.
Yeah.
500.
So
yeah, I don't think there's much point.
Well, he's pulled that. That's an exceptional shot. Kept a little bit low on him, I think. Brooke, he had to adjust as he went to pull it. O'Rourke is doing a double teapot. Can't quite believe it, but he went to pull it. I don't think it got up enough, and he sort of jabbed down on it. I don't know if it went aerial or went along the ground. No, it did go aerial. So he sort of jabbed it, went up in the air, out to deep backward square leg, bounced once and went over the boundary. It's 4 runs.
Wow. I think he was quite lucky with that.
Yeah, he was, but
Here's the address I give.
He still timed it beautifully.
He still timed it beautifully, and you know, it's taking your chances, isn't it? The more chances you take, you kind of get away with it. He's got away with it again there, but he should have gone for 4 anyway. But it's not. It's gone to the backstop. Who's Daryl Mitchell? It was down the leg side, maybe a bit slower from O'Rourke. He went to pull it and kind of top edged it over the keeper. It's been quite an ugly over of shots, apart from the beautiful drive through the covers. He was through the shot too early. It's actually come off the back of the bat and gone over Blundell. Will O'Rourke can't believe it.
Yeah, I mean, it is a bit rough, isn't it? And you basically beating him 2 balls in a row.
Yeah.
Just get for runs. He's got a smile on his face all the time.
Well, yeah, 23 off 24 for him now. Root's facing up, just drops that into the ground, and there is no run.
I think the good news from New Zealand for all this is that their bowling attack of Henry Smith and O'Rourke, although they haven't sort of done brilliantly this innings, is actually looking pretty good for the future. And when you get someone else in instead of Southey, you know, they've got real potential there.
Lockie Ferguson could come back in if he's ever fit.
I don't think he can last, can he?
Doubt it.
He's of the wood mould. But maybe that later career, that's into the offside and there's no run, they could find a role for it. But the thing is, you've got to have strength and depth to have you've got to be able to, you've got to have a genuine all-rounder, I think.
At least they've got rid of the rapist anyhow.
Yes.
Careful, you'll invoke him.
I didn't say any names. Therapist, sorry.
Yes, the anal rapist, yeah.
Yeah. Right, O'Rourke coming in, 5th ball of the over, bowling at Joe Root. He's another one. They're going after it. He's pulled that. Not great timing, but better than Brooke managed, I suppose. On one of his shots, it's gone out to cow corner. He should get through for 2. Yeah, no, I think O'Rourke is the best of the Kiwi bowlers I've seen, and it's just the extra pace. Bowls a heavy ball, shorter lengths. He's caused more problems to the batsman than anyone else. Henry's bowled okay, but he's not been as lethal as he has been in the past.
I'm surprised if they're going to bowl short like this, they're not putting more fielders out on the leg side, to be honest.
Well, England's lead is that brings England's lead up to 400. I mean, England aren't going to pull out now, are they? I mean, they're 400 ahead. That's cut by Root down to 3rd man, and it's a single. I mean, there's no point in. I mean, with 7 wickets left, you know, think of the team, not your wicket, really, kind of deal here.
Yeah, well, I would have thought that. Sorry, Monk, you go.
Oops, I've just managed to go off the screen I was trying to look at. Frank Rockefeller says, figure if Williamson or Latham get a double 100, England will still win if they have a 550 plus lead.
Exactly.
Tandaka says, a lead of 450 will do. Mayank says, assuming New Zealand need 550 with 3 days to bat, could they still do it? Still have some feeling they could. Dun, dun, dun. They won't.
Well, in theory they could, but in practice they won't. One would think, anyway. I mean,
Ben
it'd be
McCormick
spectacular.
also wonders what happened to Kyle Jamieson.
He's perennially injured, isn't he?
Yeah, I believe so.
That's clipped into the leg side and there's no run. The problem of the really tall man is they often get injured. Cam Green's injured again, isn't he?
Yeah, he's having an operation.
You know, it just happens to these really big men.
Yeah.
Successful run
Well, the
chasers.
good news for England this match is that Ben Stokes hasn't appeared to suffer any bits falling off him.
To break anything. Yet, touch wood.
Yeah, because he is held together with sticky tape, basically.
Defended by Root, square on the offside, and they'll go through for a single. I mean, the highest run chase in Test history is, what, 413 by the West Indies? Was it West Indies?
I thought it was more than that. I thought there was a 450 somewhere.
No, I thought there was as well, but they just had it up on the screen.
Oh, right.
418, maybe it wasn't as high as 420.
Yeah, 418 for 7 by the West Indies. Yeah. Maybe somebody made more than that without winning.
There are some very big 4th inning scores that haven't produced results. Brooke trying to work that onto the leg side. Can't get it there, and there's no run. I'm sure somewhere in India there's probably scores, or Sri Lanka, you know, where someone scored 700 innings, rolled them for 200, scored 300, and then the team that fucked it up in the first innings ends up 550 for 6 or something, you know. Possibly, anyway. Maybe someone can check the records and let me know.
Well, of course,
But
yes.
in the
the
India
timeless
test.
6:54 for 5 England made in the timeless test.
Well, oh yeah, in the last innings, that's right, when they went off to catch the boat. That one's just dropped into the offside, and they'll scoot through for a quick single. At the end of this over, we're going to have a switcheroo. Billy is going to come in. Jason's supposed to come back. He's due to do some ball by ball. No, Billy. What's going on? I can't even remember what's going on. Where are we on the rotor? Has this all changed?
The one I've
Yeah,
got
the
says Jason on ball by ball, the bear on socials, and Billy on summarising.
That's right, yeah. I'm doing Andy McLean's bit, aren't I? Because he's not here.
Yeah. Okay. Interestingly, New Zealand have actually scored 451 in Christchurch against England in 2002, but still lost.
That was when Nathan Astle got his double 100, wasn't it? That's played into the leg side, and there is no run. Root on 22.
The run rate
on
for that
24.
450 was 4.82 per over, which isn't too fucking bad in pre-Bazball days.
Yes.
And adjusted for inflation, that's close to 8.
Smith clipped by Root up to mid-on again. He was pretty deep, and they'll get through for an easy single. And there's the end of the 50 overs. So if Jace hasn't fallen asleep, which he might have done.
I'll hang in till you change.
No,
G'day,
he
Billy,
hasn't.
how
Here he
are you?
comes.
Hey guys.
All right, Billy.
I'm very well, thank you. Always nice to
Hi.
wake up and England are in a dominant position.
Absolutely. So you slept before you got up. You haven't been out. You haven't been out on the Raz before you come to see us.
Originally, I said to Tony I could only do the final session for that very reason, but kind of most people are working there, so slightly quieter.
Coming out to
on
winter
that front.
winter coursework has to be in.
Thursday's the new Friday. Friday is the recovery day.
Yes.
Anyway, it's O'Rourke going to continue. I agree with Bear. He's been the most awkward of the bowlers, I think.
Yeah, very much so.
It's pulled down to the man at deep square leg, Ravindra, who fields and fizzes the ball back in.
Well, yesterday he bowled pretty well for at least the first few overs without much reward.
He's been pretty unlucky throughout the whole of the series, I think. He consistently got steepling, awkward lifting bounce off these decks. These decks have been pretty useful, pretty supportive of him. But he hasn't necessarily got the rewards that his efforts have deserved.
No, I'd agree. You'd have to say they've all been pretty good test pit. They've both been pretty good test pitches so far as well.
Brooke facing up. He's gone outside leg stump. He's flapped at it. And he's got it over the man at wide extra cover, which is Williamson, who's chased the ball. And they've taken 2. Actually, it's not Williamson. It's Matt Henry.
He does enjoy backing away almost into square leg's pocket, doesn't he, Harry Brooke? He plays that shot quite a bit, almost baseball-like, and O'Rourke tried to follow him. And to be fair, did a decent job of it. And Brooke didn't quite time it. But
yeah, the problem is I think he telegraphs it a little bit. He goes too early. And bowlers see it, and he can either change the length or change the line more. And that's speared in towards leg stump. That's clipped nicely by Brooke. Latham is going to run that down. Get through for 3. That's very good running.
My problem with it all, as good as it looks when it comes off, it looks really, really bad optically.
It's not
when
pretty.
When he tries to play that shot and just spoons it up, it's terrible.
It's not pretty cricket in any sense. It's more the application of brute force over finesse.
If we were in this position in the Ashes, down under, which is incredibly unlikely, and he played that shot and got out, I'd be furious.
It looks great as long as you're scoring runs. It looks terrible when you don't. Anyway, here comes O'Rourke again. That's good length, angling in, defended by Root, who stands tall and punches the ball back to O'Rourke.
But I mean, as you say, he's in the form of his life at the moment, so you can kind of forgive him.
Is he in the form of his life? He's got a great triple hundred, a sketchy 170, and a pretty good 100.
Come on, he's averaging. I mean, his average is a joke. He's averaging 60.
And he's averaging nearly 90 away from home.
92 he's averaging away from home.
And that's a good ball by O'Rourke. That's tempted route into playing sort of the angled little glide. And that's just whistled past the outside edge.
I mean,
Lovely piece of bowling.
He does keep his pace up across the innings as well, which is admirable. Yeah. There's a lot of bowlers who start at 142 and end up, 135.
Yeah, he's very much more like Bryden Carse, who does kind of the same for England.
Carse's pace in this test has been markedly up on what it was in the last one as well. Again, you don't know what's down at speed guns at different grounds, but I mean, he was bowling at 147, 148 consistently.
And wide and angled in again by O'Rourke, and Root stands up, defends off the back foot, and that's the end of the over. England 255 for 3, leading by 410.
There is nothing new on the socials.
Well, just on Harry Brook then again, I mean, how much did we miss him in India? He would have been very, very useful there. I know India themselves were missing a few players, but how good would it have been to have him to bolster that middle order?
Oh, it would have been fantastic. I mean, who did we have instead of him? I can't even remember who played instead of him.
What, in Pakistan?
No, in India. At the beginning of the year.
We had...
Was it Dan Lawrence?
Lawrence, yeah, I was about to say Lawrence.
But I don't think he did he? He was on the periphery, but he didn't play.
I'll have a look.
Yeah, but... Anyway, it is Smith to continue. Bustling in. And the ball slides on towards off stump, and Brook studiously defends. And there ain't no run, to quote somebody I know.
Oh, was Bairstow back in the side?
Yeah, Bairstow. That's exactly it. God. I have to say,
that was the end.
That was pretty much the last hurrah, wasn't it? When he kept on 20 or 30 and getting out.
I'm pretty happy to see the end of Bairstow's career. To be honest.
Yeah, we haven't missed him.
And dropped into the offside, and they scamper a quick single. By the time Gully got to the ball, Brook is pretty much home.
I just think there was definitely room for someone younger in the side.
Well, there's so many cabs on the rank.
I don't mind Bairstow, but
but he's a real in and out player when it comes to form, isn't it? When he's out, he's pretty poor. When he's in, he's well worth having. And he was in the form of his life before he broke his ankle, wasn't he?
I do wonder whether he's quite divisive in the changing room as well. He doesn't necessarily, and that's pulled nicely by Root. Keeps good control over that. Splits the fielders, so there's an easy 2.
Is that you, Billy?
I think that's you going bleep somewhere.
Is it? Oh, I did.
Like something's trying to charge. It keeps coming on and off that one. There.
No, I'm not sure it is.
It's not from here.
Definitely.
It doesn't matter. We'll wear with it.
Yeah, I don't think it is. I can't see it.
Oh, maybe it's someone who's actually off mic.
Yeah, here comes Smith again. Root works that to mid wicket. That's a sprawling stop.
Yeah, Root just ticking along like he always does. 26 from 43. Around that strike rate, exactly what England need usually. 258 for 3 is a very dominant position to be in. Atkinson's hat-trick was extraordinary, wasn't it?
Oh man, that was fantastic.
Well, no,
I'd just been bagging him as well, saying he'd been outshone by Carse, and then literally the next over, got a hat-trick.
Swinging by Smith on a slightly fuller length outside off stump, and Root can't time it off the bat.
No, I think feels he missed out on that one.
Well,
there was definitely a little bit of movement, which for a nearly 52 over ball is pretty good in New Zealand.
I think he thought that was very much more on a driving length than it actually was.
Yeah.
It turned out to be just a little bit higher on the batting. He was having to drive it on the up, and that kind of threw off his timing.
Inside edgy.
Here comes the burly Smith, who goes wide, angles the ball in, clipped round his front pad by Root to mid-wicket, and that's the end of the over. England 259 for 3, Root on 27, Brook on 30.
Oh, it's me.
Yes.
What have we got? Ben McCormick says, right, I'm going to bow out and leave you babbling away in the background while I try and get some sleep. Thanks as always for the commentary. Our pleasure, Ben. Try and sleep.
We certainly will after the game is done.
Yeah.
Have you guys managed to get any sleep in the green room, or how's okay?
The
bear, I did. Yeah,
the bear had a little hibernation for about an hour and a half.
Yeah. This is it. I always find lunchtime the bit where you sort of, because it's 40 minutes. Tea's fine because it's 20. You know, but 40 minutes, you really sort of.
Yeah, you can power through the tea interval.
Exactly.
We're going to have a bit more spin, I think.
Let's have a little jingle for the new bowler. It is.
It is the right arm spinner.
Feared by the bad, loved by the good. Glenn Phillips, Glenn Phillips, Glenn Phillips.
Given the fact he hasn't been asked to bowl at any stage in the two tests, I think Ravindra must be unfit to bowl.
He must be.
Otherwise, I'm sure he'd have bowled by now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm surprised they've got a long arm for Root. I wonder what they'll do for Brook. I would have him up.
Anyway, that's reverse swept first ball by Root. That's out to just behind point.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they bring the long arm on up for Harry Brook, because he'll be very tempted to go over the top, and that's with the spin. So, you know, if he is aggressive and cloths one, then it'll go straight to his hands. Whereas he's unlikely to be tempted with him back, but you never quite know with Harry Brook.
Over the wicket, down the leg side, and worked just past mid wicket for an easy single. Slightly too leggy on that occasion, and easy to work it into the vacant areas.
What do you guys think England's strategy is for today? Do you think they're going to bat it out?
What, all the way? I don't think so. I think 550 will be enough.
I think they either declare early or they declare tomorrow after half an hour.
Yeah.
I think they're not going to declare overnight. I don't think, and that's short down the leg side. Root misses out.
I mean, as we discussed earlier, you never want to declare really overnight these days.
No, why do you want to give them
time to prepare?
Time to prepare rather than giving them 10 minutes. So on the stumps, but worked past the mid wicket to a man who's not really defending a single, but he's not really doing anything other than collecting a single there.
Well, what we've nearly got the best part of 2 hours left. I think if England get a lead of 550, they might take 20 minutes tonight.
Phillips again fired in down the leg side. Root tries to work it with a straight back round the corner and misses out. Good piece of keeping by Blundell.
Yeah, he's pretty. I don't know if this is a plan from Phillips or if he's just bowling tripe.
I think it's a plan. I think they're bowling that leg stump line.
Yeah.
And that's swept by...
Trying to frustrate.
By Root, who can counter 6. Keeps a strike. That's the end of the over. 252 for 3.
Well, Mr. Rowlight says, bloody hell, gorillas, I've just got back from lunch to see the young Stevens boy on at this hour. Isn't that a breach of child labour laws? No. Normally he'd be out in the clubs, you see. We've got him early. We had a couple of, what were we going to call?
Bleats.
We've had a couple of bleats. Ewan Innes, who joined us for the first time in ages yesterday, says evening.
Welcome, Scott Matt.
Yeah. And Katie, a while ago, says it's only day 2. Why wouldn't you bat all day tomorrow as well before thinking about declaring? I'd say because
it's not really the England way.
It's not really the England way, and they probably
want
to
to rest,
and they also want to get on a golf course for an extra 2 days.
Yeah.
And Henry is going to come in, and that's short. That's swivel pulled round. The man on the 45 on the fine leg picks that ball up. Was that Will Young?
I didn't see.
Yeah, it's right off the toe edge of the bat and bit top edgy. So it was probably a bit closer than Root would have liked to carrying to the man.
I've just checked on YouTube and we've just ticked over 16.2 thousand subscribers, so that's good.
Yeah.
Henry, that's outside off stump, nurdled by Brook into the offside, into the vacant gully area. An easy single is taken.
Wow, yeah.
That really is money for old Rogue.
Yes, exactly that.
Yeah, but I think that bleeping was something in the studio because the only thing that could be here is my headphones, and they are not out of charge from what I can work out.
No, it's not here.
Henry, that's wide, and that's cut, but not timed by Root. And the single is taken.
Yeah, I think England will kind of declare after about an hour tomorrow. I'd say have a good hour at them before lunch, and hopefully make some decent inroads. I mean, it's an absolutely substantial lead. If they declared now, I don't think New Zealand would get it. To be honest,
Shouldn't,
you never know.
No, there's a very stubborn streak in New Zealanders. Shorter by Henry. That's a bit straighter, and that's well defended.
Yeah, but I think in this situation, teams these days tend to fold, don't they?
They're up for the fight in the same way that teams of past would be. Give them knout.
Yeah.
Make them work for 2 days. If they did get it, then they deserve the victory.
But also, this is only halfway through the second day. Back in the old day, this would be halfway through the third.
Yeah, absolutely. If not, coming towards the end of the third.
Yeah, exactly.
And Brook does a trademark Root little fiddle to the offside. How many times has he watched that for Yorkshire? And in the nets.
Well, all the time. I have to go and turn the heating off. It's quite warm in here, isn't it?
It is.
I like being toasty, but I think I'm a bit too toasty tonight.
That's on the stumps and whipped into the leg side. Brook can't beat the bare mid wicket, and that's at the end of the 54th over. England are 266 for 3, leading by 421.
Yeah, well, George McPherson says England should be upping the run rate. They need to score some boundaries quickly. Well, they don't really, but it'd be nice. Yeah. Let's look at highest run chases. Yeah, 418 and 414. 406, 404. He only scores over 400. None of them in
New Zealand. Which the highest one I think is 350 odd.
Sorry?
None of them that recent either.
Well,
2021 in Chattergram. That's quite recent.
I'm talking about the top. Well, yeah, I was looking at the top 4. Yeah.
Well, in the century. I'm going to go and turn the heating off.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting just to see how England go about this next period. You'd think, I mean, Brook and Root both just love batting, you get the impression. So they'll be perfectly happy to tick along. Stokes looks very relaxed, as he always does in the England.
Well, he's not even got his pads on.
His hands away. No.
So he's in no worry about. I wonder if he's fiddled with the order slightly. Oh, because it would be Pope
No,
next.
I don't know. It's just Pope next. Pope next and then him. So it's fair enough to not have his pads on.
That's Again, angled down the leg side and worked, but it can't beat the man at short fine leg. Phillips continuing. This is very much a plan, and that's swept up and over the man at short fine leg. And will it make the boundary? Yes, it will.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm really not sure about this plan because it seems to take 7 players out of the game.
No,
you only got 2 fielders.
Yeah, but why wouldn't they have a leg slip if it was indeed a plan?
It only allows you 2.
It seems curious to me.
2 fielders to be active really and be involved. So it is a bit odd, this plan of firing it towards leg stump and no, the only place you can play it is in that sort of 90-degree arc behind square on the leg side. Slightly straighter, and Brook stands a bit away to leg and punches it back down, but can't beat the fielders. I mean, there's a sort of man on a 45, a man at square leg, 2 guys in the ring on the leg side, and a man at long on for this field. I really think you'd have 1 more over if you could continue to bowl this line. That's again leggy and short and rising, and try to swivel, pull it round, and can't beat the man on the 45.
Yeah, they need to either play it, come up with a different plan to score here against this. Down the track.
That's outside of stump for change by Phillips. That's the change up, and that's just dropped into the offside, and the man at cover runs in to prevent a run.
Yeah, they seem to have men back though, Bear. That's the only problem with going down the ground, I think.
We can run down with control and just push it out there, and that is floated up and driven forcefully by Brook just past Phillips to the man at long off. That's a single to Brook. He retains a strike. He's 38 of 40 balls, and England are 271 for 3.
Mr. Rolite says maybe the bleep is one of the boy Stevens battery operated toys. No. And the best solution to the heat is more cold beer. Well, I might have a beer after. I've got a session off after this one. For the last hour of the day, I might have a celebratory beer that we're into the last knockings of the day.
And you can eventually go home and sleep for 4 hours before you have to do
your
bits and bobs.
My 1 hour kip has actually allowed me to be quite alert now, which often actually happens at home when I wake up on the sofa at 1:30 in the morning and don't make I can't sleep.
An hour's worth of good sleep is worth its weight in gold. As Henry comes in, and is that edged?
Yeah. Oh no.
No,
it did move away substantially. Nobody seems to be particularly enamoured of this. Yes, it moves a long way off the seam
and missed by a mile.
Well, Blundell threw it up as a joke, really.
Well, he pretty much poached the ball straight out of Mitchell's hands, who was standing waiting for it at first slip. But nowhere near it. That's the first time we've seen something move, and that's back cut by Brook to Ravindra. There's a wide slip and an even wider gully, and he manages to cut it down and miss both of those on his way towards the boundary.
Do you know how many people are in the ground at the basin? Is it kind of 8,000-ish? Where's Messi when you need him?
He would give us the Adelaide figures, I imagine, when he comes on, but we don't know about here. That's straight and defended by Root. Has kind of gone into his shell just a little bit with this Phillips leg side plan that he hasn't quite managed to get his head round yet.
You can imagine when Stokes comes out, he's just going to go ballistic, isn't he? Either get bugger all or quick 50.
Oh, and Root backs away just as Henry is about to get into his delivery stride. I don't know what he was what was discomforting him there, but he was sort of running away towards square leg at that point.
A capacity of 13,000. So you imagine that they can't be too far off that.
No.
Almost as if he didn't look up until Henry was delivery stride. He thought, I'm not ready.
Yeah. Oh well. Has informed us on YouTube that the capacity is 11,600.
Very good.
Henry, just short of a length, and Root punches that down in the offside. And there ain't no run.
Just about trusting the bounce really on this pitch. We've seen a few that have just leapt up a little bit, and the old one that's kept slightly low. Just need to be careful when Root could easily get out in the manner that he did in the first innings, where one just gets a bit of extra lift on him and he nicks it behind.
Yeah.
There's that one, that lot.
Oh, and here we go. Here's a first scoop from Root to Henry. Close by the bat. We're going to have a discussion about whether to use their last review again.
Well, are they thinking? I don't know what they're going to review.
And looks like he's gone for it, Tom Latham.
Well, it was the first reverse scoop we've seen for a long while. It could have got near his gloves, is the only worry.
Well, he's nodded his head at something to the New Zealanders.
But if you knew he'd hit it, you'd probably walk off, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I was just thinking exactly the same thing.
Well, there's no point in trying to bluff it out anymore, because the camera finds you out. But here we go.
Ooh,
has that hit the bottom of the bat?
No, I think it's actually rubbed on his thigh as it's gone through there. It could be the bat, but I think it also might have caught his thigh.
I think it's quite far away from his thigh, actually. I don't know. Maybe it's not.
It's near the bat. Near the bat. But it hasn't caught the bat.
It's not hitting the bat. And that is the last review, I think,
of the Kiwis.
Of the Kiwis gone.
Oh, it's really close, isn't it?
Yeah, it is really close. It's close to catching the back edge, isn't it, actually? It's not so much the front edge.
But I potentially don't think it would have carried if it did there, because that's not necessarily the meteor's product. Maybe you're right there. I mean, they must have heard something.
And Rod Tucker gives them the
sometimes
signal.
you review on a paucity of the shot, though, don't you?
Yeah.
That's a shit shot, should be out.
Henry, and that ball swings slightly, but Root clips it to square leg, but can't get it past square leg. That's the end of the over. 56 overs have gone. England lead by 4-2-7.
Well, we've got some messages have come flying in. Mike Inman says, I think in a full third day and watch the two best batsmen in the world put on a double century each. Well, they could do that, but I just don't think it'll happen. Mr. Rolite says, oh no, we've had that one. Disinterested hand job says, so which of these two will get the ton first? I think we're a long way off that. They might.
Well, based on the performance of the people who had a big innings before them, neither.
Yes, and not only that, I don't know if they score at a similar rate each, another 60 and 72 is 130 on top of that.
That's 30 odd
overs. That'd be 580 if they rattle along at the same pace and get their hundreds pretty much at the same time. I think they might declare before they get there. Maybe not. Who knows?
No, I don't think so. They wouldn't. What's the point? But look, that leg slip I mentioned is finally coming in. They've got a kind of a wide fine leg.
And you got a backstop behind the leg slip, a deep fine leg.
Is it, or is that man with the water bottles?
And because of that, he bowls two wide outside off stump, allowed to be cut to the boundary. That's well stopped in the end, so he's going to keep them down to just two, I think. Was it three?
I think it's three.
You'd think they would have got a third, yeah.
Yeah, they did get third.
Well, a bit of a double bluff there from Phillips. The field set for the leg side rubbish that he's been bowling so far. But he was okay and he chucked it down the offside.
Phillips to continue. That's flirted on the stumps and just worked very neatly by Root for a single.
He's just suddenly nudged along to 42. Harry Brook still going at a runner ball, nearing his 50. He's almost Root-like in the sense that he managed to do that. That's the thing everyone says about Root. You look up and suddenly he's
yes,
under 20.
he scores what I call ghost runs. No, they don't seem to get in your consciousness. And that's flighted on off stump, driven all the way along the floor. Lovely shot. And I think it's Southey comes in quickly off the boundary to prevent the second.
He needs to do something in this Test match. Poor Tim Southey. I mean, I could genuinely see him being dropped for the final Test, even though it's supposed to be a swan song. But I don't know. I don't know what kind of thing New Zealand do about sentimentality.
That's what Andy McLean was saying earlier.
Short outside off stump and cut away by Root.
I mean, put it this way: if it wasn't his last Test, he would be being dropped.
Yeah,
you'd have to think.
He's not bowled particularly well, has he? And he hasn't for quite a while now. So, I mean,
well, I think he just lacks pace.
Yeah.
He's lost that kind of 5-6 miles per hour.
Well, it's the same thing that happened to Anderson at the end of his career.
Yeah, that he's used to have that waspish sort of pace, just quick enough with the swing to cause problems. Now it's just not swinging enough and it's not fast enough.
Yeah.
And that's wide and angled in and defended to the man at short mid on.
Are we changing after this delivery?
Yes, we should be
we
changing.
Are indeed. You're going to come into this chair. Morg is coming back. Billy, you're going to do some ball by ball. Jason's going to do your summary, and Morg is going to do some socials.
That's clipped into the leg side. Can't beat the bear mid wicket. That's the end of the over. England 278 for 3. Lead by 4-3-3.
Will you guys chat while Jason takes my seat?
We absolutely will. Hey, Morg.
Chat. I do love some fried chats.
Well, no, it's been pretty serene progress from England, you have to say, over the last. Well, over most of today, to be fair, ever since that Atkinson hat-trick and blowing away the New Zealand tail early on today, 278 for 3. They haven't really put a foot wrong, have they?
Take Crawley out of it, and it's been pretty good.
Are you a Crawley fan, Morg?
No. I have no particular attachment.
Well, Root faces up on 33 to a new Henry over and Henry bowls, and that's tucked away by Root into the leg side, but it's well stopped by diving mid-wicket. I mean, England have invested so much in Crawley that, you know, they're going to continue to do so until his position at the top of the order really does become untenable. But I think he's okay for the moment. He's the kind of person to have a lean period, and almost like Pope, he'll go and score you a massive 100.
I was going to say Johnny Bairstow was a person for FU hundreds.
Well, that's a short delivery from Henry, and Root rolls his wrists over it nicely, and he'll get a single
to guarantee himself a place on the tour or a place in the side.
He could do the Mark Taylor sort of thing and not score 100 for 16 years and then do a triple.
Yeah, we had that extraordinary innings in Pakistan. I'm trying to remember how many. Was it 264, something like that?
333?
In England. Well, no, in England, in the COVID times against Pakistan. Brook faces this one and jabs his back down, and it's angled in.
He got
by Matthew Henry.
267, I think, against either Pakistan or the West Indies.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure it was Pakistan. It was at the
Aegeus Bowl.
Rose Aegeus Utilita Bowl, whatever the hell you want to call it.
The name of this week's bowl.
I have to say, I do hate that. I wish they could have one name and just stick to it rather than it all be done by sponsors. But anyway, Henry faces up and Brook defends this one comfortably back to the bowler. But I guess, you know, it's what brings in the money.
I've got to say, I did go there this season to watch Surrey play Hampshire, and that's the first time I've actually been there. And it's a magnificent venue, but it's in the middle of nowhere, and that is a problem for public transport. There are no public transport links at all.
That's the problem I always say with it. So I only live kind of a 40-minute drive away as Henry comes in, and that's Yorker really. Brook pushes it down the ground, they're shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end, which luckily miss, although you think Harry Brook would have been home anyway, and they get a sharp single. But yes, it's about kind of 45 minutes for me, and it's a pain to get to because the roads are always clogged up. And to be perfectly honest with you, I want to have a drink when I go to the cricket, so I don't want to be driving. And the transport there's a nightmare. I mean, you can get a couple of trains and then a bus, but it's much easier for me to get to the Oval or Lords than it is my local ground.
That said, it is a magnificent viewing ground. There's a good view from every seat in the place.
Root faces up the last ball of the 58 and nudges this to the vacant point area, and they'll get a single. So the end of the 58, 281 for 3. Root and Brook ticking along very nicely. Who's on socials?
That would be
me.
Mog.
Very good.
George McPherson says, "This is great. No more reviews for the hosts. England should make the most of this." Surprisingly upbeat message for him. Should be suggesting that they've missed opportunities or they're behind the 8 ball now.
Not scoring quickly enough. Despite scoring about 5 and over.
I live about 12 train stations from the MCG, so it's quite easy to get.
Yeah. Oh, well, when I was in Australia, I had an absolutely fantastic time. 3 trips to the MCG. One to the museum, a couple of matches which both went down to the final ball. So that was very exciting.
We like to put it on for the visitors.
Well, Phillips is going to continue here, and I have to say, I'm not a fan of this. I think this has been a pretty terrible spell. As he bowls to Joe Root, who stands there on 35. And he goes for a little awkward kind of lap sweep and does get it away down to third man. Hasn't got enough pace on it to go for 4. They'll get a couple as the fielder races round.
It's a real, it's a real skill to get it that fine past the keeper.
Yeah, if there was a slip or Blundell had managed to telegraph that, then he might have been in trouble, but did well to play it down. And it just shows how much they can trust the bounce, because if that bounces a bit more, then he's in trouble. He faces Phillips once more, who loops that one up with a bit of extra flight, and it's driven nicely down the ground by Joe Root. And he'll wander through for a single.
It's all a bit samey and safe, and there's no thinking really required by England at the moment. Just play what comes down.
Phillips bowls and Brook just defends it. Back to him. No, it's difficult to know from a New Zealand standpoint what bowling change to make. I don't know what would you be thinking at the moment if you were Tom Latham.
Did Revenger had a bowl today?
We think he might be injured or something wrong with him. Brook faces Phillips once more and defends that back to him.
I'll tell you who hasn't bowled, who I would potentially consider. Not bowled Darryl Mitchell yet. And he can bowl.
Could be an option.
They could opt for the shit gets wickets routine.
Well, 2 balls left. Phillips bowls that one's on the leg stump, and Brook tucks it into the leg side. He will look to get a couple, but they won't come back for the second one. It's good fielding down there by mid wicket.
Nice bit of sort of medium paced dob with the keeper standing up. No, he can't move around the crease.
Well, I think
quite
it's
so
all
much.
about doing something different. I'd agree with you. This is easy for England, really. You have to say at the moment. I mean, they don't need to score very quickly. They're not under a lot of pressure. They can just knock it around. And field changes are being made. The backward square leg is moving even finer. There's almost a stack in mid wicket.
There's a slip in
at the moment. There's a slip in which suggests, well,
a change in line at least.
Well, I don't know. I think he's going to stick with the leg side line. He might just throw the odd one a bit wider, which he does here. And Root covers this one nicely and puts it down the ground, where long on ball field, and they'll get a single.
I think Latham's just tuned himself out from this. He seems to have he's on autopilot as a captain.
That's the end of the 59th over. Mock.
Mr. Raylight continues his unrelenting crusade of abuse against young people by saying young Master Stevens likes to have a drink at the ground. Shouldn't he be saving his pocket pennies for his My First Razor? Are you young? I hadn't noticed.
I'm 21.
Ah, that's old enough to have killed a man and fathered a child.
Well, nervous starts here. Henry comes into bowl it, and Root tucks that away nicely onto the leg side for a single. England lead by 442, as we say. It's very comfortable. Both of these two, well, Root on 40 and Brooke 45, has been largely untroubled.
Yes, I am reminded of David Gower's pre-day sort of pitch assessment and comments where he said there are runs in this pitch. I'm just wondering whether this pitch is becoming easier. It's certainly becoming more straw-coloured.
Brooke faces up back of a length from Henry, and it's defended on the back foot, straight back to him.
Because the pitch yesterday was about the grittiest pitch I've ever seen for a and it's noticeably lighter today, and could potentially be noticeably lighter tomorrow.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they do say that about New Zealand pitches, that they can get better to bat on in days 2 and 3, don't they? And England are very much making the most of it at the moment. Brooke faces Henry, and that's wide and guided nicely by Harry Brooke. There is a point to the backward point further out there, though, but they will get a single. The strike rotation's been very good in this partnership as well. It hasn't been boundary hitting. To be fair, I haven't had a boundary for quite a while.
Well, not since we three have been together, and probably not for half the session of the previous trio before that.
Yeah, exactly. But they're perfectly content, and that's why New Zealand just need to make them do something different, to be honest. Root faces, and that's short, and nicely pulled and kept down. He's rolled his wrist over that nicely, Joe Root, and now walk through for a single.
No, it feels like the only person who's going to cause any distress to the batsman at the moment is Will O'Rourke, and it's just, and for him it's just not going to hand.
Yeah, you'd have to say, and he's been off for a little bit now, or just resting up, because he has put in a decent shift. It's Henry bowls to Brooke, who jabs down, and that one really nicely guided to backward point, but it hasn't got all of it. Oh, it's a misfield down there by, I can't quite tell who that is, and they'll come back.
That was Ravindra.
Was it Ravindra? There we go, back to Ravindra. Well, that's also what happens, you know, nothing's really going on, and a little misfield, it just shows a big sign of a lack of concentration from the New Zealand players, and almost that they know, well, they already know that they're going to be tasting an absolutely mammoth total, and they're kind of checking out of the game, really. Last ball of the 60th over, England 291 for 3. Brooke on 48, can he reach his 50 in this over? Well, that's a wonderful shot from Harry Brooke. It was short from Henry, and Brooke jumped almost and guided it over first slip. And it races away to the boundary to bring up another half century.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Long drawn out grinds and flashing cameos. Quite accumulation that just grows and grows. Plucky or lucky, inducing reverie. These are a few types of half century.
Yes, really nicely played, with almost disdain really from Harry Brooke. It was a wonderful shot, just lifted over the slips. And a couple of bounces before. Well, all that chat about no boundaries, and we've got one. Anything going on socials, Mike?
Mike Inman says, "Keep up the brilliance, Billy. Great job, matey." Still slightly diminutising you there. Mr. Rolite says, "Okay, that's enough jokes about the youth's youthfulness, though I do wonder how the wee tyke is so knowledgeable about the game. 21 is not nearly enough to get that knowledgeable. Clearly you gorillas must be locking the poor mite up in a room full of old wisdoms. I might report you." And according to Messi, there is a wicket at the cricket in Australia. Bumrah has knocked someone over. Hopefully it's Marnus, because Marnus is a shit.
Marnus. It's very, how good. It's good to have two tests on at the same time. Although it does rather irritate me, the scheduling. It is not Marnus.
No,
it is Nathan
it's
McSweeney. Yeah. At his home deck can only manage 39. Yeah, I can't decide if I want Marnus to get a few runs or not. I think I do, because I worry that if he doesn't, then he'll get them all next summer. Well, next Australian summer.
If he doesn't keep making runs, he's not going to be there next Ashes to actually make any. He'll be cast into the
the
wilderness.
fickle finger of fate will move on to the
but
next
it's all
cab
about
on the
who
rank.
they've got. But yeah, exactly. Who would replace him?
Plenty of guys in the Shield currently making some runs, new names and old. But they'll probably just do something daft and bring Cameron Bancroft in.
Or they'll pick somebody who's got a one-day track record for the Test match, like Jake Fraser McGurk.
Yeah, I think they'd probably do that kind of thing. Well, Harry Brooks got to his 50. He flashed at a few early doors, and he's been more becalmed in the last kind of hour. But he's played pretty nicely, to be honest. His record against New Zealand is ridiculous. He averages about kind of 118, I think, in New Zealand, which is just absurd. And that's not from a ridiculously small sample size. You know, this is his kind of 5th match here, I think.
Well, I think he's played 4 away Test series, and he's averaging 90 now in all formats, because he's played 2 Test series against Pakistan, 2 series against New Zealand, and at least 1 other away series.
Yeah. They're just having a drink. Yeah, go on.
Ashley Gritton says, if anything, it's been a long day for the crowd watching. My fellow Wellingtonians be disappointed at our boys' efforts, but they'll pour into the city bars and forget about the day. And who knows, maybe Nathan Smith will roll up and start a fight with someone.
Well, he does kind of bristle, doesn't he, a little bit? Not just with the moustache, but also in demeanour.
Yeah. Someone called him Begbie earlier on.
Yeah.
Well,
that's a niche reference for people who are not aware of Cracker or
Begbie was from Trainspotting.
Yeah, Begbie was from Trainspotting. He also played a psychotic ex-army person in Cracker.
I think he's played a psychotic person in everything he's played. He might just be psychotic. He's just playing himself.
Well, Phillips is going to continue after the drinks break, and he's waving his arms around. You know what they say, drinks breaks can sometimes bring wickets, and he's bowling to Joe Root, who's 41. At the moment, it'll be interesting to see if he changes plans, and that's a better line and length than driven by Root, but a good diving tumble.
Gone totally defensive now. No catching at all.
Yeah, it is rather curious, isn't it? We'll see.
Still
Almost waiting for
out.
a rush of blood from this English pair, and Root tucks this one into the leg side, and they'll get a single.
Joe Root 2 years ago might have done something stupid at this point. I think the Joe Root, Joe Root 2.0 baseball player now knows that this is the time to just do what the opposition don't want you to do, which is just to stay there and keep grinding them into the dirt.
Fast enough so he doesn't have to worry about it too much.
Yes, and Brook is the one on strike on 52. And that's wider from Phillips and driven off the outside half of Harry Brook's bat, and they'll get a single to back the point. Yeah, I agree. And also, if Root, I'm never quite sure how driven by records Joe Root is, but if he does want to catch Sachin Tendulkar, he needs to cash in when he's got an opportunity like this. And he faces up to Phillips. They're ticking along nicely in this over, and they'll rotate the strike once more as that's flicked into the leg side for a single. It's been very good. He's gone away, or seems to have gone away, at least in the first few deliveries of this over, from that leg side plan, and his head's in his hands after Root just played that. I think this England pair can do that to you as well. Brook dances down the pitch, so that's driven nicely. There's a man there, but they'll get a couple on the boundaries. That O'Rourke, I think it was.
No, just the one.
Oh no, just the one.
I did think that there probably wasn't. There's probably about 1.5, not 2.
Yeah,
there.
he almost timed it too well, didn't he?
Oh.
And Phillips tried to gather that at the non-striker's end, and he hits Brook, and that's really nicely kind of covered by Joe Root down to the wide, long on, where they'll get another
kind
single.
of swished it out past the diving mid wicket, didn't he, to the long on. No, very fluid, very easy. No, very effortless for England, who are now on 300 for 3.
Yeah, 300's up. It's been a very good effort. 61 overs. I mean, unbelievable, really, to just tick on at 5 and over so effortlessly. It was Duckett and Bethel, both out in the 90s. Unfortunately, Duckett 92 off 112 and Bethel 96 from 118. So
They
both
both got a little bit of the nerves in the 90s, which was
yeah,
very odd.
so.
Very odd.
I did hear that.
Bethel, just picked the wrong ball to try and smack. But Duckett seemed to be... He got hit on his hand, and from that point onwards, he was a bit more circumspect with the shots he tried to attempt. I don't know whether his hand was hurting him, or he just wanted to make sure he didn't miss out on 100 for...
Well, there is finally a bowling change, and it's Southey into Roots, who gets on the back foot and pushes this out to backward point for a single. Yeah, Tim Southey, he's been a little bit better in this innings. 2 for 53. His figures read.
Going to jingle him up because we're not going to see him too many times again. So, and it's a good jingle.
It's only a whimsical notion to fly with Tim Southey tonight. I probably won't fly with Tim Southey. And again,
well, Brooke taps that grey nickels of his on the floor as Southey comes into bowl to him, and he gets on the scoop as he falls over, and it goes through unharmed into Tom Blundell's gloves. Got himself into a rather ungainly position again. It's a shot that, if it comes off, it looks great, and he nearly did come off. He nearly caught up with it and flicked it through to Blundell, but fortunately not. It's a good line and length from Southey.
Well, I know you're supposed to have a good base when you get a good base, but he's on the fall down before that ball gets to him. No.
Someone dust his back off. Go.
Southey bowls once more, and that's wider, and Brooke cuts hard, but there is a sweeper out there, Ratchman Ravindra, as he has been for a while, and this time he feels it cleanly, and it's just a single. Well, Root 45 off 72, we've been saying he's been more becalmed, and certainly has, but as one of you alluded to earlier, he hasn't needed to score quickly because Brooke's been doing part of that, and it was set up so beautifully by Frawley and Duckett. And it'll be interesting to see what kind of deliveries Southey bowls him. We've rotated the strike so well that it's been difficult for them to implement a plan against either one of this pair, as Root drives off the inside half of his bat up to mid-on to no run.
No, they definitely had a plan to left-hand and Duckett. Willow Rourke going to come in and bowl it short and trying to get him to hook it up in the air. And that seemed to work. They seem to have problems with that. But these two are too experienced, Root and Brooke.
Yeah, well, they might go to the short ball pair and they'll see if Root will go after it. But that's nudged beautifully down to backward point. They might get a boundary here, and will. Root moves on to 49. That late cut of his, which has brought him so many runs throughout his career, is used to great effect once again.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Nicely guided. It went whistled to the boundary. There's no real chance of anyone getting across, and he's on 49. Can he follow his Yorkshire teammate Harry Brooke to another half century? Last ball of the 62nd over, so he'll want to do it in this over, you'd have to think, but he wisely chooses to defend a decent delivery from Tim Southey, and that'll be no run. That's the end of the 62nd. 306 for 3 England.
Not that Jeff Thomas says, very refreshing to have a confident young gorilla like Billy guiding us through this test with the old guard. I assume he's talking about you, Jason, when he's talking about old guards. Mr. Rolite says, it's Marnus and Piggy at the crease in the other game, perhaps my least favourite Aussie cricketers in history. And
My guard was not
Very
old.
close to being mine.
My guard has always been middle and leg.
And Mr. Light also says he agrees about the Billy business. Not only does he slash the average age, but he does wonders for the weight average too. Give with one hand and take away with another, you prick.
Phillips bowls. And well, Brooke advances down the ground. There was a man out there, but oh, the camera is all over the place. It's been taken on the boundary. Rush of blood to the head from Harry Brooke. Glenn Phillips finally has a wicket, and Brooke's gone for 55. You just have to think he's bored and he's chuntering away to himself. He won't be very happy
It's
when
fucking
he
average.
sees that again, and it's another wicket.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh! Batter, batter, batter. Batter, batter, batter. Batter, batter, batter. On your boy, mate.
Well, it's
That's
disappointing, really.
Really a bit of
We
a
were-
gift.
Yeah, we were complimenting them on their tempo, but as you say, Harry Brooke out for 55, which is going to drop his average. Could have at least got to 62, Harry, come on. But another very good 50, and that brings Ollie Pope to the crease. It'd be interesting to see how Pope plays this tempo-wise.
He does like to
You don't
start
wanna
quickly,
hang
so I
about
wouldn't.
necessarily.
He'd be a bit manic for the first few balls.
Hope's not far off 1,000 runs for the year.
Well, he's certainly had a lot of chances to get to those affairs, right?
That's jiggling
All
before.
started so well with him. Oh yes, do jingle him up.
We got a Pope! We got a Pope! Take a good hard look, it's Ollie Pope! It's Ollie Pope! It's Ollie Pope! Take a hard look at Ollie Pope!
It's Ollie
Yes, he-
Bleeping Pope.
It is. Yeah, Brooke just didn't quite get all of that. He
it's right on
didn't
the
quite
toe.
get to the pitch of it either, and yeah, as you say, off the toe. And who is that?
Gotta
guy now?
say,
Is that O'Rourke?
Will O'Rourke made that look very easy. He's just, ambling around. I know he's got long legs, and he expects to catch that, but he made that look very easy indeed.
He did rather than Phillips. Well, I wouldn't necessarily say he's deserved a wicket, to be honest. But he's got one for 51 off 11.1 overs, you have to think. And he's going to bowl to Ollie Pope, who, as has been discussed, is in need of some runs. Although he's started well in this series so far, and he gets down to that one nicely and plays a good forward defence. So no run. See if he and Root can put on a decent partnership together. They know each other well by now. They've played lots of cricket since Pope's introduction into the side in 2018. And Phillips bowls to him, and Pope gets on the back foot and hits this one down the ground, where they'll wander through for a single. I'm surprised that they haven't brought those two men up mid-on, up to mid-on and mid-off, to be honest, and try and tempt either Pope or Root to go over the top. But Root will now face Phillips, who comes in with renewed confidence, but that's a poor delivery, and Root swivels on the back foot, but Phillips does have cover there, and it's only a single.
That's 50.
And it is 50, very good points.
Yep.
A little nonchalant raise of the bat from Joe Root to all sides of the Hagley over, and a punch of the gloves with Ollie Pope. 50 from 76 balls. It's looked serene as ever. Phillips in once more, and it's been knocked down the ground by Ollie Pope for a single. That's Joe Root's 150, I think I just read there, in 151 matches.
50.
Yeah, what an extraordinary record, what an extraordinary player. Oh, sorry, got you, 150 plus score, 65 50s and 35 centuries. From Joe Root, England's greatest ever batsman, without bar none, in my opinion. I don't know if you two have any thoughts on that, having watched far more Test cricket from England's standpoint than I have, but that's 394.
I think
When-
Stoneman was robbed.
Oh,
He could have been the greatest.
poor old Rocky. He just got a raw deal on the Ashes tour. He kept getting to 50 and then running out of steam.
Mark Stone. One of the many openers that we...
Yep, I mean Michael Carberry
went
is
through.
another one who had a bit of a raw deal on the, I think it was the 2013 tour. We should be having a swap over at the end of this over.
Well, Southey Bowles and Pope. A little bit of a way swing there, which is unusual for a kookaburra at the 63rd over, but Pope wisely chooses to leave it well alone. Yes, Joe Root's as big as 151 matches, 12,830 runs to his name, averaging just below 51. If he averages above 50 when he eventually retires, it'd be simply ridiculous.
Up there with the likes of Adam Voges.
It's Pope on strike now and drives nicely, but not quite timed, and the cover fielder will throw it back into the wicketkeeper for no run.
Didn't Mr. Cricket, Mike Hussey, have averaged around about 50, eventually having come down from about 80?
Yes, they often start high. Marnus did the same thing. He was out of the gates fast.
Yeah, he had 850s in a row, Marnus Labuschagne, I think I'm right in saying. Of course,
Jimmy
came
Adams.
in that 2019 Ashes because of the concussion to Steve Smith. Driven once again by Pope, but can't pierce the infield. It's fielded by cover once more. So yeah, Southey's pace, that's only 124 kilometres per hour. He's kind of been there or thereabouts, or even slipped a bit lower. He's definitely short of a yard, but he's certainly bowled better in this second innings, you'd have to say, wouldn't you guys?
It's the best he's bowled in the series, I think, but even so.
Well, he's going to try and work his magic to Ollie Pope here. 3 balls left of the over, and before we have a change, and it was Pope who leaves this alone. It was a bouncer with a little bit of a way swing. He goes safely into the gloves of Tom Blundell behind the stumps.
Let Southey get a fifer, and then he can just retire a match early and save them the trouble of dropping him.
Well,
Right,
you never know what they'll do. It would be pretty ruthless to drop him, but I wouldn't be surprised if they do, as I previously stated.
Yeah, Sirius might well already be gone then, so maybe it won't matter.
Well, he's going to try and stake a claim. 2 balls left in the over to do so as he comes into Pope. Driven nicely by Ollie Pope, it's to backwards points, but Ratchet Ravindra races round and hurls it in left-handed over the stumps to keep it to just a single. One ball left of the 64th over. England's 310 for 4 as Joe Root adjusts the collar of his shirt as he prepares to face it's Ollie Pope, sorry, at the non-strikers end. Well, Root's preparing to face the last delivery of the 12th over from Tim Southey.
Keep that collar popped.
Yes, I do like the jumpers that they're wearing. I mentioned it yesterday. They all look very nice. And Root faces up and nudges this one into the offside. And as they've done for the last hour, England rotating the strike beautifully. And that is 311 for. Well, Messi's just popped up. Hello, Messi. How are you?
Hello. I see we have a super chat.
Just
We
arrived.
do.
I
Very
shall
good.
bid you all farewell.
Do you have to go?
Thanks,
Because
Mark.
we haven't seen Josh.
He's not in the waiting room.
No.
Well then.
And you weren't very
And you're
welcome
very
to
good at
hang
taking
on.
wickets, Mog.
Yeah, well.
I can stay if you'd prefer, Mog. Up to you.
I'm not fussed. It's middle of the afternoon for me. It's
Okay.
weeks more hours for you. So if you want to bugger off and sleep,
You-
it's fine by me.
Well, no, Billy's due on
Yeah.
for the overspill in half an hour anyhow, so you should have
Oh,
a
well.
break, Billy.
Yeah.
Cool.
Um,
Okay.
And Mog can
See you in a
solve
bit,
it on
guys.
with me. See ya. Yeah, there's a super chat very generously from Richard Milgate, who sends us €2. He says, "Come on, people, more super chats needed." Indeed, we did. We need every cent we can get for our new studios.
Well, exactly. I'm still waiting for concrete offer on the flat. I had one, but it was just too low, as that's clipped up to mid wicket and there is no run.
As a percentage, how low was it? 10% for?
No, yeah. I mean, I reduced it by about 7% already, and then it was another. It was about 15% below what I originally put it on the market for. Yeah, it was. I mean, it was less than 10% of what it was actually on the market for, but what I'm offering it, what I'm prepared to accept, I think is actually a really good deal. Problem is with modern buyers, that's played up to long on for a single, is they expect everything to be done up to the nines, but actually doing the work to get it to look like that is not really that expensive. You just got to put a bit of effort in, and therefore.
Can you not just do what they do in Australia and sell it to Chinese?
Well, if someone comes along and the Chinese and they want to buy it, of
Russians,
course. Yeah.
Russians in London, isn't it?
Russians, Chinese, anybody who wants to launder some money, really. Play back to the bowler and there is no run. We are the money laundering capital of the world, I think.
That's a wonderful title to hold.
Well, yes. Of course, the Tories will say, no, and the banking sector will
I
say,
think
no,
the Cayman
no.
Islands might have something to say about that.
Well, they're overseas. Well, no, they're not an overseas British territory, are they? But it's partly because of all those overseas British territories that we are the money laundering capital of the world. There's about 160 of them. That was played up to long off for a single. And all their opaque shell company structure nonsense that we always hear about. That's really nicely played by Root. Very late on it, just guides it round the corner, but straight to the man who's on the 45, and there ain't no run.
Got Christmas Island and the Cocos and Keeling Islands, whatever they are. Maybe Australia should look into a bit of laundering as an income source.
Possibly. Played back to the bowler last ball of the over, and there was no run. Phillips has bowled, what, this is his 13th over in a row. He's not bowled too bad, 56 off of those 13.
Marcus, Mr. Rollite, talking about Chennai being on or not?
No, what were we up to? We're doomed was the last one.
All right.
Who said that?
So Mr. Rollite says, I was in Chennai in 2016 to see Rahul get out for 199. I have to say it was heartbreaking. Felt so sorry for him. Not that Jeff Thomas says, Sir Joe Root, you heard it here first. It is inevitable, isn't it?
It is inevitable.
And Ashley Grierson says, in better news, Sir Richard Hadley is being inducted into the New Zealand Cricket Hall of Fame. He should have been long ago, but here we are. I can't believe he isn't already. That's extraordinary.
That is extraordinary.
I have some news from Australia.
Oh, yes.
I hear the pigs
Very,
in.
very sad news that Piggy is no longer in.
Oh, yes.
Bumrah has got him caught behind.
Yeah, interesting.
Princely 2.
So what's the score over there?
It is 3 for 107.
Yeah, so they could put it back.
Yep, I put $20 on India at $6. It's now come in to $3.50. Oh dear.
How many overs have Australia faced to get their 107?
40 something, I think.
Let's check. 40 overs at 4 balls.
So that's very slow scoring.
Well, you can say that from your baseball perspective, I guess.
Wow, just in modern standards, really, you know. And the problem, I mean,
2.62 run rate. There you go.
3.62 can't be.
2.62.
I was going to say that's atrociously slow in modern era. Henry is going to continue. He is bowling at Pope. He's just come to the crease because Brooke was out. He guides that down towards third man. There is a guy back, so it'll just be the one run. England's lead moves on to 469. What have we got left? We've got about 15 minutes. It's probably about 12 overs if we're lucky. We're at 5 and overs and now 60 runs, which was on a lead of nearly 530.
Well, at least you'll be happy the GPL has no chance of being lost today.
It must be over it, surely, aren't we already?
Yes, I'd say. Well, almost anyhow. What did New Zealand make today?
89, about 40. Just less than 40, I think, or maybe just over 40. They were. It must have been dead on 40. Yeah. That's just played out by the square, and He'll beat 1 run.
39, 49, 53. So it's been 353 so far today, and there'll be a lot more. So yes, the highest pick in GPL was 344. So that's
Unless there are some run penalties.
A lot of them. Played out to leg side and there's no run. 5 runs.
Points did England get docked for the first test?
What, for slow over rate?
I think I saw 12 somewhere.
12? Wow.
But that can't be. That might be what been docked in total across this cycle.
No, they got 19 in the Ashes. I know that.
Maybe it wasn't then. Maybe I've just plucked that number from nowhere.
Yeah, we're never going to get to a Test Championship at this rate. It's played up to mid-on. There's no run. We've got to play an extra third of a percent, that 30% better than anyone else with the amount of points we get docked.
Not with Ben Stokes in charge, you're not.
No. And then there's the fact that because we play more tests, obviously like to be more adverse effects, and it does seem to me that every time we start a Test Championship, our first 2 Test series, as that's pushed by Pope outside half of the back, can't beat Gully, and there's no run. Our first 2 Test series tend to be sort of 5 Test series or 4 Test series at least against India, and then the Ashes, which are always either close or we get battered because we're not. I mean, like the start of the next one. No, it won't be the start of the next one, but it'll be the second series we play will be the Ashes. So we always start off badly.
Persisting with this Ashes thing, though.
Well, yeah, and the first series will be India, and the second series will be the Ashes. So, and we might have 1 test against Zimbabwe.
You'll be kicked out of the big 3 if you keep that attitude.
Well, you know, defended out into the covers, and there's no run.
Yeah, apparently both England and New Zealand lost 3 points for the first test. I must say, Stokes gives me the shits the way he behaves in relation to this. He knows exactly what's going on. He says it's all too confusing. And makes passive-aggressive comments towards the
It's an odd flex to make it look like you're too stupid to work it out.
Yes, yeah. I mean, he's got a fucking backroom team of 52 people doing analysis. They can't tell him how the World Test Championship works, then he's really fucking thick.
More computing power than the entire backroom of NASA.
Well, Root's decided he needs new boots to bat in.
If I could just read out a text message I recently received. It says, "Oh, and Steve Smith is a Bradman."
Oh dear. Mayank says Australia went very slow last night to head off Bumrah and Siraj before stumps. They did. They only went about 2.5 runs and over. But it was sensible batting. It was tough conditions, but they fucked it up this morning, which didn't surprise me in the least. Mind you, Labuschagne, you never know. He's quite capable of coming back and making a ton.
The 31.
It'll be interesting to see how Head Marsh and Carey behave.
He's on 31, Labuschagne.
31 from 90.
Jesus. Wasn't he on about 29 overnight? So in 44 minutes he scored 2 runs.
He's not made a lot, no. But I'm sure he looks absolutely terrible doing it.
Well, that's what he's good at.
Little.
Yes.
Yes. Shit goblin. That's what he is.
Shit goblin was a very, very apt term.
Thank you.
Well, Phillips is going to continue. It's his 14th over. Bowling at root. England's lead is now 470, and they've got that 315 and 66 overs. So just under 5 and over at the moment. That's clipped into the leg side by Root. And I'm sure they're going to go berserk. I think they are going to settle for another 30-40 runs tonight and bat for an hour or so tomorrow morning, and then hope to. Well, they should wrap it up by the end of tomorrow, really, you'd have thought.
Well,
Pope gets forward, defends back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Ewan Ennis, this was 40 minutes ago, says the shots on the balcony looks like a declaration on the next wicket. So, yeah, maybe he will declare in 20 minutes or so.
I don't know, Root had some pads. I mean, Stokes had pads on a second ago.
Alright.
So he's intent on having a little crash. that one's
Cashing
cut out to the
himself.
covers and there's no run. Yeah, well, exactly. I think that, with so much time left in the game, it's daft not to get to 500 or 550. I mean, yeah, you probably have got enough to win the game now.
Won't have enough to break their spirits as well.
Yeah, exactly. Grind them in the dust. Glenn Phillips tosses that one up. It's clipped by Pope. Can't beat the mid wicket. And there is no run. But extreme highs and lows for this Kiwi side after India. Hey, get battered at home. Straight after that's floated up, nicely driven by Root. They'll only get Pope. They'll only get a single down to long off, or halfway off.
It's ruining the paradigm that people are invincible at home and can't win away.
Yes, completely.
Yeah, it's getting completely fucked over, isn't it?
Which might bode well for Australia not winning this current series.
Yeah, I was thinking the WTC ought to change so you get extra point for an away win because it's been so difficult over the last 20 years.
Well, that's true. I think it'd be more than an extra point. The way the scoring works, that's played into leg side. There's no maybe extra 5 points. Well, how many points do you get for a win?
Well,
I don't even know.
I don't know. I do it like the league. I do three for a win, 1 for a draw, and then you get 4 for an away win.
Well, they should have bonus points. You should have bonus points like in the county
No, you
championship.
should make it as easy to understand as possible. At the moment.
That's true.
It's
Don't, don't you mean there needs to be some sort of algorithmic multiplier that you can add to a score when they win away under certain conditions based on the last 10 years' results?
Yeah, that too.
Make it interesting.
ICC rankings, I think that's a called, aren't they?
Yeah, whatever they are.
Well, England cruising along here, 318 for 4. After knocking over the Kiwis this morning, they came out 5 wickets down. They lost the last 5 wickets for 39 by Atkinson. Started, but the first one was a lucky wicket. Trying to leave the ball, it was cut down into the stumps, and the next 2 balls, the first one was a vicious bouncer at Matt Henry. First ball, he could only fend it to a slip, and then a full ball at LBW, and got Southey first ball, and Atkinson got a test match hat-trick to go along with his fantastic year so far. Just after I'd started bagging him and saying that Cass had completely outshone him.
Funny that.
Motivation.
Yeah. Marnus just hit 2 fours and 2 balls.
Oh my God.
He's on fire.
That's it. He won't score for another hour now. That's exerting himself too far. That's a nice clip by Root. Nearly bisects mid wicket and mid on. But a good bit of fielding by Smith means they just get a single. I haven't had a boundary for a while, have we? A lot of singles, which is fine.
Yeah. Ashley Greerton says Wellington's Sunday weather isn't looking good for our Kiwi fight back. Rain. The forecast is for beautiful weather for the next few days. So, yeah, it's bugger all chance of rain.
Oh well. Pope is facing up. Henry is coming into bowl. He's in his 14th over. Defended it back to the bowler, and there is no run. That last ball that got Southey out was so plumb. And he just reviewed it.
Might as well.
Wow, yeah. It's got nowhere near it was about.
Well, when you got as many reviews left as you have
wickets
to fall.
Indeed. Defended out into the covers, and there is no run.
Ashwin did that yesterday in the India game. He was bowled a Yorker. It almost hit him on the toe in front of middle. It was going on to hit the bottom of middle stump. He still reviewed it.
Yeah. Was he the last man out?
Injure his foot yesterday?
Not quite. I don't know.
I saw something about him being off the field.
All right.
What's that? That's defended by Pope to the leg side. I'll get a single. What's Ashwin's record like in Australia?
It's pretty good, I think.
Okay.
Yeah,
Probably likes the bounce too.
I think it's also pretty good under lights. Where are we?
So Atkinson, what, after 50 wickets since the summer?
He's had a good 6 months.
Yeah, he bowled pretty well in. That's a good shot. Good pull by Root. Out to deep back for square leg. I think it's Conway out there. They'll come back for 2. Yeah, he bowled quite well in Pakistan as well, and casted as well. He still looks such a grumpy bugger though.
Actually, Ashwin's got 39 wickets in 11 matches in Australia, but at an average of 42, so not...
No, not great. Root pulls out the pull shots, Henry drops it short. What's Lyon's home record? What's his average at a home?
I shall tell you that shortly. I'm here just to be knackle.
Which jingles would you like me to change then?
Oh. Well, you got the pronunciation on every one wrong since Knackle's time, of course.
Oh, clearly.
Lyon's home average is 31. His away average is 28. His strike rate away is better than his strike rate at home, which is understandable actually given the pitches. But he's got 261 wickets in Australia, 251 away from home.
Wow, pretty equal.
Yeah.
Phillips is going to continue. 69th over. Tosses that one up. Root plays it down. No, sorry, Pope plays it down towards long on. It'll just be a single. And he's moving along quite nicely. 8 off 23. It's all slowed down a bit for England coming towards the end of the day.
Yeah. Mr. Alex says the throw debate degraded the grenade into the mix. Yesterday was only 80.4 overs, but there were 360 runs and 15 wickets. Is over 8 that important when cricket is so eventful?
Well, yeah, I'm kind of along with that. I have to say that view. It's played out to deep square leg. It'll be a single.
He goes on to say, if there were more overs bowled in the day, doesn't they make it more likely there will be fewer days? And aren't tests already ending early too often? And doesn't the slow over rate give you more time to get to the bar and not miss the action?
That's an important thing to note.
There's one upside.
Phillips bowls. It's wide outside off stump. Pope goes back to cut. Mistimes it a little bit. Gets it out to cover and gets himself a single.
Yeah, I still think you're entitled to 90 overs of play, and you have 30 over sessions, and that's it. I mean, I know you'll have to adjust things for rain, but basically that's the principle to work from. 30 overs per session, then have a half-hour break, equal breaks. I know it's the end of tradition, as we know.
It is.
What
God,
the
Messi.
fuck are you talking about?
Exactly. Crikey. That's played out to deep square leg for a single.
That's 600
I
years
knew
of
that
tradition you're pissing on. How would the lads at the MCC cope with that?
Yeah, well, I mean, it'll be
racially
hard,
abusing someone, probably.
Yeah, that's almost certainly the case.
Phillips tosses another one up. It's played up towards long on again. It's another single. It's all waiting for England to either declare or go ballistic, which probably won't happen till tomorrow. I'm only in for the first session tomorrow and the first little bit after lunch, and then I'm off. So I probably won't see the end of the game. Root facing up on 60 off 90.
But it's not as if it's not fairly predictable.
No, well that's true. Driven up by Root, but mistimed out to cover. Then practices a reverse smash.
I think that was a bit uppish, wasn't it?
No, he hit it into the ground. He mistimed it, drove it into the ground.
I just saw Phillips put his hands above his head. Yeah.
That's the end of the over.
Mr. Rollett says, Messi, the only girlfriend likes about cricket is that there's a break for lunch and then another one for afternoon. So basically you're saying she likes the cricket apart from the cricket.
Yes. She likes the civilised nature of lunch and tea.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's true that going to the cricket is much better if it's part of a social occasion. I also discovered going to the Perth match, it's fucking exhausting going 2 days in a row. By the time I've done all the travel, it's a 10-hour day.
Well, exactly.
I was knackered after 2 days of that.
And you can get all of that plus the replays on the TV with a couple of cold tinnies. Oh, that's out. We've lost a wicket. Pope has fiddled at one outside his off stump from Henry.
Yeah.
Bowled it a little bit shorter. Rather than try and cut it hard, he fiddled it. It's his first failure of the series, though. Went to probably a second slip. He was the first slip. It's Darryl Mitchell, who stood at about second slip. And it's just cut down to him. Good catch. And the Kiwis get another wicket.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
I reckon he went out purely because Stokes is staring at him. Because Stokes wants to get out there and
so
have a
give
whack.
me a go. Give me a go. My
He's doing the
bad.
team thing for the captain.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Elliott, I can tell you from experience that sometimes taking a part to the cricket doesn't work well. My first wife, I remember taking her to the Wacker in about 1972 to watch Western Australia playing Victoria. Sadly, Bill Laurie was batting and he made 70 all day. And she read about 7 chapters of her book and never came to the cricket again.
Wonderful introduction.
Yeah, absolutely. She wasn't taking. Well, second wife couldn't stand cricket either. So.
Yeah,
I think
my
the fault lies with you.
my wife lied to me when I met her, and I told her I played cricket and stuff. She told me, yeah, I really like cricket. She told me she used to go to bars with Steve Tickolo, the Kenyan captain at the time.
Yeah.
Turned out to be fucking lies. She came to a couple of club games with me and then said, I'm never going again.
She was just trying to
liked
impress
going
you.
to bars.
Yeah. So
dear.
the skipper is out, and he sounds like this.
Ben? Ben Stokes.
So quick fire 24 and he's out.
Well, we need 18 runs to get to 500 lead. First, well, he's walloped it. Fucking hell. First ball, Stokes has come down a track at Matt Henry, smashed him out to wide, long on. I thought it'd gone for 6, but no, it is just one of these. It's just a smear. Bat turned in his hand.
He was getting a bit antsy up in the change rooms then.
Yeah. He wants to get on with it. That's fair enough.
It's just stupid cricket to do that first ball. Fuck me. I just don't like it.
I don't care. At this point, this is it. I mean,
there's no respect for the game. No respect for the game.
The end shitification of
yeah, the next thing he'll be out calling for 30-minute breaks.
well, he's whipped that from between his legs. Yeah. Out to deep square leg and it'll be a single. Yeah, and 30 over sessions, god damn it.
Yeah.
Absolute madness.
He did actually say, well, if it's plenty light enough here, we can just go on until we've bowled 90 overs. So in principle, he actually agrees with me.
Well, no, I don't know, if you were going to go that way, which is true in England and certain places around the world, and it should be just added on to the last session because it gives the advantage back to the batting side because the bowling side gets knackered because they bowled 40 overs in the last session. And
certainly in England they could afford to start earlier as well, which makes sense to me.
Well, they could certainly go. I mean, they finish at 6:30. It could quite easily go on to 7:30, 8 o'clock at the height of summer. It's played out to deep square leg. No, sorry, it must be deep point. They're both right-handed, and it's a single for Root. They're not both right-handed. Stokes is left-handed. Get with it. It's coming up to 5 in the morning, which means we're going to have a little change at the end of this over. Actually, Billy's going to come back. I'm going to stay here. Jason's going to join me, and we're going to see out the last half hour of the day.
Mr. Realight says 70 runs all day, Missy. I'd be fighting her for the book.
Stokes has launched that. Has he got it all? Yeah, I think so. It's gone for 6. Into the leg side. And Stokes is there for a good time, not a long time. One can only presume.
One talk over the line, sweet Jesus. One talk over the line.
He's just gone back.
Appropriately, they landed just by the sign that said free range area.
Yeah. He just larripped that. Kind of was in the slot if you want to take it on. Matt Henry
That
is
form reminds
smiling.
me of me in my prime.
Yeah, Henry in again. This time, Stokes tries to give himself room outside the leg stump. It's followed by Henry, so he just jabs it out square on the offside, and there is a single. That over went for 11 at least, and England are 340 for 5. The lead is now 495. We'll have a change. Billy's going to join us back. If you're still there, Billy.
Okay.
Jason's going to come in and join me for the last half hour.
And I'll catch you after lunch tomorrow.
Indeed. Well, I might catch you for a quick session.
Bye-bye.
See you later, Monk.
Yes.
See you later, Messi.
Extraordinary from Stokes coming to the crease, 12 off 4. And are they thinking of a declaration tonight, Bear?
I don't think so now. I think.
Well, but why would he be playing this way? Nor do I.
Well, no,
It's
because
just
Stokes is just out there for fun, isn't he? I mean, they've got probably enough runs on the board. He just thinks to get as many as we can as quick as possible. I still think it's a bad idea to actually declare overnight. You either take 20 minutes tonight, which I don't think they'll take, in which case just bat for 15 morning and have a thrash for another 20-30 runs.
Just gonna have some Humpty, have some fun.
Yeah, have some fun, just so that they don't get time to prepare. You make them switch between the two.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Well, it is going to be Ben Stokes to face, and Glenn Phillips is bowling to him. The off spin against the Stokes left-hander. Will he play against the spin? Who knows? Well, he can't. Dances down the track, and he gets an outside edge. It will run away. I don't think for 4. Fielder's racing around to try and get it and puts in a good dive, and does manage to hurl it in. Matthew Henry, I think it was, down there, and Stokes gets 2 more. Well, that's the thing. If the right-handed off-spin bowler's bowling to the left-hander, a bit of turn away. Stokes trying to go against the spin and gets an edge. But fortunately for him, there's no one really there for it to go to hand, and England's lead is only 3 short of 500.
Yeah, it's raced on pretty quickly.
It absolutely has. And well, let's have a look at this field. They've got a slightly curious field, trying to work out what to do. A few fielders on the fence on the offside. It's 23 on his back. Phillips comes in and Stokes gives himself room. And that's a huge swing of the bat. He looks to have absolutely nailed it, and he has. Big shot from Ben Stokes straight down the ground.
That's a much better thought out shot. He's hitting straight, he's not hitting across the ball. No, that's got much better chance of being successful.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot.
He gave himself a little bit of room, and it was just a wonderfully straight swing of the bat. And well, 20 off 6 for Ben Stokes. Extraordinary, and Phillips could get absolutely taken apart here, but equally so. Stokes is very likely to mistime one of these and give one of the boundary riders a catch.
Yeah, see, I was tempted to go for stumped as a way out at the bookies at 16 to 1.
Interesting.
Well,
with Phillips turning
it's
it
a
away
possibility, but I don't think he's spinning the ball enough, and he's
no, exactly.
Change of angle from Phillips is coming over the wicket, and Stokes hits this very hard. He might be caught somewhere.
No, it was down. It was into the ground.
Into the ground, and
Stokes is very much in bludgeoning mode. I think there's not a lot of finesse and timing to this. This is all power now.
Well, Phillips deserves to be bludgeoned to all parts, to be honest. I haven't been a massive fan. I wouldn't call his bowling negative per se. I think that's a bit too harsh, but I think it's had those kind of connotations to it.
Well, it's kind of flat, isn't it? It's not really testing spin. It's passable.
No, and Root gets onto the back foot and knocks it back to him for no run.
Root is in his own bubble. He's just not thinking about accelerating. That's for everyone else in the team.
Well, exactly. It's perfect. He's the perfect foil for everybody else.
Phillips spins the ball to himself at the end of the mark. 2 balls left in his over, and he bowls and throws that one up a bit wider, and Root covers it nicely and knocks it down to long on, where they'll wander through for a single.
I mean, that's the
As he
thing,
moves
isn't it?
on
I
to
mean,
62.
he's actually scoring at 66%. Or
Yeah.
66%.
Which is pretty quick,
pretty
yeah.
good. It's 2/3.
But that's perfect. I always think when Root's striking between 60 and 70, that's when he plays his best cricket.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And it's not slow, you know.
No. You know, England don't need to score at 5 and a bit and over. Root certainly doesn't. They can happily go on at 4. Of course, it's great when they do knock it around like this. Well, Phillips, what's his reply to Stokes? Stokes backs away and nails it back to him. A diving Phillips almost got a hand on it. He almost got a hand on it, but Mitchell will hurl it in from the boundary.
That would have
Stokes
been
and him having a bit of a
With a
conversation
specky
to each
catch.
other. Yeah, it would have been unbelievable.
Yeah, it would have been.
Quite nail it.
But he's one of the men that could do it in this side. Just ask Ollie
And that is
Pope.
the end of the 71st over, 351 for 8. Well, Stokes backed away to almost off the square. They didn't quite time it, and
We got a fingertip to that. Yeah, he got a fingertip to that.
Very good effort, you have to say.
He didn't time it perfectly, did he, Stokesy?
No, it was slightly high on the bat, I think. Who's on socials? Is anyone?
That's me. Simon Stevens says, Bill seems to have recovered at least some of his voice. Yeah, you were quite croaky yesterday. Your voice is definitely sounding healthier today.
It's because you had an early night.
A couple of beers in the pub.
Yeah, it's an early night.
No lubrication. Mr. Rowlight says, Messi, when you have to keep going to look for the ball around the back of the stand, you just can't get the overs in. What would you rather have, really? 540 dots. And yeah, that's my point. Would you rather go and see, Jeff Boycott score 90 in a day, or 380 runs in a day and 10 wickets? I would rather the latter.
Fine. So would I, but then they need to change the rules. Then they need to change the over 8 rules.
Yeah, I agree. I think they should just bring it down to sort of 82, 83 and go. Or you just have to play till 6:30 and you have to get over 80 overs. Yeah. You have to get. I mean, I'd say 80 is an absolute minimum because it's easily doable. Because most days you get
balls. It's a bit of a cutter from Smith and it's swiveled down to
really
the wide.
just died.
I think 84 minimum. 80 10 over short.
Yeah,
they can get an 84.
Yeah, I mean they generally get between sort of 80 and 85 overs in a day on a good day. I mean in the subcontinent you can still just get. I mean in the Pakistan test we were getting 90 overs in a day, but that's fine. It's a part of the world where you're bowling 2 spinners either end. Overs go quickly.
The ball's going straight back to the
bowler. You can manage it in that. But I do think with the amount of stoppages, DRS, the amount of balls that go into the stands these days, you are losing time in that sense all the time.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Root faces up to Smith, who barrels in, and well, it's nicely timed by Joe Root. It gets onto his almost half on the front foot, half on the back, and swivels it down to.
Oh no, he's definitely on the front foot. He was walking down the wicket and at him, and sort of playing on the move.
He does roll his hands over the ball very nicely, doesn't he, Joe Root? Always good at keeping those kind of shots down.
Yeah. And I'd also say in parts of the world where you can take the extra half hours, there we go, because there are some places where, I mean, now that tests are played all around the world, like tests in Pakistan played in November or whatever, essentially in winter,
dies quickly.
And the sun dies really quickly, but places where you can definitely get the extra half hour, you play as long as you can.
Smith comes into Stokes, who backed away and cloths this into the ground, and one bounces into Nathan Smith's right hand.
I don't mean, I don't know. I mean, as long as you can, but the equivalent of the extra half hour would be taken every day.
Yeah.
But I think that's it. I think people would rather see exciting cricket. I mean, Stokes' point is correct. If Test matches are ending in 3.5, 4 days, does it really matter?
Good 3.5.
I mean, it's fine. I think you've got to stand up to the people. I think it's pretty old school to go, you've got to get 90 overs in a day.
Stick it to the man there. Well, Stokes has a big swish at this and playing a miss.
Well,
23 off 11, Stokes is going for everything.
Some people would say that that's what you're doing to the people who are watching, but actually other people who watch have my point of view, so it's one side's view.
I agree with your point of view, completely, but I'm just saying that they've got to change people's expectations. You can't market it as you're getting, when you're buying a ticket, you can't market it as you're getting 90 overs of cricket when you're not, because you're paying for
exactly
to be entertained. Stokes bat aloft, walks down the pitch, and they're going for a quick single here. England, well, they're looking for a second one, and they will
That's good
come
running.
back for a second one. Really good running. They've done that well throughout the series so far, and these two are quick and have a fantastic understanding
Yeah,
and communication between each other, having played so much cricket.
that was so much better by Stokes. He kept his shape the whole of the last over. He was backing away to leg and trying to flog the ball. That one, he just kept his shape, stood tall, just worked it and scampered like mad. There's many ways to skin a cat and score quickly. You don't have to hit everything over the fence.
There absolutely are. Well, last ball of the over, Smith's coming over the wicket, and Stokes
that's
leaves
a no
that
ball.
well alone. It's quite wide, but I don't think, has it been given? Tough to know. Stokes' reaction suggests it's been given, as they're not moving to the end of the over.
Yeah, the over hasn't turned over.
Well, even if it wasn't a no ball, it was a wide, surely.
Yeah, it was a wide. Yeah, I think it was. Well, Stokes waits to receive us. Like planned this from Nathan Smith to be coming over the wicket and try and throw it wide. We'll see what Stokes can do with this one. It's wide again, and Stokes carves into the offside, and it's out to deep cover where they'll walk through for a single, and that ends the 72nd over. Well, 8 overs till the new ball is due. I'm not sure we'll get that in tonight, but tomorrow morning New Zealand bowlers will be fresh to use it, and as they say, new hard ball, the runs could come even quicker from them.
Well, they could, and it's not really going to make that much difference, is it? We've got a lead of
They'll only
512
get,
already.
What, 5-6 overs in now?
Yeah.
We should take them up to 77 plus whatever in England bowled, which probably will bring them up to mid-80s in the day.
Yeah.
Which is better than the previous few days, but still.
Just to keep people across with what's going on in Australia, India,
Please tell
our
me.
friend Manus Labuschagne is on 46.
Oh, God.
Nearing a 50.
Crawled to 46 off about 40 overs.
Off 107 balls. Well, Tim Southey is going to come back, and I think we jingle him up there because we're not going to be able to hear that lovely jingle for too much longer.
Well, I think you're right. He's been a bit poor, really, hasn't he? Got 2 wickets, though.
Rather, well, he comes in and Stokes backs away and gets a thick edge off. Oh, he's dropped it. Dropped at backward point. It was carved to him. It's off the edge of Ben Stokes' bat. It looped and was a difficult one, almost tough to judge. You'll know that if you play the game, where you're diving forward and you're slightly worried about his teeth, and it actually looks like it's fallen short, I think.
Just short, I think,
Unless
yeah.
my eyes have deceived me.
Ben Stokes really doesn't want to come forward at all to any ball.
No, he just wants to cart it.
He
And
does.
it's very
He's
hard
certainly got the
if
strength-
somebody
certainly got
bangs
the
the
strength
ball
to
in
do
to
it.
keep it down.
Southey bowls once more, and he swipes that one away. But there are 2 sweepers out on the cover boundary to keep it to just a single.
The cameraman are playing spot the ball.
Yeah, very much so.
You think that one's going
Yeah, well,
to
he's been
mid-wicket?
aggressive from the off, hitting the first delivery of his innings for 4, and some more flamboyant shots have quickly followed after that more becalmed sort of partnership between Pope and Root. Well, if he stays till tomorrow, it could be pretty destructive. England 513 ahead. They've got more than enough. Root faces up on 63 and gets in an awkward position and carves it. Plays and miss. He tries to go for that backward cut of his, but he got far too close to the ball. It was on a 5th stump line, and he shifted over to try and
scuttled
play
through
it.
a little bit as well.
Yeah, it was an odd shot, wasn't it? He scuttled across and then tried to cut it rather than stay where he was and try to cut it. He probably would have had a better chance of trying to run it off the face.
Trying to manoeuvre around in the crease to put Tim Southey off, although with all those years
Root
of
doesn't
experience...
need to do that. That's the thing.
Yeah, with all those years of experience, Tim Southey will probably have a decent reply to that.
That's
It's a
close,
decent, nice
but-
delivery. And Root races through for a single as it's off a leading edge up to wide mid-on, and they'll get through comfortably. 359. England 2 balls left of Tim Southey's over.
That was a much better ball. That was the slight inducker. Came in just off the seam.
Has he just bowled the last couple of deliveries cross-seam, Tim Southey? I think he might have. this ever softening Kookaburra ball. 72 overs old. You're not gonna. Well, you wouldn't really get much out of a Dukes at 72 overs, but certainly not a Kookaburra. And Stokes taps his bat on the ground on 27 and dances down the pitch, but makes the wise decision to leave this one as Tim Southey decided to throw it wide outside the off stump, and it's left through into Tom Blunder's grateful gloves.
Asks the question of the umpire, is that a wind then? And gets a no.
Absolutely not. Maybe a one-day wide, but not in a test match.
Yeah, especially as Stokes has gone outside his leg stump as well.
The last ball of Tim Southey's over coming up. Before the end of the 73rd, Stokes waits. Only the 16
That
balls
will
face
be
up
a
on that
wide.
one. Should
Got
be
to
a
be a
wide, you would
wide,
think.
yeah.
Yes, and will be bowled again by Tim Southey. And well, he's thrown a couple wide. Wisdom would suggest that he's going to throw the last ball of this delivery on Stokes' pads and try and trap him LBW. But we will wait and see. As it
That could end badly, would be my bet. That would be carted over cow for 6.
I don't know which way the wind's blowing at the moment, but if it's going with the wind,
we'll see
that's
what
not
he
a
does.
good plan.
I think this is going to be full and straight, personally. But we'll see. You know, they've got boundary riders. If Stokes wants to take them on and gets caught on the fence, and they might think he can do that. So he bowls it short and slightly into Stokes' ribs, and he just knocks it down the ground for a single, and that's 361 for 5 for England. Route 64, Stokes 28.
David Moore says, thanks for the commentary. My fondest memories of cricket was boycott batting against Betty. It was fascinating. Okay. Messi says, you entirely missed the point that fast scoring is not the cause of slow over rates. Fast scoring and decent over rates are quite compatible with the fucking around is stopped. Yeah, but I'd say the fucking around isn't always the bowling side either. Sometimes it's the batsman. And the bowling side are the ones that always get penalised. And then you also have DRS decisions that take forever. You know, it's not always the cause of the bowlers that are bowling slowly either.
But that is generally
it can be things, factors in the game. People get them sconed, 3 times in an afternoon, and then you take 5 minutes every time there's a concussion.
New boots.
And it unfairly penalises the bowling side unnecessarily a lot of the time.
Nathan Smith starts a new over, and Stokes edges this one to where first and second slip would have been, but they are not there, and it goes down to third man for a single. But I also think it's people like, I completely agree with you, it isn't always the bowlers, it's people like Steve Smith fucking around changing gloves every 2 overs.
Yes, exactly. So, but the bowling side is the one that always gets penalised, which is a bit you've got to look at the game in the round.
But and I completely agree with, was it Stokes who made the point that, in Asia, teams like India are unlikely to be fined for slow over rate because they play predominantly cricket in spin friendly conditions, and therefore 2 spins at both ends where you're going to be able to get the overs in.
Yep.
Root faces up with that batlet of his and nudges it wide of gully, and Ratchan Ravindra will field on the point boundary, and they'll get a single.
But you're right. I think people have, it shouldn't be. An expectation of amount of overs in a day. The expectation should be the amount of time you get to watch the game.
Amount of entertainment.
Yeah. There's about just over 10 minutes left in the day. Should be 3 overs really. Maybe getting to a 4th.
It should be.
I've got to do. At the end of this over, there's something I have to do.
Well, Smith is going to bowl it. 4 balls left in it to Stokes, who backs away and gets an inside edge, and Root wisely sends it back.
He's disgusted with himself. He thought, that's the ball to go.
That was in the slot.
And he's just smashed it into the ground.
Well, there's no semblance of timing at all there. But that's one, his weight's so far back, Stokes.
Yeah,
he needs to get through that. He needs to get through that and nail it down the ground. He's lost all shape. He's a strong guy. He doesn't need to belt everything out the park. He can do it with pure timing, really, but he's got to hold his shape if he's going for this mode of dismissal. He dances down the pitch and Smith throws it wide.
He's getting frustrated with himself as well, isn't he?
He's too frenetic. He needs to calm down a bit, and then he will regain his centre and just smash the ball.
Yeah.
But this is partly my issue, and I know it's the situation. But Stokes is a far better batsman.
Yeah, I know. I agree.
And it's irritating.
He's selling himself short here.
Yeah, and I think we all feel that.
He only averages mid-low 30s, I think.
Yeah.
If anyone knows. And, you know, he's a better batsman than that. He should be 40 or thereabouts. But he comes out of the pitch and slaps this. This has gone high. Potential to be caught, but luckily for Stokes, it bounces a couple of yards short of Ravindra. And he'll get a single. It's just ungainly. It's unnecessary.
Yeah.
It's a good bouncer by Smith, and he flails at it.
It was very well bowled.
No timing, and he was fuming. So Stokes thought he was gone. I think Ravindra has slightly lost it in the sun.
Yeah, it looks that way.
Because he would have potentially got there if he'd picked it up sooner. That is the one thing about the grass banks as well. Not necessarily in that situation, but it can be difficult to pick them out of the crowd. From what I've heard.
Yep, very definitely true.
That was the excuse for all the drop catches in the last game, yeah.
Well, Root will face the last ball of Smith said before the Bear has to do something. He's on 65. I know it looks high to me, angling in on his pads, but only Smith seemed to be appealing, really. And that's the end of the 74th over. New Zealand don't have any reviews anyway, because they've wasted them all.
Right.
364 for 5 of England.
We have one of these.
Use your Prime Super Chat.
To Michael Wood, he says, I'm a patron already, but we'll chip in a $5's worth of super chat to hear that superb Trent Bolt jingle one more time. So as you pay for it, here you go.
How does he speak, or play the horn, or clean his teeth, or even yawn? How does he shout? How does he call? Trent Bolt's mouth is really small.
There you go. It is a great jingle.
I haven't heard that one.
Ah, well, you see,
that's very good.
Yeah.
Late to the game.
Late to the game, yeah.
Late to the game.
Some classics that have been retired because their players have been. That's.
Oh, Saudi bowls and that slapped over cover by Stokes. He held his shape a bit better there. But Williamson does the fielding on the cover boundary.
Am I right in thinking the nearest fielder is probably about 55 yards away now? They're all on the boundary.
They're all spread. But if he times it right, he's still capable of beating them. He can batter it, can't he?
Yeah. But it's going to be right to the limit of his stretch, I think, because he's not going to get anything particularly close to him.
It's not the biggest ground, though. And modern bats, he's perfectly capable of nailing it over the right. Root faces up and tickles this one down the leg side. That's a poor delivery from Tim Southey, and it will be for
a lovely
the diving
shot.
fielder at fine leg. Can't get there for one of these.
Such good touch, isn't it, to get it that fine. Turns the face on it and gets it a lot finer than, you know, the average player would play that square.
A little bit of tail in, and I completely agree. It's very nice, and you knew it was 4 as soon as it left his bat, really.
Well, I was signalling for halfway to the boundary.
I mean, two completely contrasting styles here, but the partnership is racing along. Root will face up on 69 and tries a similar shot again, but this time it's much squarer. They'll definitely get one. They might look to get a single. No, late on in the day, they just decide to stick to one. It'll bring Stokes back on strike. I wouldn't be surprised if Southey just rolls his fingers over one here and gives him a cutter. What do you think, Bear?
It might try that slower ball,
mix it up.
It's a game of cat and mouse, isn't it? If Stokes picks it early enough, it'll go out the ground.
Prisoner's dilemma, no. Spoof, basically.
Well, he's tapping his bat almost in annoyance, ramming it quite hard into the surface
He's
of the basin.
definitely ticking a bit.
He is. Oh, and it's off his edge of his bat, and once again it feels safe. It's a decent delivery from Tim Southey. That would have gone to kind of full slip gully area, but no slips in at the moment. That is the thing. I mean, I'd probably have a couple of slips in if I was New Zealand.
Well, this is it. You go really.
They just don't want to get carted to the boundary. But the thing is, well, I say Stokes isn't going to play the shot, but he still would. With everyone on the boundary, it's just less likely in some way.
Yeah, and you know, by doing this, you're just giving runs away and all those chances that would go to fielders if you had them in the place. But I guess when you're 26 behind, it's a tough choice to make.
Root waits with his bat raised and it's angled in. They'll get a leg by. England may think about the second as it goes in on the leg side, but they decide against. So it's just a single.
Good choice. That wasn't on the second run. I know Root was looking for it, but no, he'd have been out by a third of the pitch, I think.
Well, the last ball of the 75th is about to be bowled. There's 5 minutes. Do you reckon they can sneak 2 in?
I'm not sure
I
they want
doubt the Kiwis want to.
I don't think they want to.
Well, Stokes is facing a few blows to the boundary, and they certainly won't, as he gets cramped for room by Tim Southey, and they might look to get 2. It's hurled in nicely, but I think Root might have slipped at the striker's end, so they definitely won't get 2. And it will be stick to a single. Stokes is on 33.
Mike says cricket was designed to be a game that was just a bunch of people milling about on a field, rubbing the balls on their trousers and having tea mid-afternoon. Yeah, and for gambling. He also says, on cue, Billy, there's a break for the new gloves in Adelaide. There you go.
There we go.
What's our predictions? Our predictions are, well, my prediction is that England will bat for 20 minutes tomorrow morning, get 5:50 ahead, and as we said, I don't think you should declare overnight, especially with this much time left in the game.
No, I think they'll go maybe 40 minutes. Give themselves a long hour and 15.
Well, okay, yeah, maybe that's full new ball spell for everyone before lunch. But I mean, that'll be a lead of 600, mind you. There will be two days and 2 sessions left.
Yeah, I think they will, and I mean, I think the game will be over tomorrow. I can't see. They're just.
Stokes is asking the question of the umpire. Is this the last over then?
Yeah, I think they're just having a look.
No,
I think they will. I mean, I think England are going to roll New Zealand for kind of 200, maybe 250 tomorrow. You'd think it would probably be over tomorrow.
Yeah, you'd think so.
Well, Smith starts what is potentially the last over of the day, and it's swiped by Ben Stokes. But as we've previously mentioned, there's lots of fielders out on that lakeside boundary, so it's only a single.
Marnus has got his 50, by the way.
Yeah. Marnus has.
Yeah, 156.3 the Aussies quite now.
Well, they're pretty much getting to level with 7 wickets in play still.
Wow, do you know a stat that's just come up on my phone? England become the first team to score 500,000 Test match runs.
What?
That's extraordinary. Root
that's
faces up from Smith on 70, and that's angled into him. And he defends it sedately into the ground.
500,000.
No run.
Half a million. 500,000 Test runs over. What time? That's over what? 100 and.
Oh God.
I think it's about
140 years.
Yeah, it's the number of tests and innings really that matters.
Yeah.
I think it's probably about what? They've probably got a third of the 3,000 tests with them involved.
When you think about it, 600 innings.
Yeah.
To get 500,000 runs, that's pretty good going.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Root has scored quite a few of that 500,000 as he faces up and tucks it nicely away into the leg side. And that will be a single. They won't be bothering with 2. Oh, they do. Well, that proved me wrong there. That was very, very good running so late on in the day from Stokes and Root. The real desire from Joe Root to retain the strike and get back and put as much pressure on
Tom
as possible.
Latham looks so disconsolate.
Yeah.
He looks completely devoid of energy.
Void of ideas, yeah. Well, Test cricket's been interesting at the moment because everyone seems to be beating everyone. I mean, New Zealand rolled India 3-0 away from home, the most extraordinary Test victory, and then England are giving them a pummeling here.
Yep.
And Root will try and add to the pain, and that's been tucked up nicely by Smith, who you have to say has bowled better than his figures suggest. They'll look for a second, but decide against
Smith.
Well, 2 balls left in the day. They're definitely not going to get another one in.
Smith is a kind of attacking bowler, and therefore he does leak runs a little bit.
But I think he's bowled better than 0 for 73.
No, he has, I think. Particularly round the wicket to the left-handers. He was bowling quite well to them. Forcing them to play, tucking them up with a fairly direct stump-to-stump line.
Well, 2 balls left in the day's play. What will Stokes do? He'll get on the pull is what he'll do. Has he found the gap? No. It goes down to the wide fine leg or just backward of square, who races round and keeps it to only a single. So Stokes has survived the day. It's now Root's job to see out the last delivery, and New Zealand are just wandering around in the field. They'll try and change something up here. Most important thing for Smith is to make him play, I guess. As Root taps his bat on the ground, 73 not out. So he looks up and Nathan Smith turns at the end of his mark and runs in to end what's been a tough day for New Zealand as he bowls wide on the crease. It's a bouncer, it's a sharp one as well. And Roots lets it go by, and they will hope that it's not a wide.
No, it's...
which it isn't. You'd think that's the end of the day's play.
Well, he's got to walk to... Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it does look that way.
Yeah. Well, what an awesome day for England. An amazing couple of days. Stokes gives Joe Root a hug and a pat on the back. It was all started by Gus Atkinson's wonderful hat-trick earlier in the day. If you haven't seen it, I urge you to go and watch it. Brilliant effort. And, well, Bethel, Duckett, fantastic innings, both 96. Well, 90 odd each, I think 96 for Duckett.
96 and 92.
96, 92. Well, consistent runs scored throughout the day. Up and around the 5 kind of run rate. The first session with those 6 wickets. New Zealand capitulating. I think they lost 34 for 5.
39 for 5 they were this morning.
39 for 5 this morning. And England really put the hammer down, as you would expect them to do. And they're in a very strong position.
That they are. Should go on, as you say. I reckon it will be over tomorrow. At the worst, you'll get maybe a session and a half on Sunday night.
Just to run you through the battle cards, Crawley, another failure once again, and difficult to see when most others have scored runs. Yeah, it was a very good catch. That's a good caveat to add, and that's what happens when you're added Nick. Duckett 92, Bethel 96, Root as ever with runs at 73, Brooke a good 55, Pope just the 10, and fireworks from Ben Stokes at the end. Bowlers was wickets shared around really. Southey and Henry with 2 each. Phillips with a singular wicket, who tried to bowl to a leg side plan most of the day that didn't really work. And Nathan Smith and Will O'Rourke wicketless, but they haven't necessarily bowled badly.
No, yeah, well, I think Will O'Rourke's been a best bowler for them, but he has been a bit unlucky.
So the match situation: England 533 runs ahead and in an incredibly controlling position. Atkinson and Cast with the 4 wickets each to dismiss New Zealand for just the 125 this morning, with only Williamson offering any real resistance in that innings.
Yep, that is it. And now it's time for us to all go to bed. Because I'm knackered. I've got shit to do tomorrow. Today even, yeah, exactly. You on tonight, Billy? You back on?
Yeah, back on.
Nice.
Back on. I messaged Tony earlier saying that I can do the 3rd session now if he needs me.
Okay, cool.
So we will see, but I'm definitely on for the first 2.
You could be here for the glory moment, the end of the test.
Exactly.
Jace, you're in for a little bit tomorrow.
Sessions 2 and 3.
I'm in for session 1. Tony is running the rest of the night. So good night all. Sleep tight, or have a good day wherever you are in the world. And we will see you on the morrow at about 9:50. Until then, have a great time. See you later. Bye.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act.
but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, Guerrilla Cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao,